Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. And I call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Lori Parlin, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Yeah, everybody please stand and join me for the pledge. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors, and thank you for joining us today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. So let's go to the agenda. What's the will of the board? The agenda?
Move approval.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
At this time, the board is going to regard to the consent calendar. Any changes? District 1?
No, thank you.
District 5?
I would like to have a no vote on consent item number 3 and a cautionary yes on consent item number 4.
Okay. District 3?
Yes, I'd like to recuse myself on item number 19, please.
District 4?
Yeah, I'd like a no vote on item number 3 and on item 18, the ag report, just a shout out to our ag department for all the support they provide our ag businesses.
Yeah. And I have no changes. All right, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically on the consent calendar. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
All right, anybody in the boardroom like to speak? That everything is on consent, come on up. I don't see anything. Let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, board. I just wanted to comment on item number 19. This is the 2025 countywide DOT maintenance pavement rehabilitation project. This is what the public should recognize as part of SB1, and it's money going to the county roads in order to upgrade them, resurface them. And I thought that the list here was very extensive. And so I am recommending, obviously, that this one be 19 be approved. Thank you very much.
Okay.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll just read into the
Yeah.
record.
Okay.
Adoption of the agenda and, approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Supervisor Parlin and Supervisor Lane will register a no vote on item number 3. Supervisor Lane will register a cautionary yes vote with regards to item number 4. Supervisor Veerkamp has recused himself from item number 19, and Supervisor Parlin thanked the ag department.
Yeah, and just really quick question, CAO, on item 19, since Chris Payne made a comment. I just want to make sure this is the notice of acceptance. So these projects are done and have already been funded and everything, right? We're just saying they're done and thank you and you can release your bonds. So, okay, they're done.
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure because the way Chris was talking, it wasn't clear to me what he was saying. So, all right, thank you for that.
Okay.
I would move approval of consent.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, let's go ahead to our department matters. Item number 24, CAO HR amending 206, boss conduct business compensation.
Item number 24 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and the Department of Human Resources, recommending the board approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending El Dorado County Ordinance, Chapter 2.06, Board of Supervisors, Conduct of Business, Compensation and waive full reading, read by title only, and continue this matter to November 4th, 2025 for final passage, second reading.
Thank you, Kim. Morning, Chair, members of the board. Joey Carrasco, Director of Human Resources. This is a pretty straightforward item. It shouldn't take too long. Whenever there's a change to board members' salary or benefits, we need to update the ordinance. And that's exactly what this is. This currently, board members are eligible for a 2.5% county contribution towards their deferred compensation. Currently, the money is going into a 457B plan from the employer. It's now, we added a 401A plan. So the money that the county contributes will go into that program, which would theoretically will free up more money for participants to put money towards their 457 plan, because the county's not making a contribution towards that plan. It's going to the 401A plan. No change in dollar amount or anything else. It's literally just kind of a ministerial change. We added this 401A plan for not just the board members, but other employee groups as well. And like I said, that was to allow participants to defer more salary into their 457 plan. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, bring back the board. Any comments or questions?
Like you said, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, straightforward. All right, I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 24. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
All right, anybody want to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board.
All right, Mr. Chair, I move approval item 24. Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
So let's go ahead and move into item number 25, COB CAO 2026 BOS regular meeting calendar.
Item number 25 comes from the Clerk of the Board and the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board, 1, engage in a discussion to determine the preferred structure for the board's 2026 regular meeting calendar, either option A, averaging 3 meetings per month, option B, averaging 2 meetings per month, or alternatively, direct the clerk of the board to return with a revised calendar proposed for consideration. 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution establishing the 2026 regular meeting calendar of the Board of Supervisors. And 3, receive and file the fiscal year 26-27 master budget calendar. So this comes from the clerk and the CAO, but I think it's really a discussion around amongst board members as far as looking at the 2 calendars, option A and option B, maybe finding what you like about each and then coming to some sort of consensus with maybe an option C.
All right,
Yeah,
so bring it back to the board for discussion. So
yeah. Kim, can you put option A up on the screen so we can kind of look at that?
And just for the public, option A is our traditional schedule, which we've done the past several years. And option B just deviates slightly as far as less meetings. And also acknowledging that these calendars are taking into consideration that our committees and commissions presentations will be done outside of the board meetings to allow the board to be able to concentrate directly on county business. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
To be clear, I think Kim meant outside of the regular board meetings,
Yes,
it would
thank
be
you.
a special board meeting for those presentations.
Okay.
Here it comes.
Showing the wrong side.
Okay, here we go. If you guys are, I'll just go ahead and kick this off
Yeah,
because
go ahead.
we kind of started this conversation, downstairs during our good governance workshop. And, you know, I had mentioned that I have concerns about cutting the number of meetings drastically, only because, we do have departments that need to make sure that we have enough meetings for them to get items on the agenda. Specifically DOT and planning, often have a hard time finding slots on our agenda already. So I want to, you know, be cognizant of that. Also, the week of February 24th on there is proposed to have a regular board meeting. And that particular week, I was thinking if we wanted to knock a few weeks off here and there to lessen, like to take this calendar and knock a few off here and there to make it kind of a blend between the two is where I'm headed. So bear with me. February 24th is an Aqua meeting in Washington, DC. So one of us, I don't know who yet, but one of the members on the water agency will be in DC that week. So I thought that would be a good one to just remove, since, you know, one of us will be missing. And that'll lower the number, take off one regular meeting. And then just generally speaking, I have concerns about the Wednesday meetings, because I'm aware that Supervisor Lane often has TRPA and other meetings on Wednesdays. We also have water agency meetings on Wednesdays, so I know that March 11th is no good. So I was thinking, which of the two dates were being proposed for the committee commission presentations? Which of the two? Because there's three
Yeah,
yellows.
we were looking at, I believe it's the April 22nd and the
October 28th.
October 28th.
Actually,
Or is it the March?
yeah, I think it was because the April 22nd would be the
budget?
this budget meeting.
Budget.
And I spoke with the clerk yesterday afternoon, and we'd be willing, if we could block out maybe half of the day, the afternoon on the 21st, we'd be willing to forego that special meeting on the 22nd for the budget.
Okay,
That works.
so that's a good one to knock off that Wednesday, April 22nd. And then I was thinking, the March 11th, Wednesday, we do have a water agency meeting already scheduled for that day, so definitely don't want that. And I was thinking maybe we could use one of the other proposed board meeting dates and just make it a committee commission one. So, you know, that would lessen the one more additional regular board meeting, but make it a committee and commission one. And I didn't know which one though to consider knocking off it here though. You want it kind of in that same time frame, Kim, or?
I think since it's the first year that we're proposing this, there's a lot of flexibility. So I mean, the committees and commissions have not been notified about this change. So I'm open to any suggestion. I just was trying to space it out enough during the year that they weren't like right on top of each other.
Right.
Mhm.
So I'm looking at the pattern of the two in a row, 3 in a row, and 1. And what about if we took the February 10th regular meeting and made that a committee and commission day? That would knock off another one. Does anybody have any thoughts on swapping that out?
So if I could just make a suggestion.
Yeah.
Because a suggestion. I think that I would encourage you to maybe focus less on the special meeting dates that are identified. The purpose of today is you are required to adopt your regular meeting calendar.
Right.
I think that Kim put the special meetings on there so you could see the fuller picture of what might be proposed. But I think that those can kind of slot in as time allows, those special meetings that, again, those don't need to be reflected in your regular meeting calendar that is proposed for adoption today. So maybe kind of by way of example, what you're proposing, Supervisor Parlin, maybe you want to remove a regular
Oh, yeah, we're blinking.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it just went green again.
It went
It just went
green.
green.
Good job, Brooke. She fixed it. Brooke fixed it. But I mean, for planning purposes, we all have such full calendars that I just thought it'd be wise to talk about it and set them up, because once the date's on there, or not on there, actually it gets filled. Our calendars are so full. So I'm just saying, let's consider removing February 10th as a regular board meeting. And if you want to kind of have a pre-thought of where to put a committee and commission date, I would recommend that one. So swap that one out. And then I was looking at the October timeframe. There's an October 28th committee commission meeting, and maybe making the November 3rd, removing that as a regular board meeting and making that a committee commission date. So that's basically, in essence, I'm suggesting removing 3 regular meetings, and moving the special committee commission meetings to Tuesdays, because Wednesdays are just already full with other. We are on so many committees and commissions. I think that all of us, Wednesdays are already booked, is my point.
I think she's talking within the 20th to the 3rd.
Yeah. Any
Yeah.
other-
Then I would leave us with one meeting on November.
Yeah. Any other comments?
Are you following, CAO?
Could you repeat the 3 dates you propose removing, please?
Yeah. So, February 10th, remove that as a regular board meeting. Consider making it a special meeting. You don't have to. I'm just saying, consider it. So that we have it on our calendar. Removing the February 24th altogether, because one of us is going to be gone for sure.
Oh, that would-
I don't know who, but one of us will be gone in DC. And then I think it was, so that's 2. And then the third one was November 3rd, removing that as a regular board meeting and consider putting a placeholder for a committee commission special meeting there. So that's removing 3 regular board meetings, which I think still is fewer meetings than what we've been doing the last 4 years, or 6 years, I guess. However long I've been on the board, we've been doing it. And then, but still, I think has enough dates throughout the year for planning, especially in DOT. They should be able to still find slots on here. And I don't think this will disturb that too much. So
My only concern on that, on the first of all, I love the idea of knocking out the Wednesdays because I've never been able to stay
Yeah.
over for a Wednesday.
no Wednesdays.
I like that. In February, if you knock out the 24th and the meeting of the 10th is mainly commission and committees, that's one board meeting in February, and that's when we're deep into budget. So I'm just not sure if that's feasible or not. My 2 concerns are departments, making sure that there's enough meetings that they're able to get their business accomplished. And then my other thought is I just don't want to minimize. I don't want to reduce so many meetings that
Yeah.
we end up having monster meetings. Because I do travel home on Tuesday evenings and I
Yeah.
have left this building before at 8 o'clock at night and gone through a snowstorm to get home.
Yeah.
Which I will do when necessary, but to the degree that we don't have to stack the agendas so full of information that those meetings get so late in the evening, I would I would be cautionary on that.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying about February only having one regular and then one committee commission meeting. I'm looking more at I looked at the pattern of meetings. So it'd be like 2 meetings on, 1 week off, 2 meetings on, 1 special meeting, 1 week off. I was looking at the pattern so that there's still a pretty regular pattern of meetings, not so much where they are in the month. You know what I mean? And then county council, what if there were a special meeting for the committees and commissions and DOT had an emergency and needed to throw something on there? Could they do that?
Certainly, yeah, there are only a few things that you can't do at a special meeting that you could otherwise do at a regular meeting. The primary one is establish compensation. Generally, that needs to be done at a regular meeting. That might be the only real one. So yes, if DOT had an item, it is highly likely that that could go on to
Okay.
a special meeting agenda.
I was kind of had that in the back of my mind too. If something came up and they had to. And then CAO, my understanding was this coming year, we're gonna, because we already worked on the budget and had department, presentations this year, we were gonna have fewer regarding the budget and presentations next year. Is that kind of correct too? Do we not need to accommodate as many?
So both calendars do not include dates, or don't contemplate dates for having the special meetings for the department presentation. So that's really is two fewer meetings that you'll feel there.
Okay.
And then I don't anticipate having as many discussions with the board about budget. We're going to try to minimize that. Well, as compared to last year.
Yeah.
But certainly we'll get in when we need to. And I just would suggest if we're worried about having only the one meeting in the February, we have July and August, where we have 3 regular meetings that you might look at eliminating one of those instead, as I know
Mhm.
folks are on vacation and those tend to be more difficult times.
Yeah.
Based on what you said also, Lori, November would be the same thing. We would have one
Yep.
supervisors meeting in November.
I got
Yeah.
a question.
And again, I was just looking at the pattern, just, you know.
I got a question. Being that I signed a lot of these documents, especially that pertains to DOT and building and planning. Some of these documents are time certain. And if you bring this to the board, you know, a later date, is it going to make a difference, especially if it's a week or 2 weeks out? I got a question to you.
Well, yeah, I mean, I do think that is the challenge. I mean, there's trying to find that balance between, you know, having enough meetings spaced out where we can try to anticipate the best we can departments' needs. I think it's a good question that Supervisor Parlin brings up, that if, you know, could we put something on, say, like a bid award or something time sensitive for DOT on those special meetings? That's good to know that we have that in our pocket. But whatever we do today, this is kind of why we do this here in October, so we can get this to departments and they can start planning. But I mean, there's no real way to ensure that we're going to avoid some kind.
I think that would be maybe more palatable to do it that way.
I'll blinking again.
I'm not.
We're back.
No, I tapped the mic and everybody turned green.
Yeah. So I mean, that could work too, is just keep the 24th on as a, what did I just say?
Commission and
Yeah, you
committees.
can keep that. And then that way you could keep February 10th on if that makes everybody more comfortable with February. That could work. And then just one of us will miss that meeting on the 24th. That'll work.
Yeah, and then looking at July, I think Supervisor Ferrero is correct in saying we're kind of heavy in July and August, and those are typically
Yeah.
when a lot of government agencies are less.
July is usually, we're usually out quite a bit in July. I'm
Yep.
not sure.
So that,
1, 2.
And I do know just through my clerks association that there are counties, especially down in Southern California, that they're dark for almost the entire month of July and August. So that may be, and actually, because this is new for our committees and commissions, it would give us time to work with them to get them all really prepared to propose that, to prepare in order to present to you during that time.
Well, but I mean, the reality is if we're going to be dark and take vacations, quite honestly, then we still need to be here for a board meeting for the committees and commissions. So you know what I'm saying? It's like if it'd be really bad if only, you know, one of us showed up or could be here because we're trying to, I think that, I don't know about you guys, but I try to book my vacation around our calendar. I really do. So I think that, you know, if we want to give the county some downtime, that should include the board. So,
I wasn't proposing, I was just thinking, going along with the same thought that maybe if we did, you know, like the July 21st meeting, removing that from the calendar.
Mhm.
Yeah, my thoughts were, I mean,
I would,
certainly not advocating for two a month, but did a little survey of our surrounding counties in Sacramento, Amador, Nevada, Napa County, Yuba, and Placer. They all do two a month.
Yeah.
What I was kind of thinking is kind of what you were started out with, Lori's, eliminating the handful, 3 or 4
Yeah.
meetings for the year. And I was, without considering the special meetings, I do like the concept of having special meetings. I know we're going to have more time, probably be able to eliminate 2 meetings just with departmental presentations
Right.
that are still on here. We're going to have less budget talks. And I realized, after being here 10 months now, it seems like when we have a full agenda, we operate much more efficiently and get through the items. It'll certainly be less of a schedule disruption for staff to have to sit in, the fewer meetings we have, the less meetings are sitting in here watching us talk.
Move the 14th so that there's a 3-week block off. You
Yeah.
know,
I mean, regarding scheduling vacations, it's like, yeah, we have vacation time over July 4th and Christmas, but who the heck wants to travel on July 4th and Christmas? time?
Right.
That's just it
yeah.
is a horrible time to be traveling.
But that way, if we remove July 14th, then there's 3 weeks off total
Mhm.
there. Instead of breaking it up. Then you really get, because then there's no agenda review the week prior. Those are really nice chunks of time off. So, if you're thinking of that one, July 14th would be a good one to remove.
Yeah, I'm kind of indifferent on what days. I think we could probably eliminate one in August, February,
Yeah.
September, or June.
Well, I'm looking at I just look at the pattern of it, and it's like when we have 2 weeks off in a row, you really actually do get to take time off and not think about board meetings because there's no agenda review the week before. If you do one on, one off, you're always still thinking
Mhm.
about board meetings. It's not the
Still
same.
thinking about it regardless.
Yeah, exactly. But there's agenda review in between the week prior to a meeting. So 2 weeks off truly is kind of more, in my mind, more restful.
Well, let's do that. Let's keep the meetings together then.
Yeah.
Back.
So then, okay, now I don't know. I have pink marks all over my piece of paper and I don't know what are you looking at?
Yeah, what do you got, Brian?
He said, well, I think I'm with Greg. I think he said eliminate the 14th and then August 11th and then
August 11th.
November 3rd. There's almost one a quarter,
What was that? Which was that last one? Right?
November 3rd.
November 3rd. That would leave us with one meeting for the month.
Yep.
Does that work?
Third.
I mean, the comparators you threw out there, Supervisor Ferrero, are large counties.
Yeah.
They make it work.
No, and I think
Maybe
some
we
of them
have
have
more-
different
yeah.
structures for their CAO.
Yeah,
But
no,
I just went on and just, the ones I Googled and I didn't,
I think we should.
I'm
Well,
not cherry picking. These
yeah.
were the first ones I pulled up and they were all 2 days a month. And they have allotments for special meetings if needed.
Yeah.
I know
Right.
SAC does.
We
Yeah.
always can do that.
Always remember too, our county is the opposite of most of our surrounding county. We are mostly unincorporated. We have fewer cities in our county. Therefore,
Stuff to
a
do.
lot less stuff is delegated to cities than
Yeah.
some of those other
Good
counties. So
point.
you have to keep that in mind too.
Mhm.
We, by our very nature, have to hear more items than some of our surrounding counties. It's just the way it is. So, learned that a while ago too.
CEO, you got any comments?
I'm just looking at that November and thinking about, it gets so tight around holidays. I'm a little worried about taking out that November 3rd meeting, but what if we took out September 15th instead? Definitely want to keep the 22nd and the 29th because those are important to budget meetings, but
Mhm.
actually taking out September 15th would be a help to all the staff that are working on the adopted budget to not have to prepare for that meeting.
I think that might be better. I don't know how we can get by with one meeting.
Yeah.
In November.
That's fine.
And then where are you thinking of plugging in the special meetings though? Just because,
I got it.
As needed.
I mean,
Mhm.
if you did a special meeting on the 15th for the committees and commissions, that would be fine because
That
that
would
wouldn't be
work,
a lot of
too.
workload for anybody that is benefiting from that. Yeah, what do you,
Committees and commissions.
and then that gives them more time in the year to have work to report on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and what was the other one you were thinking of making a special meeting for committees and commissions? What was the other one?
I have, you mentioned the 24th of
Right.
February.
February.
Oh, right, okay. Does that kind of make sense though to everybody that's
Yep.
early in the year? Are you thinking that would work, Kim, to spread them out like that?
My only concern with February, and because they're special meetings, we can, have some flexibility.
Yeah.
is If we start reaching out to the committees and commissions now, some of them tend to drag their feet, and I'm not sure February might be too soon. for
Yeah,
some of
that's what I'm
them.
thinking
But then
too.
we do have some that are really like, their presentation, every year they're spot on with it, so maybe we push those for the February date.
Are they given their dates for presentations? Like, how far in advance are they typically?
Well, because we have it on our planning calendar for each meeting, Kaylee typically will schedule them at their convenience. So this will be a different concept for them. But I think it's something that we should try.
Yeah, because right now we have a block on each board meeting and we just try to plug them in. So this is,
Yeah. What if,
Different.
it would it be possible to do like a hybrid, to accommodate everybody? So, if an agenda is light, then we can add them. Or would that not work?
I tend to think you'll have all the committees wanting that second option.
Yeah.
They'll shun then the planned day and say, because once you provide that opening, like,
Yeah.
yeah, here's your planned day, but if you can't make it, we'll arrange something else. They'll all want to arrange something else. What about, I don't know, I just lost my thought. What if we still removed April 24th due to the Aqua issue? I'm sorry, February.
February.
And then what about April 7th?
Removing April 7th.
Removing April 7th and keeping that in mind as a committee
community
commission day.
day.
That's fine.
That's probably gives
That would
people
work
more
out
notice
probably
and
better.
you can get on the committees then, Kim. That gives them lots of
So we're gonna
time.
remove February 24th, is that?
Mhm.
So
Okay.
just to kind of recap to make sure. So right now we're looking at removing our regular meetings for February 24th, April 7th, July 14th, August 11th, and September 15th, and potentially utilizing, after them being removed from the regular calendar, April 7th and September 15th as the committee and commission presentations.
Nailed it.
Yep. You're so good at this. I don't know how you follow us.
Any other comments? So I'll go ahead and open it.
I think it will because we still have, I'll just talk loud, I guess. We still
It's working now.
have.
We're back.
Okay. We still do have the potential for those special meetings that are still in those same slots.
Yeah,
If we had something urgent, we could pop it
we
in.
could pop
Yep.
something in. So, okay, I think that's a good compromise. Okay.
I got another question. Kim, when are they gonna come and fix this mess? It's in
Did you not
December.
read
December
your
15th.
email?
Well, I know, but
Send an
it's,
email.
I know.
It's on the way.
It's on its way,
So-
but December, but I mean,
So just
is
so
it
the
gonna be
public
two
knows,
weeks?
the major upgrade will happen the week of December 15th. We've been very open and honest. Our system is failing. Obviously, we're having major technical issues. We're just going to have to plug along until we get the updates. I apologize to everyone in the boardroom and our online participants. I know it's frustrating. It's just, there were supply chain issues as far as getting the new equipment and then scheduling with the vendor. So this is as soon as it can happen, and it's just unfortunate.
Okay, all right, thanks.
One other thing, can I just bring up one other thing, like, Laura, you have NACO, I have CSAC, so like this December, I'm missing our meeting on the 2nd. Cindy just sent me a text. Next year it's the same week, first week.
Which
of
week is
December.
it?
The first week of December. But again, we don't
Oh.
want to, I think there's probably going to be occasion, no matter what we do,
Yeah.
we're going to miss a
Miss
meeting.
one.
Absolutely. And that one, honestly, we always go, why do they do it then? Like, that's the weirdest time to have a.
But,
Oh, right before,
Yeah.
Christmas. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's like right
Yeah.
after Thanksgiving, but whatever.
All right,
And
let's
that's
go
a bad
ahead.
time to try and
Let's
drop
go
a
ahead and
meeting
open it up
now.
to public comment. Kim.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 25. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, anybody want to speak on this item? Come on up. I don't see anybody in the boardroom. Go ahead and go to Zoom
Now
participants.
taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Thank you, board. It's pretty frustrating when I can't hear you. So this whole notion of being able to have a meeting and not include the Zoom participants in some of the discussions today, it's been off and on, obviously, and then having the clerk summarize where we are, that also helps. But here's my comments. I also believe, as Lori or Supervisor Parlin has said, is in a blended approach. I think the board is supporting that. I was also considering CAO, the effectiveness of the budget discussions. I don't believe that you can get by with anything less than maybe 3 budget discussion meetings. And so how that works in is important. My other question is this consistent with the board policies? Your board policies are important to me. And it seems like this item should be carried from year to year so that you don't invent it every single year, but that you utilize your board policies in order to establish the effective dates. Let's see what else I had. Special board meetings, obviously that's at your discretion. I don't think there is a traditional schedule because you've changed it from year to year to year, and your needs in terms of your business is always extremely important to you and to your constituents. So that's my thoughts on this. Tahoe meetings. I don't think you can get by with less than 2, 1 every 6 months. Right now, you're only scheduled, I saw on that calendar that was posted, is September the 29th. I think you ought to have another Tahoe meeting. And then the biggest one is you have no discussion about nighttime meetings. And yet you've been told over and over, and as a historian of the Board of Supervisors meetings, I know that the public has said numerous times, 5:30, 6 o'clock, nighttime meeting. If you have to, maybe 4:30. But I think that this is extremely important. At least have the discussion today based on my comment. Thank you.
Okay, Chris.
Now taking public comment from 119.
Hi, this is Leo Benekoshan echoing Chris's frustration. So hopefully you'll hear my entire comment. It's been dropping in and out, but the summaries have been helpful. Perhaps if you re-summarize, we could all be clear because, as somebody said, it can be hard to follow this conversation. If I'm understanding it all correctly, you're considering reducing perhaps 6 meetings and then plugging some back in. I'm offering a different perspective in terms of the reduction of meetings. I've been an engaged member of the public for 40 years, and my memory goes back when almost all elected bodies met 4 times a month. and be able to check in, and you can see the growth of the complexity of the agenda, and all these things slowly led, oh my God, we just can't get the work done in less meetings, but that limits public engagement. And then I can even remember when public comment was 5 minutes, not 3 minutes. So, I just see, as everybody does the best they can, that my particular passion, which is public engagement, is moving towards the back. And I would like you to suggest that, because of the importance to everybody, which is why you do Zoom, which is so grateful, I'm glad for that, public engagement, special meetings don't require a public forum. That's one thing you could look at. Commit yourself to a public forum so people can speak to you at a special meeting about items of concern. Some of the supervisors spoke about the effectiveness of your meetings, and so I think maybe this is premature to limit the meetings when you could increase your effectiveness. We're already having monster meetings, and now when you have even less and less meetings, that's going to be a lift for everybody. From my perspective, special meetings, you should be focusing on removing those. They're on Wednesdays mostly, and make them a regular meeting with a dedicated agenda, hopefully just that one item, the budget, if you can, pull it all off, or a few extras. Thereby, you will have cut 3 meetings, which I think I'm understanding is the goal when you cut 6 and add some back. But again, from a public person's perspective, getting folks engaged is a lot easier if you can say, hey, set your Tuesdays aside. The board wants to hear from you. At least listen, and then maybe write a letter. It's a lot easier to build that engagement with a regular structure of 3 a month regular meetings, but with some of them dedicated to your budget talk. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. Ken Greenwood from the Triple Junction way out there. Ditto with Chris and Lyle as to frustration that the system's not working. Thank you, Kim, for the explanation as to the long, strange trip it might be to get that working. Anyway, having your meetings, I recall back in 1991, 90s, early 90s, monster meetings were every week. So I'm curious, but we did have all our general plan stuff back in the day, passionate hearings on land use. Could be one today, you never know. But I think being available to the public is your job. And the more opportunities people have for public engagement, I think the better product you might get out of all of the decisions that you guys have to make. So more than less, I don't know. But a regular schedule that's predictable by the public would be good. Thanks for this discussion, and hopefully we make it through without Zoom dropping out, especially this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from JM.
Good morning. I agree with most of the previous speakers. One thing is that all of your meetings center around people who live in the Placerville area. Only one of your speakers addressed the fact that South Lake Tahoe, the largest city in the county, is pretty much ignored. I would like to see, if you're going to have 3 budget meetings, you should have at least one of them in South Lake Tahoe. And also, you're continuously scheduling your meetings on the same day as the South Lake Tahoe City Council meetings, which makes it impossible for people in South Lake Tahoe to both participate in the local city council meetings and the County Board of Supervisors meetings, which are going on at the same time. This is just totally inconsiderate of the people who don't live in Placerville. Also, that they had the last meeting they had in South Lake Tahoe wasn't even announced. People didn't know you were having it up here. We need better communications and better planning to synchronize our public availability of your meetings to the people who don't live in Placerville. The South Lake Tahoe City Council meetings are on a regular schedule. They're printed a year in advance. You know, all you have to do is look at our meetings and say, oh, that's the city council meeting. Maybe we can have it the next week. I don't see any reason for these conflicts to continue going on like this. It's just, I feel like you're just totally ignoring the largest city in the county. And I hope you will take the time to do something about it. Get a copy of our schedule. It's right there so that you can plan around it or get the city to work with you on scheduling. It doesn't have to be one way, but something's got to be done so the citizens have access to their representatives. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'm gonna reach out to the CAO. You have some answers to some of the questions.
Well, I did want to just interject. My staff is keeping me honest here. They noted that we had originally planned, we normally bring the media report in the end of February. So on our budget calendar, we had that scheduled for February 24th, but we think it will be just fine to do that on March 3rd if the board is okay with that.
All right.
And then with regard to budget meetings, those, as council noted, we're setting our regular meeting calendar here. And we generally handle our approval of the adopted budget during a regular meeting in June. And same with the, the recommended budget at a regular meeting in June, and then same with the adopted budget in September. So we definitely will have those two dates. And then we'll have the April date that we normally discuss budget policies and get a little feedback as we're finalizing the budget. So those we pretty much have set in stone. We do have the budget ad hoc committee, and I feel confident that working with that committee, if the need arises for any additional special meetings, then we can make those happen as necessary as we're going through the budget development process.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. All right.
And just the gentleman that called in about us having meetings on Tuesdays, county council, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the state constitution says that boards of supervisors will meet on Tuesdays. We don't really, regularly, isn't that in there? Is that why?
I think that might be correct, but
Yeah.
frankly, every county meets on Tuesdays.
Yeah, and I think it's because it's in the state constitution. I don't know about cities. Is that also in there too? Do you know, Supervisor Lane?
I don't,
Yeah.
I don't
You
know.
don't know.
I'm pretty sure we're all required. It's not really an
Yeah.
option.
Yeah, day or night is the only option.
Yeah, that's all it is. So,
Yeah, I wanted to follow up also, and just assure people who are not in the room that we are cognizant of when the mics go out, and we are stopping our comments and waiting for the mics to come back on, or we'll repeat whatever we were saying when the mics went off. So we're really trying hard at the dais to pay attention to that. Number two, Mr. Payne mentioned only one meeting in Tahoe. That's it. Actually, this option A allows for two meetings in Tahoe, one on May 12th, and another one on September 29th. And just finally, we do coordinate with the city council meetings in that they're not city council meetings when we meet up there on that Tuesday, just
Right.
like September 30th was a non-city council meeting, and we met and the room was well attended. We tried to get information out via all of our social media outlets. And Carla Haas, our PIO, sent out a press release that went into the local newspapers. So we try our best to get that out there. And I want to thank the board for allowing for two meetings in Tahoe, because as you know, our charter used to say that you shall have meetings in every district, and that got changed to May. And I requested a couple years ago that we try it, and I really appreciate the board's support in continuing that, having two meetings in Tahoe. So thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? Kim, can you read this back?
Yeah, just confirm the dates.
Yeah.
Sure. So we're looking at option A with the following modifications to it. The removal of regular meetings on February 24th, April 7th, July 14th, August 11th, September 15th of 2026. And then we will be removing all the special meetings that were originally on the calendar for Wednesdays. And those will be replaced for special meetings on April 7th and September 15th of 2026 for the committee commissions presentations, excuse me.
Right.
Yeah, nailed it. I think that works.
Yeah, I do too.
Everybody's okay with that?
Yeah, and we already did public comment.
Yep.
We already did.
So I make a motion that we approve this as mentioned by.
I will second that.
Right. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so the board now will recess into closed sessions to hear items 28 through 35 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time. Kim?
We are now taking public comment specifically on closed session items. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Anybody want to speak on closed session items? Come on up. See anybody? Let's go to Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Thank you for the board discussion on the last item. You didn't talk about nighttime meetings. I believe that was a missing part of it. Related to closed session. I have an interest in item 34. That's a Brown Act cure and correct demand from Dean Getz, dated October the 22nd. I was participating in that meeting, actually in the room with you on that date, and recognize the difficulty you had that on that particular day related to this problem with our audio visual. But I do want you to, I am interested in following how this is resolved. The other thing about the closed session, there's a lot of claims. And I wonder if county council might just say, what constitutes a claim and then how you group them. And also Sedgwick workers' compensation is noted on each and every one of them. So I was just hoping you could take maybe 30 seconds and fill me in on claims. Thank you for the time.
Now taking public comment from 119. Can you please unmute yourself? Thank you.
Hi, sorry, just takes a moment to everything flowing. Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. I'm also commenting on the closed session cure and correct. I realize that there's a tradition of looking at it in closed session under litigation, all that stuff. And I'm just sharing, that's not a route I want to go. I've tried it before, and I just don't think it builds long-term relationships, that there hasn't been a lot of conversations. And like I shared, I've been doing this for 40 years as an engaged member of the public, and I so appreciated other counties when we're talking about transparency and Brown Act and really kind of getting down in the weeds, which from my experience, that's what this item's about. That there's some prior conversations with the board chair and the folks that are truly trying to develop a clarity for everybody in these complex issues, as opposed to immediately going to a system which is designed to be, and it has a place, the competitive legal environment, but I do think it's much better for long-term public engagement to have other means of this conversation. And I was not able to attend good governance because of health issues in my family, but perhaps having some sort of workshop or something that's more of an engagement with the public with some of the time you freed up on the calendar. Thank you for taking my comment and good luck with all your complex issues in closed session.
There is no additional public comment.
Okay. County Council, do you want to respond to Chris's comment or?
No, Mr. Chair, I don't believe it would be appropriate to have a specific discussion about pending claims.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Nice.
Winter's coming.
We got the email. Go for it.
Okay, we're back. All right. So, any report out, county council?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board heard item number 33 and there's no action to report.
Okay, awesome. All right, so let's move to our 10 a.m. time allocation, item 26, Parks, CAO, Parks and Recreation Commission Ordinance Repeal. Kim?
Item number 26 comes from Parks, a division of the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance repealing ordinance 3848 entitled Parks and Recreation Commission. 2, waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to November 4th for final passage, second reading. And 3, approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to replace the ordinance establishing the Parks Recreation Commission and establish bylaws to govern the commission. Before beginning your discussion, I just wanted to point out that Supervisor Parlin, and with staff's approval, would like me just to read a correction into the record. Under section 2, membership criteria and term, under some subsection B, the last sentence says, provided that the member may continue to serve on the until, and it should be may continue to serve on the commission. So just make that clerical correction.
Okay.
Someone too.
All right, come on up.
Morning, board. My name is Zach Paris. I'm your parks manager. Pretty straightforward item for you guys this morning. Essentially, the Parks Commission started this process back in June and July when they started reviewing the ordinance that governs the Parks Commission. Fast forward a little bit up until last month, we received conceptual approval from this board to look into the ordinance and start moving it into a resolution. And then the item before you today is the first reading in that process. So moving forward, we'll be back November 4th for the final reading, which will be waived, and pretty much wrapping up this exercise and moving the Parks Commission from an ordinance into a resolution. So we'll be opening it up and interested to hear any comments you all might have on the resolution, bylaws, ordinance, everything like that.
All right, so bring it back to the board. Any comments or questions?
I have one question.
Okay.
Under section 6, powers and duties,
Oh, okay.
We're back
There
green.
it
Go
is.
ahead.
Then we're back on.
So that was one we actually got to discuss a little bit with the commission, and essentially the intent of that, the way it was previously worded made it seem like they were soliciting donations from the public and trying to be receptive to people giving them things. And the intention of it being reworded is more so to say, be receptive to people donating to the Parks Division and to the Parks programs, but not necessarily making donations to the commissioners. So if you read the way it was worded in the ordinance, it's been changed to be a little bit more broad in that the donations would be to the Parks Division and not necessarily to the individual commissioners.
Any other comments?
is there a certain, like I'm thinking about the sheriff's department, we went through this a little bit with them on some items, and there was like a maximum amount that they could accept before it had to like come to the
$10,000.
board?
Anything above $10,000 would need to come to the board for approval.
And does it specify that anywhere in here?
Not necessarily.
That's more like a county.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
no problem.
Any other questions? Nope.
Yeah, really quick. I did send a heads up to Zach, that in the bylaws, it's section 5 procedures, and then letter C, it says any commissioner may request to place a future agenda item during a commission meeting. And my thought was that it doesn't say then what, like they can bring it up. And so, we were talking on the phone yesterday and thought maybe just simply putting like, at the end of that, like a comma for evaluation through the parks manager or something, but just, just because they bring it up doesn't mean it's going to automatically get on there. And I thought that should be clarified in the bylaws. So
Mhm.
some clarifying language there.
That's correct. Yeah. So we just sent that over to Kim and we're going to be incorporating some language essentially that says the request would be reviewed by the parks manager and the chair and the vice chair of the commission at the subsequent agenda review meeting prior to the following Parks Commission meeting. So essentially, we'll take in those requests for agenda items. Myself, the chair and vice chair will review those requests and, so long as they are within the purview of the Parks Commission, things we should be discussing, they would go on the next future agenda.
I like that clarification. Thank you.
No problem.
Any other question or comments at this time? Yeah. Ebony? Brian? All right, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment then.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 26. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure that you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
All right, anybody in the boardroom like to speak on this item? Come on up. I don't see anybody. Kim, you want to go to Zoom participants, please?
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, at the beginning of this discussion, you went dark, no comments. I couldn't understand what you were discussing. And then Zach went up to the podium and responded to something that one of the supervisors had asked him. This is not working when we can't hear what's going on. Now, having said that, the Museums Commission had an item like this. Supervisor Parlin, you had spent a little bit of time talking about the transition going from commission's ordinance to resolution. I was hoping you might just take 30 seconds and speak to that again to put it on this item. The other thing was that the commissioners of the Museum Commission, they came up to the podium and spoke in opposition to the change, or at least they had some comments to make as related to how they operate. And I'm just wondering, Zach, whether or not the commissioners have chimed in on this in terms of formal discussions, either by public comment, or is there commissioners that are there? I can't see the entire room, so I'm not sure if there's any commissioners that might go up, especially if the chair is there. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board. Lori, do you want to answer that again? That because he couldn't hear what you had to say.
Oh,
I think that
We
was
forgot
my
already.
question.
what part?
Was it Brooke's question about donations?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the question, I believe, was just of what the language about donations refers to. And Zach clarified that it was cleaning up some potentially confusing language in the current ordinance. And then I just want to add on to that too. It doesn't provide authority for the commission to accept donations. It just, I think what it refers to is writing thank you notes and making acknowledgements and things like that. So if the board wanted to delegate authority for acceptance of donations, that would be more appropriately delegated to the Parks Division themselves rather than the commission. But that hasn't yet been done by it. We don't know.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and I think Chris was referencing, we did just have a conversation like this about the museum commission, I think it
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So again, maybe that's what was being referred to, is that generally speaking, we're moving our committees and commissions away from ordinances to resolutions. Honestly, because it's more nimble to change a resolution than an ordinance. So I think that was our thought, why we started doing that. And Kim's going to give us an update someday on how we're doing on that. So this is just one more in that process.
Any other questions or comments? All right, so bring back to the board for
Approved with the changes? Is that what you
Yeah.
want?
yeah.
There it is.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Right. All right, so we'll recess into closed session to hear the rest of the items.
And Mr. Chair, for the public's benefit, my understanding would be that that would go straight into the board's lunch hour and we'd be returning in open
Yep.
session at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Okay, well, we're great. He had to go get his computer.
It's on the one. I mean, I was ready to throw in my buyers. Yeah, the buyers representatives. And I didn't.
Yeah, you might need it to stop people to. Okay.
Greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume our regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is a time the public to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. Kim, please open the public for comment for open forum, but I'd like to make a suggestion first. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry to
Sorry
interrupt,
about
but
that.
I did just want to note that the board has now heard all items on its closed session agenda and there's no action to report out.
All right, thank you for that. All right, but I'm gonna ask how many is gonna speak in open forum? Because we have this time certain today, and it's gonna be a long day. It's probably gonna be 3 to 4 hours on item 27.
So you had about 5 or 6.
5 or 6 people?
Mhm.
Okay,
Two,
all right,
4,
Okay.
5. Yeah, 5 or 6.
all right, Kim?
We are now taking public comment specifically on open forum. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Hey, come on up, Linda.
Hi, Linda Colombo. I'm reading from Paradise by Lizzie Johnson. As the final passengers were loaded into the crew buggies, Fire Captain Norman followed the mutual aid out-of-county engine uphill to make sure the rest of his division was safe. The engine crew planned to douse the dozens of vehicles that had caught fire in the Skyway. CAL FIRE engineer Moldovan worked out of Station 33 in Magalia, which, according to reports, had just caught on fire. People hunched against a cluster of buildings. Across the street was a Fast Trip gas station. To the north was a gigantic propane yard. Moldovan realized that the intersection was ringed by highly flammable businesses. If any of them caught fire, they could kill everyone in the parking lot. Kneeling on the concrete, people prayed. One woman was lying on the ground in a fetal position, sobbing inconsolably. "Why aren't you stopping it?" she moaned, staring daggers at Moldovan's direction. "Why aren't you doing anything?" Another woman was going into diabetic shock. A county employee flashed her bag, demanding Moldovan open up the Skyway. "Why aren't you getting us out?" "I can't open the road. I could open it, but you won't make you get very far," Moldovan said, thinking darkly of the blockade of cars downhill. Captain Norman's arrival put an end to Moldovan's plan. Norman's vehicle was warped from the heat, proof of the peril that lay between the parking lot and the open hill further down. Norman instructed Moldovan to force his way into one of the locked buildings so they could shelter the 150 people inside. "We'll break every door if we have to." The concrete parking lot would act as a moat, cleared of vegetation, debris, and any other flammable materials. Along with the new shopping center's adherence to update building codes, it might be their only salvation. In 2008, California had become the first state in the county to pass building codes within the wildland-urban interface, otherwise known as the WUI, mandating fire-resistant construction in new houses. In Paradise, 9 out of 10 houses had been built before 1990. Residents couldn't afford to retrofit their homes. The homes in Paradise were 3 decades old. 350 houses in the previous 10 years had been built to the new standards. 12,100 homes were constructed before then. When the town council adopted a new ordinance abatement ordinance in 2011, excuse me, the five members had inadvertently eliminated the requirement for defensible space. They hadn't read the document closely enough to realize that someone had neglected to copy and paste the language into the new legislation. 9 years later, upon updating the citation forms, it was first noticed that the ordinance had disappeared from the municipal code. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda.
Have a good day.
Appreciate it.
Excellent.
Yep.
Shannon Stark, Operating Engineers Local 3. I'm also here as part of the Coalition of Hold El Dorado Accountable. It's multiple unions, citizens, and taxpayer association and other groups that all agree that you need to stop those automatic pay raises. With the paper that's coming around to you now, at a previous session, Supervisor Bierkamp, you mentioned that we didn't understand compaction, and I do. I fully understand compaction. But the numbers you're seeing in front of you, that are the numbers of what those 7 high-paid elected and non-peace officer positions make. Step 1 to step 1 comparison, we based it on what the MOU for management said compaction was. The district attorney makes 58.99% more than step 1 of the person below him. County council, 31.91% more than the position below him. Every time you give these automatic raises, these are people that make $100 and something an hour. 5% at $120 an hour is a lot different than the 4% that you offered for 1 year for my employees who make $22, $30, $35 an hour. This county has a priority problem, not a money problem. We've had a review, a summary review of your finances, and they said this county's in great shape. And yet you're not willing to give a livable wage to the employees that are doing the work day to day out in the field in the trenches. All we're asking is that you treat everybody fairly, that you stop those automatic increases. Those 7 positions have received more than 11% in the last 2 years. During that time, trades and crafts members have received 0%. But they've received more than 11, and you offered them a total of 6. We're asking that you start treating the employees with respect. I can't tell you how upset you made my members when HR put up a slide at your budget presentation about how they saved $2 million by delaying negotiations, all because you won't pay retro and you won't take care of your employees. And we're asking for fairness and that you stop the automatic raises, stop making a resolution in December that adds those 7 elected or non-peace officer classifications. The original 504 didn't include elected officials. It only went to the undersheriff, not the sheriff. The board started adding those in 2021. That's when they started adding them. They didn't exist before. Thank you.
Can you please hold the applause? Please hold the applause. I appreciate
Good
it.
afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Dustin Kyle Sears Senior. I'm a highway maintenance supervisor. I've proudly served this county for 26 years. I'm here again to tell you the same true story of the serious and worsening crisis in employee retention and training that exists in the road maintenance department and around the county as a whole. The employment deal I got in 1999, competitive pay, good benefits, and a solid pension was enough for me and my wife to build a life here on a single income. That ain't happening today. What we offer here today is failing the next generation of our workforce. The problem, uncompetitive pay and high turnover. Uncompetitive pay, we are losing qualified, dependable employees to neighboring agencies and municipalities simply for better pay. If you remember, I was here, I think almost a year and a half ago when the contract first began. I had 4 individuals stand up. They've been here a year and a half. They made 2.5 times what I did when I started here, and they could not buy a house in this county. All 4 of those employees are gone today. 2 at Elder EID, 2 went to GPUD. 2 of them went to GPUD so they could buy houses. New hires struggle to afford a life here. There's a gentleman in the audience, I believe he's here right now. He joined the United States Marine Corps so he would qualify for a VA loan to buy a house in a county where he's from, where he was born. And I can prove every one of these. High turnover. This isn't theoretical. Just yesterday, I was in the foreman's room at 5:30 in the morning preparing my crew for the day's activities. An employee walked in, handed his keys and his badge in and said, "I'm out." That happened yesterday. No time for training. Our training timelines are inadequate because the new hires leave for better paying jobs before they can stick around long enough to receive the benefit of professional development. This means we are constantly starting over with inexperienced teams handling critical tasks. I'm not talking about scooping shovels, holding shovels, warm bodies. I'm talking about multi-million dollars that this county owns of equipment that takes licenses and specialized training to operate safely. We can't train them fast enough before they leave. I supervise 8 men on my crew. 4 of them are on probation right now. 3 of them have replaced the 3 that have left since the last time I was here to speak with you. I urge you to prioritize 3 actions. Offer competitive wages comparable to the other agencies in real time. Losing staff to other agencies. We're losing staff to other agencies in real time. Add necessary cost of living. Bring back the solid benefits that made this a stable career, not a job. It made it a career. Right now, it's a job. This will help retain so we can afford a robust training timeline. Help invest in us so that we can invest in the county that we love and we live in, that my family, my children were literally born in and play in and work in. I have children that work here in this county and decided to live here, and it's a struggle for them, and it saddens me. Please do better.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if I just make a quick
Yeah,
comment?
go ahead.
We understand the reason for applause. Sometimes people are booed. It's our job to hear everybody's perspective, and we don't want people to be intimidated to come to the podium. And that's why we respectfully ask that you keep the applause and the boos, that you not utilize those. We know where you're coming from. So thank you for that respect.
Thank you, Don.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to talk about the development here. My name is Ryan Vaughn.
That's coming
I'll-
up.
Yeah,
That's
we-
coming up.
now.
That'll
It's
be
not now.
It's not yet.
It's not now?
No.
Oh, I was told it was now.
No, it's not.
Well,
When would
it's a-
that be?
It'll be heard right after open forum.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Come on up, Mike.
Hello, my name's Mike Sproul, and it's a hard time for everybody in El Dorado County right now. But I like you guys to consider getting on your radar.
Please. Speak up.
Yeah. You can raise that a little bit too, Mike.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, for the 14,000 people in El Dorado County that are at risk of losing their food stamps and their dinners on Saturday. I'm working with the state of California. I'd like to get the county to put this on their radar. I know you got a lot of things going on, but it could get bad. It could not. We've been here for 25 years, the food bank, and we've got a series of 35 charities that are ready to go. We met with them last week. So I just like the county to kind of put this on their radar, their less fortunate population, and kind of maybe Health and Human Services talk to us about what may happen or what may go on. We don't want anything today. We just want to be a team player and be able to fit this need if it happens. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you for having us. Hello, my name is James Sizemore, 20-year employee with El Dorado County DOT. Just some facts. El Dorado County Board of Supervisors wages, 71,875, 12% above natural average. Total yearly, 88,627 plus lifetime medical. On just one term. Must be nice. I have some whys to be answered. Why is it that every time we ask for a raise, cost of living, or anything, it's a battle? Why don't we get a cost of living every year? I believe it's in the budget. Then when we ask for a raise during the negotiations, it won't be as hard for the budget. I'm not even sure how below median we are right now. Speaking of the 1.1 billion budget, why are we putting aside 44 million that should be used for wages and cost of living, which in return will help retain employees? Also, by the way, DOT is losing an average of 1 employee a month. Then there's the big why. Why am I here? The Board of Supervisors don't care about DOT. That's the rumors on the street. It hurts my feelings. I've given blood, sweat, tears, and time to DOT for 20 years. We're all trying to make ends meet. Oh, by the way, Brian, thanks for the donations to the turkey drive. Now maybe my family can eat this year for Thanksgiving. I feel we're going in the wrong direction, George.
Drop Fisher Facilities. So, ladies, gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and fellow workers, thank you for gathering here today. I stand before you not just as an employee, but as a voice for the countless dedicated public servants who toil day in and day out for our county government. A system that has become synonymous with unfairness and exploitation. Imagine pouring your heart into a job that serves the community only to be met with disregard, underpayment, and outright hostility. This is our reality, and it's time we address it head on. First, let's talk about the glaring injustice of being out of a union contract. Without the protection of collective bargaining, we are left vulnerable, stripped of our rights to negotiate fair terms, safe conditions, and reasonable workloads. In a world where unions safeguard workers everywhere, our county government has deliberately kept us isolated, treating us like disposable parts rather than valued team members. This isn't oversight. It's a calculated move to silence our voices and weaken our resolves. Compounding this is the shameful wage disparity while employees in surrounding counties earn competitive salaries that reflect the cost of living and demands of the job. We scrape by on wages that lag behind. How can we support our families, pay our bills, or even afford basic necessities when our paychecks don't even measure up? This isn't just unfair, it's demoralizing. It sends a clear message. Your hard work isn't worth much here. Yet we show up every day driven by a sense of duty, even as the gap widens and our morale plummets. And let's not forget the frontline hazards we face. Our workers handle biowaste, sewage, medical refuse, and hazardous material that pose real health risk without adequate protection, gear, training, or updates. We navigate countless encounters with homelessness, providing essential services amid crises of addiction, mental health, and desperation. These aren't abstract problems, they're daily battles that expose us to physical danger, emotional burnout, and compassion fatigue. We step into the fray because someone has to do it, but where's the support from above? Instead of the recognition, we're handed more responsibilities with fewer resources. Worst of all, the toxic environment fostered by our board of directors, their decision to trickle down micromanagement, unrealistic deadlines, and a culture of fear where speaking up invites retaliation. We've seen colleagues bullied, ideas dismissed, and innovation stifled, while the board pats themselves on the back for their efficiency. This isn't leadership, it's tyranny that erodes. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Carr. I'm with Operating Engineers Local 3. I'm also here on behalf of the Coalition to Hold El Dorado County Accountable. We're here today en masse to show you that we want to make sure that El Dorado hears our message and hears it clearly. Our message is that the 504 charter was meant to be used for the deputies, for those that are sworn, not for those that are at the high tops of the salary range, those executives that are getting automatic raises on the backs of those deputies. We're here today to try to solve that budget problem, not on the backs of your workers that come out to work every day to do the hard work for your citizens and the residents of this county. We would hope that those people that are doing that work are residents of your county, but they're getting priced out. So we're here today to just try to help you guys understand that it's not a money problem, it's a priority problem. We need you to focus your priorities on where it needs to be. Your constituents, which happen to also be your workers here in the county. Those county workers, they plow snow in Tahoe. If they're not here, there's going to be snow on the roads. Your county workers fix the roads throughout the entire county. Your county workers here, they fix the parks. They maintain the parks for the children. They make sure that everything in this county is working, and that's what our workers here do. So we're here in front of you today, giving up our lunch times and giving up our times and putting our faces on parade for you to see that we mean business and we want to get back to the table to negotiate a contract that's fair. We're here to ask you to pay attention to what we're asking. We're not asking for a lot. We're asking for fairness. And we want you guys to understand that. We've seen the budget. We've gone through the budget. We've had other people that are smarter than us look at that budget. And again, we're going to say it's not a money problem. It's a priority problem. Fix your priorities.
Good afternoon. My name's Jody Mosley, and I'm a court security officer. There's 12 members on my team, and we've been operating the entire time since our introduction into protecting the courts without any kind of legal defense fund. And we were told by OE3 that the last negotiation, it was requested that that get written into our contract, but it was not honored. So I'm here today with a coworker, and that is something that we're asking you guys to consider the next negotiation. It's not even anything that has to come out of the county budget. It's a simple contract rewrite so that we can allow for payroll deductions. So it's that we're going to be paying for it. It's not going to be coming out of anybody's budget, but our own pocketbook. But it's something that's very, very important at this time. Our jobs have become very fluid over the past year with the induction of the new 5 positions that you folks want out on the foot patrol. That's something we've never had to do before. We're now out in the public. We have no legal defense against us if we're involved in any kind of a incident with having to use a taser or a gun, heaven forbid. And that is something that we surely definitely need to have. So at this point in time, we're just asking for the board to take this request as something to consider in the future at the next negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody.
Hello, my name is Don Whittington. I'm a sheriff's security officer. I've been doing court security now for 12 years. I love El Dorado County. My family moved here when I was 1 year old. I've been here 62 years. I love my job. Recently, like Jody said, we've added the foot patrol to what we do. It's opened us up to a whole different group of people. You've seen them out here. You want us to patrol around the government buildings. We have people that are on drugs and people with mental problems and people that just got out of jail. And what we're asking for is just qualified legal representation. If we get into a altercation where we're trying to protect the public, we want to have an attorney that understands what we do. We don't want an attorney that represents office workers. We need an attorney that understands, okay, these guys, they have tasers, they have guns, and they're out there to protect the public. So that's what we're asking for. I just want to give you a quick example. 2 months ago, I was out walking in the morning. I'm walking down Fair Lane. I get here early. I was walking down Fair Lane towards Denny's, and I see a guy on the other side of the freeway, and he's just acting all crazy, and I know he's on drugs, and I'm thinking, whoa, that guy's scary. He jumps over the fence, dodges cars, runs across the freeway, and we're on a collision course. I'm walking down the sidewalk, and he's walking down the freeway, and I'm thinking, oh, I don't know if this is a coincidence, but I hope this guy's not going to try to hurt me. Well, he got over to my side of the freeway, and he's yelling and screaming at me and acting crazy, and I took my phone out, and I got a video of him, and that really made him angry, and he ran up the freeway kind of towards Placerville, climbed over the fence, and ran down the sidewalk behind me, just yelling and screaming like he was going to hurt me. And I just turned around and I just looked at him. I'm like, I'm preparing myself. Am I going to have to fight this guy? And he stopped, ran back across the freeway. I talked to the security guy that's out here now, Michael Cannon. You know who he is. He said, yeah, we know that guy. He's dangerous. He just got out of jail last night. Watch out for him. That was a Friday morning. The next Monday morning, we heard that he pulled a knife on somebody out here, a government worker out here walking. They got the police here. He pulled the knife on the police. They pulled their guns out. He dropped the knife right away. They got him and took him to jail. I realize that's not a normal example of the people out there, but those kind of situations can go either way. Just asking you, please, qualified legal representation for security officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, Dean.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Dean Getz, El Dorado Hills. This meeting started at 9 a.m. this morning, and the first item on the agenda was the adoption of the agenda. As I raised before, there should be public comment on the adoption of the agenda. I realize that there were no adjustments today, but the meeting preceding this one, last regular meeting, there was an item on the agenda that mattered to a number of folks and would have liked to have spoke to that. That was the Prop 50. Regardless of where you stand on Prop 50, the public had a right to be heard on that issue, and that didn't happen. The idea that folks are starting to pay attention to the procedures, and the procedures that aren't being followed are how we end up where we shouldn't be. That is, with land development that shouldn't be because there weren't 135 currently planned dwelling units to trade to create the central El Dorado Hills specific plan, for example, or any other process by which we wouldn't normally be able to get there because the rules would prevent us from doing so, like torpedoing agenda items that should otherwise come before you. I raised an issue related to the gift of public funds. The gift of public funds being anything that the public already owned that's given away. Here again, we have a case where the county ends up messing up, if you will, the development impact fee, and that is challenged by the developers. That was a case called Austin versus El Dorado County, where the county and two of its accountable agencies lost in litigation related to those impact fees. That was the county, the El Dorado Hills Community Services District, and the El Dorado Hills Fire Department. The fire department did everything they were supposed to do. Everything. They not only lost their fees, they had to defend themselves at their own cost and pay Austin their share of Austin's attorney's fees. Those attorneys from LA took more than $10 million out of this community as their portion of that settlement. What's really astounding is that those two accountable agencies, and I mean the El Dorado Hills CSD and the fire district, have been asked and agreed to indemnify you all for those kinds of mess ups, which is a gift of public funds by them to you. You're providing a service per building permit to process the county's tax roll and those impact fees, which are your levy. They should never be responsible for your mess up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my friends.
Jonathan, how are you?
Jonathan Gainsborough, doing well. I tell people I'm 179, knock off 100, and I'm one of the oldest people in the room here. I've been here scores of times, many times speaking sharply, trying to get action. And but I'm here to commend you. And I believe we live in the best county out of the 58 counties in California. There's a lot for you all to be proud of and all of us to be proud of. I wanted to read a bit. Our sister read something from a book about paradise. I want to read some words from the book that tells us how to get to paradise. Psalm 139, these words are 3,000 years old from 1000 BC. Psalm 139, King David wrote, O Lord, you have searched me and known me. You know my sitting down and my rising up. You understand my thought afar off. You comprehend my path and my lying down and are acquainted with all my ways. For there is not a word on my tongue, but behold, O Lord, you know it altogether. You have hedged me behind and before and laid your hand upon me. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me. It is high, I cannot attain it. Where can I flee from your spirit, or where can I run from your presence? If I ascend up into heaven, you are there. If I make my bed in Sheol, behold, you are there. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there your hand shall lead me, your right hand shall hold me. If I say, surely the darkness shall fall on me, even the night shall be light about me. Indeed, the darkness shall not hide from you, but the night shines as the day. The darkness and the light are both alike to you. For you formed my inward parts. You covered me in my mother's womb. I will praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. And then verse 23, the last two verses we all know and love. Search me, O God, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts. See if there be any idolatrous or hurtful or evil way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting. You all are doing a great job. There's room, always room for improvement. The biggest room in my house is the room for improvement, probably most of us. But you lead humbly, you're doing well. There's issues to deal with. But I remember I was at the upper room doing a Bible study. I'd done that weekly for 5 years. And a fellow said to me, come out and pray for my friend. She lit herself on fire. I said, can she come in? And he said, no, she's been in the hospital 6 months. God bless you for your work.
Thank you, John.
Sue Taylor, last month on consent calendar was a property that you are donating to the state, which is really disconcerting. And apparently arrangements or deals have been made. We as the public don't know what those are. It was in the text that you are intending to give it to the state, and you changed it from surplus property to exempt surplus property so it can be affordable housing. It seems like, you know, if I felt secure in our planning department and their adherence to our zoning ordinances and general plans, I wouldn't have so much fear. I feel so much anxiety. The last week I can't sleep. I'm seeing what's about to happen to this beautiful rural El Dorado County that everybody says we love so much. The whole premise of the general plan is getting blown out of the water over the last few projects that are being shoved through without any public process illegally. And I don't know how to engage with this board. You're like on a fast track to destruction. And me being a building designer, I read the plans. I see the future of what is what's happening with our county. I'm seeing people that are being retaliated against because they didn't go along and they try to fight for this plan that we have. And I'm just I don't even know what to ask anymore. I've been doing this since, well, for decades, but with this board since January, I just promised I would try to push to get projects to be going better this year, and they seem to be worse. So again, how do we find out what's going to happen to the property on Perks Court, and is it related to the property on the fairgrounds? And if you're making a swap, can you make sure that if you're swapping it, that we actually get possession of the property on the fairgrounds? If that's being traded for the development, make sure we retain the property that's near the fairgrounds, which is what I suggested this board do in the first place. You can say no to both. You can keep the property, but I don't know if you're even knowing how to negotiate. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Come on up, Ken.
Looks familiar? What we're promised, what we get. We'll be back. Good afternoon, Board. Ken Greenwood from District 325. Triple Junction, as I like to. Just thought I'd come here in person to remind you that, yes, I do exist. I'm with the operating engineers. I worked for the county for 15 years. I struggled. I had 2 kids, house payment, car payment, this payment, that payment, and all the rest. And every year, it seemed like we had to come on our knees, beg for more money. Demoralization, one of the speakers mentioned. Absolutely. How much crap can you take? Especially them, because they get to really do clean up crap along the roadside. Bottles filled with all kinds of liquids. Anyway, hopefully you can give them what they deserve. Cell towers, remember them? Well, we're still not doing 1 mile notice for any project. Remember, because that's what they told us. That's what they promised. And this is kind of what we get. But the range of a cell tower is effectively 1 mile. So everybody who's within 1 mile of a proposed project should be getting notice, shouldn't they? Yes, they should. Because they're either going to benefit from it or they may be opposed to it because of the reality of having a cell phone tower in your backyard or your neighbor's backyard. You're not getting any benefit out of it, but they sure are. $3,000 to $5,000 a month. Don't forget. Item 3. It seems for the item coming up, I signed up for be noticed about the project via email, I believe. Never got one. Kind of snuck up on me. You'll hear it later. Perhaps we could have a subscription or something like that for people like me who would want to know what's coming up. Yeah, I know we have the hard to use, user hostile, whatever that system is. Prop 50. We're going to hear it next week. That's election day. I'm still can't understand what happened last week. Not happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Second, I lost my keys. Can I just look up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks.
Let's go ahead and go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good afternoon. Last week, I was very surprised to see Supervisor Turnbull put a resolution for no on 50 on the Board of Supervisors agenda at the wishes of a very partisan group. I believe you've continued it to November 4th. I would like to say that I would like to urge you not to vote on this resolution if it comes before you next week. If by chance someone makes a motion and it gets seconded, I urge the rest of you to abstain. If you vote yes on this resolution, then you owe it to the public to let everyone know if you are in favor of what the Texas legislature did to get more Republican seats. If you're not willing to do that, then you would seem to be hypocritical. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from JM.
Hi there. All right, on. I am really impressed by the participation at this meeting. I wish all of our government meetings had such vibrant participation by our constituents. Earlier, I spoke about meetings and changing the dates so other people could participate in the Board of Supervisors meetings from South Lake Tahoe, and I was told that it's required to be held on Tuesday by law. However, after doing researching that issue, I find no such law. I feel like I'm getting a snow job. If you can provide me with the statute that requires that you have it on Tuesday, I would appreciate that. We need to work together. And some of the issues brought before the meeting today illustrate it, because your workers are complaining about their salary. I believe it was 2 years ago, South Lake Tahoe had to step in and bail you out because you didn't have enough snowplow operators to clear the roads up here. These things should be cooperative efforts between the city and the county. And I'm not condemning anyone. We need to work together better. We need better liaisons between the city and the county so things work smoother together. I hope you will consider things like maybe having a concurrent meeting in the city council meeting up here via Zoom, so people can actually go into a meeting room and discuss with you these issues. I just want better participation for us that are isolated up here, and we're almost twice as big a city as Placerville. We shouldn't be cut off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Ruth Michelson.
Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I agree with the last caller. I think he makes a lot of good points. And what I wanted to say today was, you as the Board of Supervisors, you hold a lot of power. You make a lot of decisions for us in leading this county. We've elected you to do that, and that's what you do. But I really believe for good governance, there needs to be a balance of citizen input. And I was so proud today to hear all of the union people come and speak. It's not an easy thing to do. It can be quite intimidating to get in front of you and to have the words you want to say come out in the way you want them to come out. And I totally concur with all of those who spoke. I concur that they shouldn't have to beg for better wages. And I think you do them a disservice not to pay more attention. I worked for DOT in the 90s, and I worked in a different division of DOT, but I became very familiar with those workers and how hard day in and day out they make efforts for our county and should be recognized for that. I also agree about the 504. Not only are those top level people, many of whom are sitting in the boardroom today, it's like the fox watching the hen house on this issue. Not only do they make a very, very high salary, but when they retire, their pensions are astronomical and drain our budget. And so it's a spiraling downward cycle for us to try to balance the budget in the future. And I don't believe these people are irreplaceable. If they won't go for a lower salary or a salary that's not being increased with such vigor, well, they can go somewhere else where they can think they can make more money. And I don't think we would have really any problem replacing them. So I think we really have to put a stop to this pile on with a 504. And my last thing I want to say is, again, I think citizen involvement is so important in the checks and balances of government. Yes, you have a lot of power to make decisions, but citizens should have a lot of say also. And sometimes citizens get the feeling when they speak that it's kind of a difficulty for you to sit and listen. But we are important, and what we have to say is important. And now that you may have even fewer meetings, I think for sure you should really listen to your constituents and give them the opportunity to speak when they can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon from Pollock Pines. Thank you for this open forum. As a retired union member, I certainly second and third, et cetera, all the comments I heard. My career was as a teacher. I was a union representative, and this is not new to me, these comments. A high turnover public service group does not develop the expertise and quality that I know that you want. And I'd like to point out that under the Brown Act, open forum, it clearly states that any member of the legislative body may request staff to report back to the body at a subsequent meeting concerning any matter or take action to direct staff to place a matter of business on future agenda. I have heard these comments from your wonderful employees that I know you care about far too many times, and I really think that you need to have this as an agenda item or as a report from staff, because your wage disparity across the whole spectrum is too far. I'm trained in public administration, and it's not how you build morale, retention, etc. These things happen, things get out of line, but you have a problem, and I urge some of you, one of you, all of you, please take action on this. Thank you for taking my comment.
Now taking public comment from Jay Brand.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Jason up with the airports. I wanted to take a few minutes. Actually, I wanted to try to call in earlier to talk about the airport item on the consent calendar. Didn't get a chance, but I'll follow up with that later. I also wanted to take a moment and kind of thank the ad hoc airport committee as well as the CAO relative to our last meeting. It was very positive with some of the items that I know that we've been working on for a while. And the feedback, from everybody, I think has been fairly positive. It's a change in direction. And I wanted to add on to that is, we are still looking to try and figure out how to gain audience, maybe with the ad hoc committee or the board of supervisors at large, to really come forward with some ideas on how we can continue to solve some of the challenges that our county airports face, right? And how we contribute to the county and how we can really change that direction into a net positive on many different facets. And so just kind of urge that if you could reach out to either Dale Lusby or Jim Hogan about how we can best do that, and then certainly in the best and most efficient use of your time as well as our time, it'd be greatly appreciated. Anyway, thank you. That's all.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I'm bringing it back, and I understand there's a lot of concerns and stuff like that, and this board knows that. And we're working on some different things, so I just want to thank everybody for speaking up today and talking about that. So anyway, thank you. Any other comments? That's it? All right. So let's go ahead and move to item 27, Planning Commission Town and Country Project. Kim?
Item 27 is a hearing to consider the recommendation of the Planning Commission on the Town and Country Village El Dorado project. The project consists of the following: 1, a general plan amendment; 2, a revision to the Bass Lake Hills specific plan establishing 3 new land use designations; B, revisions to the Bass Lake Hills specific plan, public facilities financing plan, and capital improvement plan; 3, a rezone from residential estate 10 acres to A, community commercial, multi-unit residential, and open space; and B, add plan development overlay to the project development area and the program study area, or alternatively, only the project development area. 4, a plan development permit to approve the conceptual site plan and building elevations. 5, a tentative subdivision map. 6, a conditional use permit for authorizing 50 residential units. The Planning Commission recommending the board take the following actions. 1, authorize the chair to sign a resolution certifying the final environmental impact report and adopting the California Environmental Quality Act, findings of fact, statement overriding considerations, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. 2, authorize the chair to sign an ordinance adopting the revised Bass Lake Hills specific plan. 3, authorize the chair to sign an ordinance 5246 or 5247, approving rezone. 4, authorize the chair to sign a resolution adopting an amendment to the general plan, plan development permit, tentative subdivision map, and conditional use permit. And 5, authorize the chair to sign a resolution revising the Bass Lake Hills specific plan, public facilities financing plan, and adopting an updated Bass Lake Hills specific plan, capital improvement plan.
All right, I'll go ahead and open the hearing. Hey, Karen.
Right. Good afternoon, Honorable Board. This is Karen Garner, your Planning and Building Director. I just wanted to kick this off. Obviously, there's a lot to go over, so I will make this short, but I did want to thank and acknowledge some staff, both our own and our consultants. We have Kevin Valente, who will be doing some of the presentation, and then Nick Papani from Rainey Consultants. They've been at the side of our staff throughout this whole project and just invaluable in their insight and input and analysis on this. Also want to thank, of course, a lot of other departments and divisions that have had input on this project, as well as outside agencies, DOT in particular. We work very closely with DOT, and they have been again, right by our side with this project. I want to acknowledge that this is a big project and there's a lot to consider with this. I think for most of you here, this may be one of the largest that you have dealt with since your time on the board. More to come, but I just want to acknowledge that, we hope that we have been able to provide the analysis and the input that helped you to make the decisions that will be considering today. And I appreciate your outreach. A lot of you have reached out to staff to ask clarifying questions once you were looking at the information. That is always appreciated, so we can give you that information and not have you be wondering as you're deliberating today. So also want to thank the applicant and their team for their public outreach. They have been exemplary in reaching out and with APAC and others. In fact, I think APAC, I'm not sure what they'll have on their calendar going forward now that Town and Country is not in front of them doing presentations. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Andy, our planning manager, or is it going straight to Kevin then? Thank you.
Hey, Karen, can I ask you a really fundamental question
Yes.
first? The way this is written, this says there's a recommendation that the board consider these 6 things and then also take the following 5 actions. So is there 11 things here that we're supposed to be doing today, or why is it split like this? I've never noticed anything like this before. I mean, we haven't done a big thing like this in a long time. So can you explain though, are we supposed to be taking 2 sets of actions? It's not clear to me.
Yeah, let me grab my copy of, I can explain.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are considering the recommendations of the Planning Commission on 6 items, and then you are taking action on 5 items. I think the one difference, there would be one item that I believe the Planning Commission took final action on. And let's see, that would be, I'll phone a friend. You can tell me which one that is. The Planning Commission took the final action.
It's actually so yes, there's several entitlements, and I'll go in detail on that in my presentation. There's 2 resolutions, 2 ordinances. So those are the 4 entitlements. And then there's somewhat of a separate entitlement for the public facilities financing plan. in order to essentially establish any new fees as a result of that proposed, that's going to come back to the board at a separate time. There's separate noticing required for that fee program update. So that's the difference there, Karen. So,
Thank you.
so there's an item that will have to come back to the board at a later time.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So good afternoon, Chair. My name is Kevin Valente. I'm Senior Planner for Rainy Planning and Management. I was contracted with the county to help process this application. So.
The presentation in PowerPoint, if that would work better for you. It looks like you're working on a PDF.
Sure. If you have that up, that would be great.
And then I can either run it for you or we have a clicker. for you.
A clicker would be wonderful. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you so much. Here we go. This is actually the second presentation. Sorry.
So did you want the other one?
Yeah, a W, I think, was the attachment. Perfect. Thank you. Apologies for technical difficulties. So I'll quickly start with some background on the project and then summarize some of the project details. The approximately 60-acre project site is located within the Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan, which is north of the Bass Lake Road and US Highway 50 interchange. The northern portion of the site is currently designated community region, while the southern portion of the project is currently designated rural region. The project site consists primarily of grassland and oak woodlands with scattered rock outcroppings and drainage features. The existing community boundary line is shown here as the red hash line that bisects the site. The northern portion of the site is currently within the community region, while the southern portion is in the rural region. Showing you the entirety of the project site is currently zoned residential estates, 10 acres. And the Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan currently designates the entire project site low density residential. The L2 land use designation has an average maximum allowable density of 0.2 dwelling units per acre, and the L7 land use designation has an average maximum allowable density of 0.7 dwelling units per acre. The proposed project consists of two areas, the project development area and the program study area. The project development area consists of two 150-room hotels with restaurants and an event center and museum, and 112 residential cottages. The applicant is seeking a full set of entitlements for the project development area for the development in the near term. The program study area consists of future development of commercial and residential uses. The program study area only includes the proposed amended land uses and zoning. A future plan development permit would be required for all future uses in the program study area, which would require additional review and approval. This exhibit is showing the location of the project development area and the program study area. The proposed 112 residential cottages are located in the northern portion of the project development area, and the proposed hotels and event center are located in the southern project development area. The proposed project includes several entitlements, certifying the environmental impact report, adopting the CEQA findings, which is the California Environmental Quality Act, the findings of fact, statement of overriding considerations, and the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. There's a general plan amendment to modify the existing community region boundary, a plan development permit for the project development area to comply with the Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan implementation requirements. And the PD permit would also approve the proposed conceptual site plan and building elevations, as well as allowing the maximum building height to be increased from 50 feet to 64 feet for the two proposed hotels and event center / museum within the project development area only. There's a tentative subdivision map is required to subdivide the project site into 16 lots for the development of the project. And a conditional use permit is requested for authorizing 56 residential units, the cottages, to be used as lodging facilities. The project also includes a revision to the Bass Lake Hills specific plan to establish 3 new land use designations, including commercial, multifamily residential, and open space. Staff would like to note that the proposed revisions to the specific plan were performed by the original author of the specific plan. And the project includes a rezone from residential estates, 10 acres, to community commercial, multi-unit residential, open space, and adding the planned development overlay to these zones. In accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, an environmental impact report was prepared for the project. As part of that process, a notice of preparation, referred to here as an NOP, was released for a 30-day public review period. The NOP identified what topic areas would be discussed in the EIR. The county held a public scoping meeting for the NOP, and the NOP comment period ended in August of 2023. The draft EIR was then prepared and was released for a 45-day public comment period. The county also held a public meeting on the draft EIR to receive comment, and the 45-day comment period ended in September of 2024. The final EIR was then prepared to respond to all comments received on the draft EIR, which was provided to public agencies and sent to all the EIR commenters in August of 2025. Here's the proposed general plan exhibit, which showing the proposed modification to the existing community boundary to include the entire project site. This is the proposed tentative subdivision map showing the proposed 16 parcels for the development of the project. Parcels 1 and 2, located north of Country Club Drive, would be designated for residential development. Parcels 3 through 5 would remain as open space, and parcels 12 through 14, located in the southern portion of the project site, would be developed with the commercial uses. Here's an overall site plan for the project area. And here I have some zoomed in. So this is the hotel area. The 2 proposed hotels and event center are sited to form a U-shaped around a center courtyard, which the center courtyard has been designed to retain the existing oak trees on site. Here's the northern area of the project site with the 112 residential cottages and an open space area with a meandering walking path. Pursuant to the county's zoning ordinance, lodging facilities are an allowable use within the multi-unit residential zoning district with approval of a conditional use permit. Therefore, the proposed project includes the request for a conditional use permit or CUP to allow for 56 of these residential cottages to be available for rent on a daily or extended stay basis. Here's a conceptual rendering of the 2 proposed 5-story hotels, each with 150 rooms and 12,800 square feet of retail space. The proposed hotels would include a stone veneer with wood siding exterior and tile roofing and a grand entryway. Here's the conceptual rendering of the proposed event center and museum with 2 proposed restaurants. The design of these buildings, including the exterior materials, would be approved as part of the requested plan development permit. The proposed project includes on-site amenities, including a clubhouse and swimming pool at the hotel site and recreation areas and hiking trails throughout the overall project site. The project also includes an herb and vegetable garden that is intended to supply the restaurant with fresh greens and vegetables. The proposed project would include 4.4 acres of open space with drought-tolerant plants and trees. The proposed cottages would be individual two-story units measuring 560 square feet and contain a separate bedroom, as well as a bathroom, full kitchen facilities, and an outdoor deck. 56 of the 112 residential cottages are proposed for lodging facilities, and the remaining 56 cottages are intended for employee housing. The project applicant intends to administer an employee workforce housing program that encourages and incentivizes renter occupied housing for the project employees. Here's the conceptual rendering of the overall project site with the hotels and the event center in the foreground, with the residential cottages in the background. These exhibits illustrate the proposed rezone for the project site from residential estates 10 acres to community commercial, multi-unit residential, and open space. Exhibit illustrates the proposed specific plan revision that would change the project site from low density residential to the proposed commercial, multifamily residential, and open space. Bass Lake Road will provide the primary access to the project development area and would be widened from 2 lanes to 4 lanes from Highway 50 to just north of Country Club Drive. The widening of Bass Lake Road would be consistent with and would implement the county's capital improvement project. There would be an emergency access point on Bass Lake Road, Country Club Drive, and one on Old Country Club Drive. The El Dorado Hills Fire Department has reviewed the proposed access points and is in agreement with the proposed. The Class 1 bike path on Old Country Club Drive would be maintained west to Bass Lake Road, and the project would expand the Class 1 bike path from Old Country Club Drive north into the project site along the historic Clarksville Toll Road alignment. The project also includes a Class 1 bike path bridge crossing at the Bass Lake Road and would connect to the planned Class 1 bike path on the west side of Bass Lake Road. There will also be 4-foot wide walking trails constructed in the northern portion of the project site. With that, I'm going to pass it to my colleague, Nick Papani. He's the Vice President of Rainy Planning and Management. He led the environmental review for this project, and he's going to discuss the next several slides. So just give us a moment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Again, Nick Papani, Vice President with Rainy Planning and Management. Pleasure to be here. I'm going to go over the portion of our presentation that pertains to the Planning Commission hearing, the discussion, and further staff information that we'd like you to consider. So on September 10th, 2025, the El Dorado County Planning Commission held a public hearing on the proposed project. By a vote of 4-1, the commission recommended certification of the final EIR and adoption of the CEQA findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations. As you can see on the screen here, by a vote of 3-2, the Planning Commission recommended that the rezone, plan development, tentative subdivision map, and conditional use permit be approved by the board, along with 2 recommendations. The first being that the total project connects to public sewer upon its commencement, and use of on-site septic be prohibited. Secondly, that future development within the program study area shall not exceed the land use totals studied for the program study area in the EIR, which are laid out in table 3-1 of the EIR in the project description chapter. So I'm going to cover these in more detail here, starting with some notes on the first recommendation. And note that the EIR studied both private sewer and being septic and public sewer options. The private septic system evaluated could serve as an interim solution for the project development area only, until such time that a public sewer system connection would be made by the project. The private septic system, again, it would only serve the project development area, and thus at a minimum, connection to the public sewer system would be required if any development were to occur within the program study area. The public sewer system alignments pass through private property and thus would require acquisition of multiple easements from private property owners if that public sewer connection were to be made. I would note that as part of the EIR processing, early in the process, back in 2023, the applicant did coordinate closely with the involved private property owners to get authorization to study the alignments in the EIR and allow biological and cultural consultants to walk the alignments and look and determine if any resources were present. The estimated cost to construct the public sewer line is approximately $7 million. And if one or more property owners is unwilling to grant an easement and requiring, per the recommendation of the commission, requiring the project to connect at the outset of the project could result in a future county process of eminent domain, which we'll discuss a little further in the presentation. Okay, so I'm going to discuss a little bit further the public sewer system options that were evaluated in the environmental impact report. First, just to note that both options would require annexation into EID service area, which is, as you know, is a required action by El Dorado LAFCO. And they are identified as a responsible agency in the environmental impact report. The total length of the public sewer line, really with either option, is approximately 10,000 linear feet. Option one, as you can see on the screen, a little hard to see, but is essentially in orange. And that would head west from the project and then south along the west side of Bass Lake Road, then south along what's labeled as the AU Energy parcel, and north of US 50 within a 40-foot EID easement, after which it would run along Old Bass Lake Road, Lincoln Highway, over and across Carson Creek. It would be hung over the creek to a point of connection to the existing 18-inch sewer pipe in Russi Ranch Road in the Serrano community. That is the applicant's preferred alignment for the public sewer option. The second option would differ only in the initial portion, which is shown in pink in the figure. And that would head west along the future Country Club Drive right-of-way, and then would join the same alignment at Old Bass Lake Road, Lincoln Highway. And the rest of the alignments are overlapping. The second option is pretty much entirely consistent with the sewer trunk that was identified in the Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan in figure 5-2 of that document. Next slide here. Okay. Okay. Perfect. So as not to commit the county to a potential future process of eminent domain, conditions of approval in your packet 1A and 1B have been drafted for your consideration. And those would be attached to the tentative subdivision map and plan development permit. The condition, the one here on the screen, is 1A. And the condition requires the applicant, prior to the issuance of the first building permit or final map, to acquire the necessary right-of-way and construct the necessary infrastructure to connect to that public sewer pipe in Russi Ranch Road that is operated by EID. The second portion on the next slide, which is 1B in your packet, a list of conditions, allows for, if the applicant cannot secure sufficient title or interest for lands where the offsite improvements need to be constructed for the sewer pipe, that the applicant shall enter in an agreement, and the agreement will allow the county to acquire the title or interest necessary to complete the offsite improvements, and also include a provision that if the county is not able to secure sufficient title and the Board of Supervisors chooses at a public hearing not to adopt a resolution of necessity, that the developer may proceed with the septic option for, again, just the project development area. So if there's an inability to acquire a certain easement by the applicant and the county is not able to acquire, chooses not to acquire the necessary easement, then the applicant through this condition would be allowed to proceed with developing a septic system within the program study area for the project development area. So that would allow them to proceed with developing just the project development area. And again, as I mentioned, if then at some point they wanted to develop the program study area, there'd have to be a way to do that through the requisite processes. I would note in terms of the septic option, it was studied thoroughly in the environmental impact report. There was a preliminary sanitary sewer feasibility study conducted. Soil percolation tests were performed, and based on those tests within the program study area, a preliminary septic design was prepared. That's included in the environmental impact report and analyzed, but a final design would actually be the responsibility and the review authority of the State Water Resources Control Board. They would be the permitting entity, and the septic system would be permitted through the state's waste discharge requirements order. Okay. So I'm going to move on from that first recommendation from the commission and the discussion around that to the capping the residential units in the program study area to the number of units evaluated for the program study area in the EIR. So this table here, table 3-1 on the screen, is included in the Bass Lake Hills specific plan revision document. That's an attachment to your packet. And in order to address the PC's request that the program study area shall not exceed the land use totals studied for the program study area in the EIR, this table 3-1 has been updated and further clarity provided from the version that was presented to the Planning Commission. So I'm going to kind of walk through a couple pieces of this table here and show you kind of how we've done that. I would note, though, that the previous version of the Bass Lake Hills specific plan that was presented to the commission, it did similarly cap the number of units in the program study area so that they could not exceed what was evaluated in the EIR. So this is just an effort of clarity to provide some more clarification around the table in the Bass Lake Hills specific plan. As you recall from the earlier portion of the presentation, this project is requesting a revision to the Bass Lake Hills specific plan to create 3 new designations. The ones I would point to on the screen here are the multifamily residential, the first row of the table, and then the C or commercial designation. So those 2 land uses in this table are only represented in Town and Country Village El Dorado project. So if you look at the number of dwelling units shown for the MFR designation, you can see that there's a total of 464 units listed there. And there's a footnote 6. And so the way that breaks down per the footnote is that 112 of those units are within the project development area. Those are the cottages. And then there's 352 of those units that are within the program study area. So that's the 464 total. Then the commercial designation shows a total of 350. And there's a footnote there that clarifies that essentially all of those units are within the program study area. So none of those C units, if you will, are part of the project development area. And those break down into an anticipated 150 senior units and 200 apartments above retail. So if we add those 2 together, that's a total residential unit capacity or maximum of 814. So that is the maximum. That's what the entirety of the site is capped at per the specific plan. And I'm going to just one other piece on that is it's 112 within the project development, again, the cottages, and then 702 potential max capacity in the program study area.
I got a question.
Yeah.
You're talking about these tiny homes. And you referred it to Grizzly Flats. Well, Grizzly Flat was a standalone, is what it was. We adopted the Title 25, that ordinance just impacted the people that were impacted by the fire. If you're talking about these tiny homes, anything under 250 square feet, I think now is, they still require sprinklers and they still require solar on those. Am I correct or not correct?
These are not tiny homes by definition. These are homes that are 560 square feet and are intended to be affordable by design. So they're not actually tiny homes.
Okay, just curious because I know the Grizzly Flats was 750 square feet or anything less. It didn't have to have that, but
Got it.
that only pertains to the people in Grizzly Flat on the sprinkler system and solar.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, thank you. So this slide here, we really covered the top portion of this. I'm just going to really quickly cover the bottom piece in terms of the existing total dwelling unit potential of the specific plan. The adopted specific plan is 1,458 units. And with the requested amendments associated with this project, the total new potential would be 2,180 units. Okay. Next, I'm going to talk about the proposed sure.
Thanks. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, so this slide is going to cover a bit further the proposed rezone. As you're aware, the applicant is requesting a PD overlay zone for all of the zones across the project site, both project development and program study area. And that is shown on the left-hand image on your screen. You can see that each zoning designation, whether it's residential multifamily, community commercial, or open space, has a PD dash PD. And this is consistent with the Bass Lake Hills specific plan. Section 3.3, number 6 says that essentially any development within a village area must have a PD overlay prior to development. Any development within a PD zone requires processing of a plan development permit. As we've stated, the currently proposed request is for a PD permit only for the project development area, for which we have site plan level of detail, tentative subdivision map. But at the time of the submittal for any PD applications within the program study area, there would need to be detailed plans similar to the project development area. And staff would review those plans for consistency with the general plan, Bass Lake Hills specific plan. And in addition, the plan development permit would be reviewed to determine if the scope of the land uses are within what was studied programmatically in the EIR. If staff can determine consistency with the plan development permit application with what was studied in the EIR at the program level, then there may not be a need for additional CEQA review. That would be a determination that would be made on a PD application specific basis. And that would be essentially staff would look at CEQA guidelines section 15162 and determine if any subsequent environmental review would be required or not, depending upon the consistency of that application with what was studied in the EIR. While the applicant is seeking the PD overlay for all zones for both the program and project development areas, the applicant has prepared an alternative for consideration, the alternative rezoning map, which is shown here on the right hand of your screen. And essentially that alternative would remove the PD overlay from the program study areas. Mm-hmm. That would then require, if the applicant comes in the future with a plan development permit application, they would have to also rezone that portion of the site. So that would require any future plan development permit application to go to the board. If the request that they are seeking is granted, then the PD permit would still be required for any development in the program study area, but that would not require a rezone because the overlay would already be there. And then that would be subject to planning commission.
With that option, the alternative,
Mhm.
the program area would still be rezoned
Correct.
without the planned development overlay.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So that's points we needed to cover on this particular slide. I wanted to add, before we proceed to the recommendation slide for this presentation, that we have received a variety of public correspondence, both in support and opposition. Staff has reviewed those comments, including comments from labor union attorneys, and we did not identify any new significant issues that have not already been addressed in the final EIR responses to comments. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you do have any specific questions about that correspondence or how that's been already addressed, but we have a comfort level that all issues that have been raised have been already addressed as adequate.
And if you could just speak a little closer into the mic, I think people in the room are having trouble hearing.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Should I cover any of that again?
Yeah, could you start over?
Start from will do.
The board got any questions at this point or?
Just for my clarification, so what you're stating is the septic area would be strictly for the initial development?
Correct.
And then once easements are attained and so forth, what's that timing? Any idea?
No, don't have an idea. The applicant might be able to speak to, their discussions perhaps with some of the property owners, but don't have an idea on the timing.
Yeah, I got another question pertaining to Brian.
Yeah, just so that area is rock, a lot of rock.
Mhm.
You got enough septic recovery area if that were to fail or not perk out, like obviously you've done perk tests.
Right.
But sometimes those aren't accurate, especially in rocky terrain.
Right.
Yeah. Good question, Supervisor. So the system that's been preliminarily designed actually also includes a capping component. So they would utilize the existing soils there, but also cap that. I think it's around a foot or a little more than a foot to add some additional perk area. So that would, and then the tanks, of course, are within that native and fill soil.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing, Brian. Thanks for that. But I'm gonna ask you something. These leach fields, for a good example, you can't build on these leach fields. Let's say if they want to bring this other particular units, these houses back.
Mhm.
And is it going to impact any of the property owners around them, this particular site?
Well, certainly a good point. And so the septic system would have to be abandoned prior to any development. And so that is evaluated in the EIR and identified in the conditions in terms of that would have to be abandoned through Environmental Health Department and before any development could occur within the program study area.
Okay.
I got one. And I don't know if you noticed, do you have an estimate or a timeline of how long that the septic would be a temporary solution for the project area, the hotel only? How long do you think that would last with the capacity of a full hotel?
The system has been designed preliminarily again. It would ultimately be up to the Regional Water Quality Control Board to permit it, so they would have to be comfortable with the design and the capacity. But the existing preliminary design has multiple, I'd have to look at the details, but it has multiple tanks and a leach field area. And also the county code requires a 300% replacement area. So if the leach field fails, there would be an additional leach field area that could be utilized as the initial area is fixed. So that's all been designed and determined to fit within that program, 30-acre program study area.
But we don't have like a timeline. Hey, it's going to last 5 years or 10 years or 20 years.
No, I think the intent is to, develop that program study area. Again, additional discretionary approvals would be required. But beyond a 6 to 10 year range, I think, and the applicant might be able to speak to that, but I think that's what we generally assumed in the EIR was that time frame.
Yeah, I read the consultant's report on that and I couldn't find it. So
Another question is, what is the timeline for the annexation with EID? especially to bring water and sewage down in that particular area. Can you give me a time?
Yeah, I mean, subsequent to, if the board should grant approvals, the applicant is going to, with, post haste, I think, move forward with an annexation, into EID. So obviously we know that that LAFCO is going to rely on the EIR if they're going to annex the site into their EID service area. And so we studied the sewer capacity, both of the treatment plant and the lines, as well as the water piping. There's a facility improvement letter that was obtained by EID in terms of the ability to connect to existing water and sewer infrastructure. And that facility improvement letter identifies which lines the applicant should connect to. And those are, the lines that we've identified. The water line is up at Hollow Oak Drive, I think. That would be the point of connection to the water line. And then, of course, the sewer we've already covered. But the point being that the applicant will proceed with working with the LAFCO to get annexed into EID service area if the project should get entitled.
Yeah, so how much time do you think? 5, 10, 15 years before it gets hooked up? I mean, especially when you're talking about 10,000 feet, especially to hook water and sewage up was proposed, and then you have to go through other people's property too to get permission on that. So I'm just a little bit concerned about that.
Yeah, I think annexation, the idea is certainly a much shorter time frame, but actually constructing the sewer pipe and getting those access easements, I don't know the timing on that, but I think the applicant could probably speak a little more to that particular comment.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And I just, when I was looking through the documents, I think I saw that the cost for creating the sewer, 7 million, I think, and then the water was 5 million. And who's going to bear those costs? Who would have to bear that? Does the applicant do that, or do existing ratepayers of EID have to bear those costs?
I think that's a good question in terms of the PFFP. The applicant does have to bear those costs, but I think there's potential reimbursement mechanisms in there. And we have the author of the PFFP here as well, who can better speak to kind of how those mechanisms are built into the PFFP. I think it'd be great if we could bring him up at the appropriate time to speak to how that's financed and structured.
Yeah, because I tried to read the PFP and it wasn't very helpful in my mind. It had a lot of costs, but it didn't say how we're going to pay for those, who's going to pay for those.
Right.
Because this area is outside of the community region boundary line right now.
Correct.
So it was not intended to, to have the water and sewer. And therefore it's not there. And if the applicant wants to put it there, it just seems like that's who should pay for that. It was not intended. So I think we need to understand that before any decisions are made today. There's a lot of other costs bearing questions I think we all have too.
Absolutely. Yeah, when you determine appropriate time, we can have the author of the PFP update come up and definitely speak to that more specifically and address your questions.
All right, any other questions? All right, I guess we can get Josh, you want to come up?
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members. Josh Pane, the applicant on the Town and Country Village El Dorado project. So thank you very much. A couple of points I'd like to make first. I brought some of the documents up with me. First, I'd like to thank the El Dorado Hills APAC for their constant vigilance on this project. I think we've been in front of the APAC, 10 or 11 times. They were good enough to support with the conditions that they put forward to the board, so we appreciate that. We appreciate over 1,900 folks supporting the petition online. So it's been gratifying to know that so many people want this project, and so we appreciate that as well. Any project like this has to start with dialogue, collaboration, history, nature, and architecture. Our mission is to create an extraordinary resort destination that harmoniously, I think we're catching up, Michael, harmoniously blends history, nature, architecture, and modern hospitality. And that's what you have in front of you. Our intent is to create a village for Bass Lake Hills, El Dorado Hills, and Cameron Park neighbors. All great visions start with this collaboration, communication, and understanding of the neighbors' wants and needs. Once negotiations were completed for the extension of Country Club Drive, a few of you were here then, I helped do that with the Board of Supervisors and the Mahana family. Then we started looking at real engagement with neighbors. That was 2017, 2018, and then into 2019. The communications, the dialogue has led us through over 100 meetings, gatherings with bicycle advocates like Jeff Barker of El Dorado Hills, hikers like Stanley and Lindell Price, Caltrans wildlife biologist and county wildlife activists like Kathy Germstead. It led us to an economic summit around in the Oak Grove that we're describing here, Chamber of Commerce meetings, Old Lincoln Highway Association meetings. It led us to the unveiling of the great tourism map at the Mahana Ranch. Scores of neighbors gatherings and dinners, over 1,100, over 100 letters, over 1,900 petition supporters, as I mentioned. Our J6 project, as we've presented to the board in 2021, was 80 acres. You can see it in front of you there. We heard some favorable comments from the board about the historic nature, about the museum, about the architecture and design. We listened to the concerns and comments about the project being too big, too much, too fast. So we went from 80 acres to 30 acres. And you can see the ultimate, what we have in front of you now. The current project focuses on these 2 hotels, the 2 restaurants, a reception hall, the museum on the 3rd floor, boutique retail underneath each of the hotels, 2 residential villages, as was described by staff, both on the staff side and the guest side, and open space. I should mention a note on the program study area at this point. As the staff has said, further planning, public outreach, and completely new plan development will be necessary at some point for this other 30 acres. This is what we've always said. And I should note also, and I've mentioned this before in public, our original intent was just the project development area. And way back when we were submitted it, that's all we submitted to the county at that point. But legal counsel and planning staff said you have to study something in this other area. So we came up with what we thought was a reasonable mixed use development in that area. And that's what you have before you in the program study area today. Ultimately, the potential of more environmental study will need to be done on that area, depending what takes place, what is proposed as we come with the next success in this project. We have had ideas, as mentioned by staff, of senior housing facilities, 150 units, 352 townhomes for sale, 200 apartment units above beautiful retail and services along the old wagon trail, medical offices, another hotel, but we really don't know what the market may want at that point, what the neighbors think is the absolute necessary thing. So that will have to come before the board. We've proposed an alternative zoning so that that area would not be in the PD, but we'd have to come back not only to the Planning Commission, but to the Board of Supervisors at some later date. That's your alternative that we've put forward in a map to you. The architecture the great thing about this, the architecture is the Ahwahnee Hotel in Yosemite. We've used the designs of the Ahwahnee, the architecture, the interiors, the exteriors, and we've patterned it after that historic and timeless piece of architecture. We found ways to also express the timeless design within the landscaping by using native plants found in the creeks and rivers in our areas. We've integrated the landscaping into a vegetable garden as well as a resource for the restaurants. You know, many of us seek timelessness and things and places that are timeless. So hopefully at the end of the day, we've left behind something that is timeless. Offering this innovative resort staff housing program integrates staff into the development and relieves traffic congestion for our neighbors in El Dorado Hills and Cameron Park. The project will also showcase and sell those items and products of the region and bring in tourist dollars for businesses and contribute with tourist revenue to the county. The project will contribute a surplus overall of $2.6 million annually to the general fund. For some very specific items you'll be able to see, let me have Tyler Langdale come up, give some details of the project, the roadways, the bike trails, and some of the pedestrian ways, and then I'll be back up. Thank you, Tyler.
Thank you, honorable supervisors. This development is an historic site at the confluence of the California and Pony Express trails and the old Lincoln Highway. Such symbolic and physical connection is relevant to local, state, and national history. This project will widen Bass Lake Road from north of Highway 50 to Country Club Drive. This widening will create a solution for the public safety and traffic congestion problems that currently exist. For the first time, our community will have 4 lanes on this critical section of Bass Lake Road. Additionally, the project will fund an estimated $2 million to the Transportation Impact Fee Program and an estimated $2 million to the Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan for other infrastructure needs. The bike and hike trails will connect Cameron Park to El Dorado Hills, which is something that when we've been discussing this idea with all the neighbors, they love this idea, being able to connect neighborhood to neighborhood. The proposed bike and pedestrian bridge, which will be constructed over Bass Lake Road, will provide safety from automobile traffic. The rich and important history of the area will be featured in a museum as part of the resort village. The resort will also hold historical grandeur from its timeless, iconic inspiration of the Ahwahnee Hotel, to the longevity and strength of the boulders, rock, and timber brought from El Dorado County. So from El Dorado County to build this resort. The Oak Grove will be a center point for the resort village, preserving California heritage oaks for all to enjoy, neighbors and tourists. This is not just a cut and fill project. We're looking to preserve the land, understanding how beautiful and iconic it really is. The 4 acres of open space in the residential villages will offer a beautiful place for people to enjoy nature. The resort will create a stayover opportunity for those who come to visit family and friends, and for those who come to visit Apple Hill, the Fairplay region, El Dorado Hills, the Gold Country, and Lake Tahoe. I know I'm excited about my upcoming family trip to Apple Hill, and I would love to be able to make it an entire weekend, staying up here. The resort will be a connector for people to the year-round activities of wine tasting, apple tasting, Christmas tree cutting, skiing, camping, and other off-road activities. 2 restaurants will be featured at the ground level of the Civic Building. There will be a reception hall seating 350 for those special occasions, cultural, and business events. The local history museum will be located on the 3rd floor. The luxury hotels will provide lodging for extended visiting family members of the neighboring Serrano, El Dorado Hills, and Cameron Park neighborhoods, and will feature boutique retail on the ground floor. These retail shops and the hotels will create much needed jobs for the younger generations of El Dorado County. This project contributes to the longevity of El Dorado Hills, as well as being financially supportive to the success, abundance, and longevity of the county. I'm going to turn it back to Josh, who's going to discuss how the project is consistent with the county general plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. You know, from the beginning, we looked at the general plan, the policies, the objectives, and we tried to outline what we want to try to accomplish with the project. Here you have before you those items of the general plan, the policies, the objectives. As you can see, the first is the project's location at the intersection of major transportation corridors. This is that location, 80,000+ cars on Highway 50, 15,000 cars on Bass Lake Road, and then a commensurate number of cars going down Country Club. Residential uses, commercial, open space, and tourist recreational. Another key piece of your policy of your general plan. The mixed uses and densities, we thought long and hard on that, and that's exactly what we've put here. Land use designations in your objective 2.2.1, the topography and native vegetation we completely comply with. The capture of retail and tourism dollars here rather than down in Folsom or anywhere else. And then ultimately the jobs, housing, relationship balance. We thought long and hard on needing some of our staff to live right near the retreat, the resort, and that's what we've done with our staff housing. Let me turn it back to Tyler for the last piece, the contribution, the growth, the new revenues, the expanded tourism for El Dorado County.
Thank you. Where there's been a deficit, this project creates a surplus of funds. Economically, the project contributes a surplus of 2.6 million annually to the county general fund. The Mohana family has owned the land for over 30 years. The Town and Country Village, El Dorado, is a legacy project and will be a development cared for personally as the family's hospitality business, the stewardship of the land, and their contribution to the community. In the spirit of fellowship, the family for years has opened up their ranch by hosting local nonprofits, neighborhood dinners, active transportation luncheons, and Lincoln Highway Association gatherings. This spirit of fellowship is alive in the reception hall and in the museum within the village, holding space for special events and capturing significant moments in our history. The old Lincoln Highway is a parallel construct to the Silk Road of Asia, within its historical and cultural influence, and within the movement of people and commerce. The Town and Country Village El Dorado will create an extraordinary resort destination that harmoniously blends history, nature, architecture, and modern hospitality. The resort will uplift our communities, increase commerce, improve unused land, generate a surplus in revenues while providing a high-end experience for tourists traveling Highway 50 and for residents of El Dorado County, El Dorado Hills, and Cameron Park. Thank you so much. We are here for your answers, and we would love to have Nikki Mohana come up.
Hello, supervisors. Firstly, I just want to thank you all for your leadership and your service to this county for so many years. As someone who grew up in this county and went to school right down the street from this project site, I'm very honored and very proud to be here today, several years later with our team, to present a project that I feel really reflects the values of our community. As Josh and Tyler shared, we've had many, many years of public outreach and over 100 public meetings with our neighbors and our community members. And since we first came before you several years ago with this idea of a project, we've truly evolved the project to meet those needs and minimize the impacts and listen to the concerns and feedback of our neighbors, which I think is really the most important part of this project. We come before you today with different elements that have been heard by our neighbors. We come before you with a museum that honors the history and the legacy of El Dorado County and showcases that importance to our region right at the gateway of El Dorado County. We come before you with months of research into different models throughout the state of how to do employee housing to minimize traffic impacts and bring sustainability for the long-term viability of our county. We also spent many years working with DOT to not only minimize our traffic impacts, but also bring much awaited improvements that our county has been needing for many, many years and actually decades. When we talk about the Bass Lake Road, the improvements to Bass Lake with widening it to 4 lanes has been much awaited by our community members. And this project brings that to reality, finally. And most importantly, this project brings a significant financial contribution to our county. In a very difficult time where difficult decisions are being made to cut services, this project brings a surplus of over $2.6 million a year that allows us to fund essential services and beyond. And I think that is a really important point for us because it allows for the long-term viability, not just for ourselves, but our next generations to come. And we know we really listened to the concerns that we heard of the Planning Commission. And so for the last several weeks, we've been working endlessly with our county staff to come up with options. We really want our county to be proud of this project. We want you to be proud. We want our neighbors who have concerns to be proud. And so we presented these alternatives to you for your consideration to minimize the impacts, to assure that there will be future approvals for anything that comes across in the program study area. We want to make sure that it's something that our neighbors want to see. And I think that as time evolves, those needs evolve, and we want to make sure that we're doing that. We do the proper studies, the analyses. And so that's really the intent of the alternative program that we're presenting to you today, to listen to those concerns and come forward to you again for consideration of any project that could take place in that program study area. But we are willing to work with you, and we want to hear your feedback and try to work to come to a resolution on those issues. Thank you so much for your time today, and I look forward to your feedback.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Nikki. If I might answer any questions at all, I'd be happy to. I think Supervisor Parlin, your question about the cost of sewer and water, the project, as we've stated, by condition, would fulfill all those costs. There would be no cost on the ratepayers of EID for either sewer or water. It would all be borne by the project itself. The sewer line, I think it's just over $7 million, 10,000 linear feet. We would have to negotiate those easements to get through there. Our neighbors have been very, very helpful, allowing us to study all of that. Most of our neighbors are here supporting because they've been waiting for that line to go in so that they could help and develop their properties as well. So this is really a boon for the whole of the specific plan, but I wanted to address that specifically too. There's been a question whether there's enough water, and the water study that EID did with a third-party consultant. Obviously, it states very clearly that there's enough water that EID has and available at this location as well. So those are a couple of questions I heard. I don't know if there's any others, but I'd be happy to answer
So
any.
Josh, where are those in the documents that it says you guys are going to pay for it? Where do I go see that? There were so many documents, and I did look at the PFFP and I couldn't find it.
We won't be able to build, we won't be able to occupy, in one of the 56 conditions is the requirement that we have water and sewer to this site. So there's no way we could occupy the building because you're not giving us permission to occupy unless we have sewer and water. EID, we have to now first go through the LAFCO process to get in the EID whole area. And that would be the next step that we would go to.
But it's not in a document right now that says that your project will bear the costs of this. Is that?
Well, it's in the PFFP that we'll have to do these two major improvements. So the PFFP that's been amended puts the burden on us to do these projects. We also contribute $2 million to the PFFP. So if there's any revenues coming back out of the planned facilities, then we would have that as well. But we don't believe that there's enough in the PFFP, but this project contributes up to $2 million more in that way.
Okay.
But I believe the PFFP consultant is online. that did the PFFP and could speak to that directly if you want.
That'd be awesome.
From the
Yeah, 'cause I mean,
PFFP consultant.
I don't see anybody else's head shaking that they saw it either. And we want to make sure that, you know, what we're hearing and what we're understanding is actually in a document. I want to see it in a document.
Yeah, well, we'd be happy to take a 57th condition that the project will pay its total cost on these improvements. The 7 million for the sewer, you have to understand, ultimately is a public resource. So we hopefully will get reimbursed some of that as other people come on and add to the sewer system. That's how we're hoping to be able to negotiate it with EID. But the project will have to pay the full cost up front, and we'd be happy to take that as a 57th condition of the project to make sure there's no ambiguity that the project will pay the full cost of both sewer and water, with the potential of reimbursement if any other property owner hooks into it. Yep. So we'd be happy to take that.
I got a question here on the general plan. It says plan purpose, water supply. An adequate supply of water will be available to serve the county's current population. Additional water supplies will be developed to support the project projected growth. And I don't see any new reservoirs being built right now. So my concerns, especially with a lot of the projects that are going on right now with all these large developments, are we going to have enough adequate supply? And like I say, the Auburn Dam was one of the things that was in this general plan, but that's been taken out because that ain't going to be built. So I just got some concerns. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, Mr. Chairman, to speak directly to that, the EID adopted water study of the Town and Country Village El Dorado. I don't know what exhibit it is there, but October 10th, 2023. It speaks directly to EID having, I believe, just over 11,000, in the conclusion, 11,000 acre feet of available water. And this project would use 206 acre feet of available water per year. So what EID says, and their facilities improvement letter of 2023, they are saying they can service this project with this independent water study that they had done and the applicant we paid for. So it's, I'd be happy to go over the specifics, but it's on page 28. It's actually 207 acre feet for this project. I thought it was 206, and exceed water demands with over 11,000 acre feet per year in all scenarios. So it's been here in black and white.
And that's just pertaining to the project area, not the program area.
You know, I am not, let's see.
I mean, I don't know how it could pertain to the program.
Proposed
area.
projects, 207 acre feet per year demand. So, you know, I'm not sure. I'd have to look to see, but
I can add to that.
Oh, you can.
Yeah.
Oh.
Supervisor, is that okay to add a little
Yeah,
commentary?
absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, you bet. So just to add, the water supply assessment that was prepared by EID, it determined that 11,000 acre feet that Josh is referring to, that's the surplus that they say they would have after accounting for existing and proposed developments, including Marble Valley and Lime Rock specific plans. So just wanted to make it clear that that 11,000 acre feet is a surplus that they say they have available after
proposed
accounting
for
for
projects.
Exactly. Yeah. Based on their current, the sources.
We have drought. Anybody else got any questions?
Well,
for John?
that's accurate. Coming from EID's board a little over a year ago, those assessments are accurate. The scary part is what happens when the state changes its demands for that same water. There's no guarantees on that. So it's a valid concern. I think, again, there's plenty for us on the western slope, and there should be going forward. But when the state starts to change the rules, all bets are off. And we're seeing that now in the housing elements. So just throw that caution out there.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Doc.
Thank you.
All right.
One other question for Josh before you go. The items you mentioned, like the bridge, the pedestrian, bicycle bridge overcrossing, the bike paths, all of that nice stuff. Is that conditioned somewhere where you're obligated to pay for that and install it? Or is that future possibilities?
No, the bike bridge is contingent on state and federal grant funding. And we've stated that from the beginning. We attempted to have Caltrans initiate that last year. And so we're continuing. Caltrans is very excited about the whole idea of connectivity. So we need a sponsor, a local sponsor for that bike bridge and pedestrian bridge, which we think is a tremendous asset. And Caltrans agrees that it would be a tremendous asset as a parallel construct to the freeway.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Any other questions from the board right now? All right. Not at this time. Okay. I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Chair
Kim.
Turnbull,
Oh,
pardon me, but we had one more slide to share and then we have a separate second presentation. If we may
okay.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
I don't have a slide. I just have the second.
It's okay. I can share that first one. It's just one slide. Just one moment. Thank you. So I just want to quickly go through the entitlements for the project, and then we have just a couple more slides to discuss. So the recommended actions for the board today are to authorize the chair to sign the resolution, certifying the final EIR, and adopting the CEQA findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, and the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. The next entitlement is authorize the chair to sign the ordinance, adopting the revised Bass Lake Hills specific plan based on the findings and the fiscal impact analysis. And then authorize the chair to sign the ordinance approving the rezone to apply multi-unit residential, community commercial, and open space with the PD overlay for both the project development area and the program study area based on the findings. And then there's authorized the chair to sign the resolution adopting an amendment to the general plan development permit, tentative subdivision map, conditional use permit based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval as recommended by the Planning Commission. And speaking of the conditions of approval, I just want to clarify, there was the question of annexing into EID. There is a condition of approval, a draft condition of approval on the project requiring that annexation before any development occurs.
Okay.
As part of the PD.
Thank you for that clarification.
Just to be clear, that's tied to the plan development permit.
And then so
Does that mean that the whole conversation about a septic tank then is moot, or you're, I don't understand if that's a condition of approval for the sewer lines.
That's for supply, isn't it?
yeah, yeah. So and
Just for,
there's also a water as well. That they need to annex in the EID for water supply.
I thought
So
the planning commission recommended that the project not move without the sewer lines. No, what did they recommend?
yes, that was a recommendation that my colleague Nick went through that the different alternatives of the sewer. So the initial proposal is to have septic for just a project development area. And then the offsite sewer improvements would need to go into effect before the program study area develops. That's what's currently being proposed. If it's required that there's no septic, that there's just the sewer, then the applicant will need to acquire those offsite that access for the new sewer line. That creates a potential that if they can't acquire those, that puts in position of eminent domain. They're trying to avoid that. So that's the different scenarios that Nick walked you through.
Okay, so with that, then there's choices to be made in this, then is what you're saying, that the board's gonna have to say which ones we, approve or would recommend or support, or, right?
Right.
Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah.
Jefferson Billingsley, Deputy County Counsel. The sewer condition had a lot of tweaks and it does not exactly comport with what the Planning Commission asked for, but that's because of some requirements of state law. So as it's written now, basically, the applicant is supposed to try to get on sewer. If at some point in the future they cannot, then it's up to your board to decide if you want to authorize eminent domain or not. And the reason it is structured that way is because of the way the subdivision map act works. If you make an applicant do an offsite improvement, but your board politically won't support helping them, then the county has to waive that condition. So we would no longer have control over it. So at a future decision point, if your board does not want to help with eminent domain, and that would be contingent on not having willing neighbors, then it would be up to the board to decide if you want to do that. And then only if the board does not want to pursue eminent domain, and if they have not been able to procure the rights themselves, would they be able to pursue the septic system.
Got it.
So that would be I mean, if eminent domain, if the board or any board it chose not to go down that road, then the applicant could automatically use a septic system?
They would be authorized to use the septic system for the hotel project. Obviously, the other part of that is that the study area would basically be a leach field, so
Right.
you can't have them both at the same time.
So what if the board doesn't support a septic tank at all for the hotel? Then what action should we take? I'm just trying to understand, like, this is a little bit different than what.
Kind
they're
of tying our
planning.
hands.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, that's up to the board. If they do not support that condition, you could have an alternative condition.
Okay. Do we have a list ready that we could view
Yeah,
on
we're
who
gonna
the
need it.
other parcels are that we may have to invoke eminent domain down the road? Property owners? I'm assuming some of the discussion has already occurred. And you'd have a feel for who and what they may be.
I think the staff could probably put this back up, but this, you had seen this earlier. And this is these are the properties that
Yeah.
this piece goes through. So we have a list. We've received permission on each one of these to study it. They understand that it's going through. And yeah, so we have a complete list.
So you've received permission to study. Any of them adamant against it?
No. Yeah, we haven't had any opposition. Everyone's been very supportive.
Is there like 10 properties
I
or?
think, with the Mahana family property on that side is actually on this alignment, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Mahana has a few properties on that side as well.
So the stuff, I guess it's a smaller parcels, that's Serrano. That would go behind those.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
through up to Roofsy Road.
Mhm.
Yeah, that last piece. And Parker Development and Bill and the whole staff have been very supportive of this.
And you would expect that they would participate in paying maybe a share because you put the improvement in and you'd want a reimbursement agreement?
No, no one would pay anything right now.
I understand.
But if anyone wanted to tap into the
Right,
sewer
yeah.
through the EID.
Pay to play,
system,
yeah, sure.
reimbursement, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and we've made that very clear. Some of the neighbors don't want to develop right now, but they want the option. And as I say, this line had been studied all the way back to 95. But we found a gravity flow all the way down. The gravity flows all the way to Rusey Road in this longer line. This section had been previously studied. Yeah, yeah, so we're confident that we can move forward with it. And if that's the board's desire, we would like to move forward with that. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks. Any other questions for Josh at this time? All right, so I'm going to have Raphael come up. Where's he at? You know, he's here someplace. There he is. Come on up, Raphael.
I'd rather you talk about sewers, but okay.
No.
No, not at this time. So I just want to ask you a few questions on the impacts of the road.
Well, okay. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. The applicant has been working with the Department of Transportation for several years, as well as with Caltrans, going over the impacts, the mitigations, the environmental document, making sure that all of their impacts, traffic related, abide by our standard specifications, general plan, as well as any state of California environmental impacts. We've been analyzing various options, alignments, circulation, to make sure that the impacts were minimal. Obviously, with any project that is generating traffic, it's going to bring impacts to an area. So, as you know, the Department of Transportation has a CIP program that lists all the number of projects that have to be imposed within a certain time frame, whether that's 5, 10, 15, 20 years in the future, and making sure that our traffic impact fees are accommodating for those projects. And one of those projects happened, well, actually, several of those projects happen to be within this area. They happen to be improvements to Hollow Oak, Hawk View, Bass Lake Road, as well as the interchange itself. With any project, they analyze what the impacts are going to be and determine if their impacts are going to need additional mitigation. And they have determined that their project will need additional mitigation. And so, as they stated earlier, they will be widening portions of Bass Lake Road, in particular their frontage road that is within the interchange and country club. They are also doing improvements to Hawk View when that time comes, meaning we weren't anticipating it. And therefore, when the thresholds are met, they will need to make improvements to that. There are also improvements that will be needed to either Hollow Oak and or the interchange. Now, those are different because those projects are within our 10-year horizon, and per our general plan, the TCX policies, that if it's within our 10-year horizon, they are allowed to pay their fees, and therefore those projects will proceed forward, hopefully within that time frame. And so I want to clearly state that the project is within their approval considerations, that they have met our guidelines. Traffic does have a concern that one aspect of improvements for the interchange would not be able to be met because it's within our 10-year horizon. And so then this project would be built. And unfortunately, right now, with our current revenue stream that we have for TIF US 50, the US 50 TIF, we would need not only the additional $2 million that they are going to be paying in their TIF fees, but we will need an additional approximately $5 to $7 million because the costs of capital has increased so much. And so then we could be with a substandard interchange, meaning the level of services are met, but we have queuing on the off ramps. And as some of you know, Bass Lake has issues with queuing on the off ramps, which could spill into the main line, which can cause issues. Now, those could be mitigated, and once again, I want to stress that they are within their guidelines of paying their TIF fees, and that is within the CIP. And we hope that either through grants and or an increase in the TIF that we would be able to allocate it. But that would be our only concern currently with this project. So I hope that answers your question, Supervisor Timber, in terms of what our analysis has been and what our concerns are about the
Well,
project.
Looking at this map here, I have it, Old Country Club Drive,
Yes,
being that it has an entrance into this facility in and out, but also in the lower part on Old Country Club Drive, the entrance to this project too, it's going to impact it because right there, it's hard to get across traffic right there. It's a pain. Have you looked at anything to be able
if
to
I,
resolve
if I'm not
your
mistaken,
problem?
I think that's an emergency access only, correct?
only
Yes,
emergency
that's only
access
going to be
only?
emergency
Okay,
access.
all right.
Actually, we worked very closely with the applicant on that aspect. And we informed them that if we needed to make improvements on the interchange, that
Right,
would
okay.
be Caltrans's number one request, is that be an improvement as part of the off ramp. So yes, that
Okay.
will no
So
longer
it's
be,
emergency
yes,
access
emergency
only. I
access
see that
only.
now, so, okay. Thank you for
Okay.
that.
So
Go ahead.
is there any obligation to widen underneath the freeway? There's just one lane to each direction right now. So there's no,
There
so we're
is-
talking about from the freeway north, just past Country Club.
For this applicant, no. Now,
Okay.
for any future projects that would come in the area, that would be one of the number one concerns that would need to be met.
How about signal lights on and off ramp from east or westbound?
I
At that
do not-
intersection?
Phase one, yes, there is a phase one that would possibly need improvements as part of the widening for 4 lanes on Bass Lake between the interchange and Country Club.
And then so one of my, that's up to Country Club. It's a small little distance.
It
It's
is.
just gonna stop, the traffic's gonna stop once you get past the Country Club.
Yeah.
What about the eastbound off ramp? Yeah, right now, it's already backing up onto the main line at 4 or 5 in the afternoon. They're supposed to have, and I don't know if the hotel will have that much, people checking in and out. If the hotel itself's gonna have much impact, but my biggest concern is the event center. And if there's an event at 5 or 6 o'clock at night, and there's people coming
Yeah,
from
coming down.
Sacramento or wherever, what's that off ramp gonna look like, and what type of contingencies can we take before that interchange gets improved?
Sure. The way that our general plan works is we look at the AM and the PM for weekday traffic. Any traffic that is past those timeframes are not appropriately analyzed, or they are analyzed, but they don't take into consideration the peak hours, which are in the morning and in the evenings. And so typically, to the benefit sometimes of either some parks or in an event center like this, where their peaks are different from when the morning rush and or the evening rush are, serves in their favor. But you are correct that there was identified a queuing for the eastbound off-ramp. And that is our concern as well. But like I stated, that would have to be addressed with then the interim interchange project. When we are working with our CIP, with other projects in the area to make sure that we accelerate those improvements, which would be widening of that off-ramp in order to accommodate the stacking that we needed, the queues that are going to be developing on that location. Now, the level of services, the way it works for the highway capacity design manual, it looks at queuing, but level of service sometimes doesn't look at the extent of the queue as long as it's being flushed out in a certain manner. So you could still have a long queue, but the level of service is still acceptable. And this is one of those locations. But we are going to work with the funding that we have now in the US 50 TIF. And if possible, we would have to seek for advanced improvements to that interchange or to that off-ramp in order to accommodate any impacts that might have early on that we aren't expecting right now. Yeah,
All right.
it is a concern.
One more.
Yeah.
You mentioned Hollow Oak, and when the conditions are met, I think the words you used, they would have to
Yes, when the conditions.
put
are-
it,
No,
signal in-
at
signal-
Hawk View, at Hawk
Hawk
View.
View, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Yeah, I
yes.
wish it was Hollow Oak.
Yes, I know.
But what happens if they they sell the property off before those conditions are met, what happens? Who do we hold accountable for financing that intersection?
They run with the project.
So
Carries
from,
over.
from what my supervising engineer just said, they run with the project. So they carry over. That project is responsible for those no matter what.
Okay.
Okay.
So I got.
Raphael, and
Yes.
this particular improvements and financing is strictly for, I'm gonna call it phase one. Anything that they would add to in this subject study areas
Would have to be
have to be
reevaluated by
reevaluated.
multiple parties. The department, the board would have to address that. Yes.
I don't know if you realized or not, but you said hope numerous times.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
That's a
really
scary
concerning.
proposition with the way the state funds anything anymore.
Yes, especially
Gotta
the
be very clear
state
about
funding
that.
capacity,
Yeah.
as you know.
Yeah, there's more of a chance for the bike and ped overcrossing than any road improvements. But that doesn't move people, and we're not going to get them out of their vehicles.
Yeah, another concern is especially the event center. So especially the traffic coming in and out of that area. Don't you think it's more feasible to put a roundabout in and a stoplight? Because that light's going to back up a lot of traffic.
Anytime we analyze traffic improvements at an intersection, we evaluate roundabouts, stop signs, traffic signals as possible alternatives to any intersection. So that would be studied and analyzed. And if it shows that it is safer or more efficient, that would be our proposition to the board.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
I'm really concerned about this. I remember I wasn't on the board at the time when, was it Hawkview and Bell and whatever got approved. I remember at that meeting at that time, different staff, just making it clear, different staff. But the public was assured that after those projects were approved, the very next permit that was pulled in this area was going to have to fix the interchange. I remember that so clearly. And I know Adam's saying no, but I was there. So, and again, to Supervisor Veerkamp's point, the money is not there. The impacts are already there. We're going to be adding to the impacts of the traffic without funding. I mean, what is this thing called? Table 42, summary of abatement measures, related CIP projects, unfunded, to be determined. I mean, when is the county going to stop approving projects without having the roads there first? Because the roads are there on paper. And I think our residents are getting tired of that and that we want the money there. So, yeah, and the state is not giving us money to build roads anymore. So I'm really concerned about this. It's basically infrastructure. And again, this property is outside of the community region. It was never intended to be developed like this. That's really concerning. So, and the original plan back from, I think, 95 always said that this, Bass Lake Road was going to be 4 lanes, and none of this has come to fruition. So I'm concerned about adding more onto it.
And I completely agree with your concerns. And unfortunately, with a lot of past predecessors and projects, the growth factors, the projects have all changed, and the allocations of 4 lanes, 3 lanes, 2 lanes have gone back and forth. And it's been unfortunate because it's now placed the county in a bad light that, okay, well, is it on? Is it off? And so that's why we are taking a more proactive approach, working with applicants to find out, okay, what really is their projects, keeping up with the model on a regular basis, not only yearly, but every 5 years with a major update. But I also have concerns because where the level of services are today, and what the level sources are tomorrow, they could still be acceptable, but they're just a lower level of service. And so although traffic has increased and has created more impacts, it's still an acceptable level of service because that's the way the either general plan and or the CEQA standards, but their VMT have set what their guidelines are. So they are allowed to have an impact. It's just to what degree. We're always trying to work with the applicants to try and make further improvements. Now, to their credit, they were the ones that said, yes, we are definitely going to make the improvements of the 4 lanes between the interchange and Country Club, which is a huge benefit to the area. Do I wish I had more? Of course. But that's a discussion for a different project.
Okay.
Right? Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Greg?
Yeah, before we do public comment, I just don't want to slip away. My District 1 Planning Commissioner. Thank you. If I know he wants to make a statement and talk about his some of the considerations that they had at the Planning Commission. And I think he's probably reconsidered a couple of things, and can we have him come up and before public?
Are they done with the presentation?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Oh, are you done?
We're not done.
Slide or something?
We got another slide?
Yeah, sorry. So it is complicated. I mentioned at the top of the meeting where we have the project entitlements, and then there's a separate entitlement with the public facilities financing plan. So I do just have a couple points to make on this, and I'll be brief.
Okay,
It's my first hearing, sorry.
That's all right.
So for some quick background, the original Bass Lake Hill specific plan was approved in 1996, and the associated public facilities financing plan was approved in 2004. It was last revised in 2020. The PFFP identifies funding mechanisms to pay for a specific list of large backbone infrastructure and other public facilities to serve the proposed land uses. The intent of the PFFP is to include all necessary backbone infrastructure needs and funding sources, as well as to be used to assist the developer to maintain proper cost allocations and achieve project feasibility. As part of the PFFP, a nexus study is also required. The PFFP has been revised to include the proposed project, which now anticipates 2,180 housing units, 31 acres of parks, 10 acres of schools, and 151 acres of open space throughout the specific plan area. To date, approximately 470 dwelling units have been constructed in the specific plan area. The proposed PFFP includes several mechanisms to fund the improvements, and in addition to the nexus study, the PFFP includes an updated capital improvement program. Implementing the PFFP requires an administrative procedures and management plan, the execution of any development agreements, the update of the fee program, the formation of public financing districts, and resolution adoption for collecting the fees. On September 10th, 2025, the El Dorado County Planning Commission held a public hearing on the proposed PFP revisions and recommended approval to the board. Adoption of the required nexus study requires an additional noticing period. Therefore, the adoption of the study and associated fees will be at a later board hearing. But the decision for you today is regarding the PFFP revisions. So in addition to the previous recommendations for the project, it is recommended that the board supervisors authorize the chair to sign the resolution revising the PFFP and adopting the updated capital improvement plan. So that's the last slide I have. That's the last you'll hear from me. So I can answer any questions you have, or we can move on. Additional questions.
Any questions? You guys, right now? All right. Great.
Dave, if Mr. Sparrow, you mind coming up?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Board. Dave Spar, District 1 Planning Commissioner. I thought in my recommendation, it included that the applicant would hook up to EID without the septic system. So both for the project area and the program area. Today, I understand that that's not exactly how it's been written and proposed to the board. So we didn't want a septic system to operate. We wanted it to hook up to EID. On the project area, really like the 200 units over the retail area, building a village. But meeting with APAC and listening to the structure of how this specific plan and your motion today would amend the Bass Lake specific plan, that would allow it to become an urban area.
then the specific plan for the project area and program area would allow it to go high density and give a blanket zoning to the entire project area, application area. And that'd be higher density. They will return for a plan unit development on that 30 acres, which I like, but we really can't control the zoning on it because the zoning is connected with the entire project. It'd be nice if we could separate the two projects, but because how the EIR is written and the financing plan is written, we can't separate them. You could approve the EIR and send the rest back to the Planning Commission for us to rework that. But that's where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment. Wait a minute, go ahead.
We are now taking
Can we have
public
a break?
comment specifically on item 27.
Stand.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right, yeah. Come on up.
Oh, wait,
Let
can I,
her finish.
can I read this in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. We are now taking public comment specifically on item 27. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Come on up, Kelly.
Thank you, George. Kelly Nalavaya today for Patriots of El Dorado County, also a citizen in District 1, resident since 2002. I'm really not talking to y'all because I know you've seen beautifully written public comment. I really hope all of you read Linda Campbell's very carefully and remember why you were elected and what you were elected to do and what you promised a lot of us you were going to support in responsible development of El Dorado County. But to the people here who have been given a very pretty picture and a very emotional story and $2.6 million, which in the scheme of, if anybody follows our budget, that was $1 billion budget, 2.6 million. I could find that for you by next week if you really need to find 2.6 million. In fact, we have already done that with Lee Tenenbaum and the Taxpayers Association. So let's stop saying we need the money. We need responsible budgeting, responsible spending. Interesting enough, a few years ago, I went to an event at Mahana Ranch. He's been very active in supporting a lot of fundraisers, people like the GOP, senators, community activist groups. He's been very generous in the last few years. Bridging Divides held an event. We were divided into tables and we all sat and talked about what we loved and we treasured about El Dorado Hills and El Dorado County. Consistently, I took pictures of everybody's charts as they presented them. Nowhere did I say overdevelopment or hopes for overdevelopment. Nowhere did I see that I wish we had more corporate retail or big box 65-foot structures that will take away beautiful skylines. What I did hear is they love the beautiful scenic hills. They love the quiet communities. They love the vistas of the Sierras that take my breath away. I love that we have less traffic. I love that we honor small business. I'd be glad to share with any of you. I'm not going to take all of my 3 minutes going over and over and over again. Secondly, in a business perspective, let's remember hotels bring poverty level jobs. You can do your own chat GPT. I've already done mine for El Dorado County. We would be bringing 90% of the people would be at poverty level jobs. That's bringing more poverty. 53 employee housing, whatever you want to call it, is certainly not going to suffice to meet the demands of bringing low income jobs. We need technology, we need medical, we need research. People don't travel to El Dorado Hills because it's a tourist destination. It's a stop on the way to Tahoe, which still, by the way, is at least another hour drive. So I think people are going to probably truck it all the way through. We have a hotel coming in town center. The band of Miwoks are going to be, or Shingle Springs, they're going to be adding more hotel space. I talked to one of their tribe members yesterday. We might get a hotel at the old golf course in El Dorado Hills. So I really, really implore you to remember why you are here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Got it in, girl. Yeah, we did.
Oh, hi, my name's Kathy, and I'm a resident of El Dorado Hills. I also go to Holy Trinity Church, which would be a neighbor to Town and Country. And I've never done this before. I thank you for listening to our public input too. I'm here today because I'm a big supporter of this project. I have planned 2 weddings. I planned a family reunion and some other fundraisers, and I've looked for locations to host these, can never find them. I've got to take my business outside of this county elsewhere. And when I heard that this was coming, I was so excited that we had a place to hold meetings. I've been living in this area since 1992, and I've seen the huge growth explosion and the influx coming from the Bay and the growth. And as I drive to church, I see the changes on Bass Lake Road, all the homes and Safeway Shopping Center, which is all fine. But I keep thinking, I'd rather have them come in and put this beautiful center than someone throw another car wash or gas station in on that property. That is special land. And I think it was saved for this project. They've invested so much time and money into this, and I really trust them to do the right thing for our county. The stunning architecture. When you said Awani, you had me at Awani, you know, I mean, this is special. This is going to put us on the map. It's not another box hotel like they're putting in the ones in near Costco. Have you seen them all? They're just dropping them in there. I picture people at my church having weddings and end of life celebrations and going down to the center and having their reception, and the people visiting from out of town have a place to stay. And I picture myself taking my grandson to that Lincoln Highway Museum and maybe the school field trips there. I just think this is going to be an amazing gathering center for our community. I'm a big proponent of the town center. You see me down there all the time at the concerts. But I think this is a gift to our county. I think it's going to be even bigger and better than the town center. And after hearing all this, I'm overwhelmed. There's still a lot to do. I think if we work together, we can make this happen. It's worth it. It's totally worth it. So I'm here to say yes to this project, and I encourage you to all move forward and keep the discussions going, because this is so special. It's a gift to us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Hussein Mirshahi, and I've been a resident of El Dorado Hills for, I forget, I mean, it's more than 30, I've been since 1990, early 90, I moved in, and I loved it. I moved in. So I had a lengthy comment. But since my wife passed away last Thursday, you know, I'm kind of emotional, I'm sorry. But I had to come because that was my wife's desire to have our kids' wedding at a hotel. And, you know, she was looking forward and she was keep pushing me up into the things. This project is great. So, you know, I would, as she said, she took all my thunder. So I tried to show it because I'm going to get emotional. So, but as a profession, I'm a civil engineer, registered civil engineers, and I've been working for Caltrans for more than 30 years. And I'm familiar with the things. So as far as the discussion about the SIP and all this stuff, you know, if you put these developments, is force the SACOG and other MPOs to bring the projects forward faster, because, you know, the things. And these projects, I mean, the whole specific plan, I think it's putting the cart before the horse, because you put the low density next to the freeway, and the great minds put the high density away from the freeway by Green Valley and all this stuff. So all those people have to go to work. They have to come through the Bass Lake Road Drive, I mean, the Bass Lake. So that's why we have the traffic. Instead of putting the high density next to freeway, because people, they get in and get out. So you don't put that pressure. I mean, like, you know, as I said, I've been in transportation for more than 30 years, and I'm retired. I'm a retired civil engineer. So I highly recommend for you guys to approve the contract, because it's a beautiful project. It's taken lots of time and efforts. Mr. Mohana's families, you know, they've done is great, and it's a great thing. So thank you very much. You know, it was my wife as with the passing, she wanted this for her kids' wedding. So again, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So
Thank
I'll
you.
leave on that note.
Hello there again. My name is Ryan Vaughn. At the root of this project is commercialism, which they are trying to disguise with the promise of history preservation. It is a huge eyesore to the current last remaining undeveloped area of western El Dorado County. They are even wanting to add an additional 14 feet of height. You must vote this down. In these uncertain economic times, there's no guarantee this project won't be a flop, but the land will forever be changed for the worse. It requires a lot of changes to the current general plan, too many for the people of El Dorado County to be comfortable with. You yourselves shouldn't be comfortable with all these changes needed to squeak this through. Let the votes of the El Dorado County weigh in on this, as this is a drastic change to the current land designation. And last, the revenue brought from this project is not the answer to the county's financial issues. That's all I have to say on that. But I would like to add one thing off topic. This beautiful area over here next to the library, there's no playground for little children. It would really be beneficial to have a playground for the little children here next to the library. Thank you guys for everything.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Steve Green. I've been a resident of El Dorado Hills since 1989. A few years ago, I bought some land off Old Bass Lake Road. I will be impacted by the sewer line. I'm in support of the project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Cyrus Appor. I'm a long-time resident of El Dorado County. Been here since 1991 and raised my family in this beautiful community. And I'm a strong supporter of this project. I think as somebody who sat on the other side of the dais as a former city manager, I was always interested in looking at projects that bring value to the community. And when I think about this project and when I see what the proposal is, it's what I consider a complete project. Look at the hotel. It's an incredible amenity to our community, badly needed. And I really want to comment on the fact that if we think of ourselves as a stop between San Francisco and Lake Tahoe, then that's what we become. Our job here is to create destination. And this will absolutely be an amazing, incredible destination for people to come and enjoy. You look at the caliber, you look at the quality, and you look at the thought and the effort that has been put into it. It's incredible. I think, when I also look at the package, I think about, the diligence that staff has put into this. Conditions are really covering the county very, very appropriately. And I think, it's just a word of caution. I'm not an attorney and I'm not going to pretend I know what the law says, but putting a condition that basically imposes a potential eminent domain on a project could be a little exposure, so be careful with that. Because from firsthand experience, I think this could become an issue. So the flexibility and the language that the staff has put into the condition is very appropriate, just speaking from a very technical standpoint. And above all, I think, we need economic development in this community. We really need to bring jobs. And I don't think there's any job that's inferior to others. We have different types of jobs in this community. And for this project to bring and offer workforce housing, what an incredible opportunity. Let's not lose that. Let's not lose that opportunity because it may not come along again. So the TOT taxes, the applicant is not suggesting or saying they're going to resolve and solve the county's financial woes. but they're bringing funding into it. It's not a draw on the county general fund. This is an addition. This is an addition to above and beyond the wages they pay and all the other work that they put in. So I highly encourage you to support this project. This is a great addition to our community, and I thank you for your support and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Kyla Staley, and I'm an attorney with the law firm Lozo Jury here on behalf of Laborers International Union of North America, Local 185, or LIUNA. LIUNA respectfully requests that the board refrain from approving the project and certifying the EIR at this time because it fails to comply with CEQA. Specifically, the final EIR has presented a flawed biological resources and air quality analysis. First, the final EIR relies on an incorrect and restrictive definition of the term special status species. As a result, the final EIR has failed to address numerous special status species utilizing the project site. Among these species, the final EIR failed to analyze was Cooper's hawk, which is observed on site during surveys conducted by LIUNA's expert ecologist, Dr. Smallwood. Cooper's hawk also appears on the special animals list maintained by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. However, due to the restrictive definition of special status that the final EIR adopts, it fails to consider impacts to the special status species that appear on this list. Second, the final EIR claims that Dr. Smallwood's findings and analysis of the project's impacts on biological resources are speculative. However, Dr. Smallwood is a qualified ecologist and has used scientifically backed and peer-reviewed methods for analyzing the project's impacts on biological resources and specifically special status species. Based on his observations of the site, he concluded that the project would result in significant habitat loss for bird species. He also concluded that the project would result in significant interference with wildlife movement, wildlife vehicle collisions, and bird window collisions. The final EIR failed to adequately analyze these significant impacts. As such, the final EIR should be revised and recirculated to account for these impacts. Additionally, the EIR adopted many mitigation measures proposed by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. However, making such substantial changes to the EIR does require recirculation. So for this reason, LIUNA also requests that the EIR be recirculated so that the public could have adequate time to comment on these new mitigation measures. And lastly, the final EIR has failed to adequately analyze the significant health risk posed by the project's emissions of diesel particulate matter. LIUNA's air quality expert calculated that the project's cancer risk would be would exceed the local air quality district's cancer risk threshold for 2 times over. The final EIR fails to address this significant impact. So for these reasons and those written in LIUNA's comments, which were submitted to the board yesterday and then also provided copies here today, LIUNA asks that the EIR not be certified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. I'm Tim Israel. I'm a director with the Cameron Park Community Services District. Our district provides fire, parks, recreation, waste, and CCNR enforcement for our 19,000 residents. The project that's before you today is basically two parts. One is a hotel project that probably is going to have very little impact on us. It will have impact, but it'll be minor. But the problem is there's a rezoning and the potential for over 700 additional housing units right on the border with Cameron Park. The local, the closest recreational facilities to this new project would be Cameron Park's facilities at our community center, our pool, our fields, and we're going to be impacted. And the EIR recognizes that, yet provides no mitigation for either phase of this project. And so we're here today to encourage the board to not approve this project as it stands right now. Take it back, split it into, show us what the impacts of 700 new units on our border are going to be. How's that going to impact our recreation program? How's it going to impact our fire? Our level of service will drop substantially with this project because our firehouses are first or second in on this job. So we encourage you to take that hard step and encourage smart growth on our boundaries. Thank you.
Honorable Supervisors, my name is Dan Mueller. I practice the craft of real estate here in El Dorado Hills as well as Sacramento. And what a wonderful project that sits before you. The opportunity to have this much quality development with such an emphasis on the way it looks, the way it fits into the community, and the benefits that the community draws from that are quite tremendous. I believe the Mohana family has owned this project for over 30 years and has spent at least 7 years trying to get this approved, which is quite a long time. And the passion involved must be great. What a great opportunity for you to sit up here and approve such a project. The civic nature of it with the drawing into the Lincoln Highway, the history that we have in California, as well as giving a platform for the wineries and other retailers to have a space to sell their product and introduce people who otherwise may not have a chance to, let's say, drive off the freeway and go deep into this area and find a winery or a craftsman of some sort, can now experience that on a singular basis, as in the hotel with its civic component as well as its retail component. What a great project. I'm all about it. And yeah, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, board members, for a little moment to talk with you about this project. My name is Frank Porter. I've lived and worked in this county for 50 years. I'm also proudly representing Housing El Dorado today in my comments. We submitted some written comments, but I wanted to take the opportunity to urge you again to approve this town and country development and move this project forward. At a time when El Dorado County and virtually all local governments are struggling to balance their budgets, this project will generate, and it's not a small amount, 2.6 million in annual additional revenues, that's annual going on forward. A net surplus, which will fund essential services, law enforcement, county services, and so on. The project will also create hundreds of local jobs during construction and on the operations of the project. I will also add, I heard a comment earlier about our economy. Our economy in our county is, agritourism is a huge part of our economy. We all know this. And this center will provide a magnet for all sorts of other development and economic development and a magnet for that ecotourism. It also supports small businesses through a boutique retail and restaurants. It invests more than $4 million in road public safety infrastructure improvements, including widening Bass Lake Road, has been talked about earlier. And it will provide much needed workforce housing. This truly is a winning combination. By providing housing options close to work, this project will reduce commute times, decrease traffic congestion, enhance the quality of life for staff. By making it possible for employees to live where they work, this project fosters a more connected, engaged community. I've been a longtime resident. I've witnessed huge changes in the 50 years, as many of you have here in our county. And every wave of new development brings tough decisions about balancing out the different competing needs in our business, just in our county and also in our population. And there are always pushbacks for development, no matter what the development. I mean, we all learned this. But in our opinion, the town and country development is clearly a smart, forward-thinking development, and it has been thoroughly vetted. You've heard about the perennial studies and the research that's been done, and the input that the developers taken and responded to. It's a practical, balanced solution that addresses both environmental impacts and the county's critical need for additional workforce housing. In our view, the 7+ years of planning and community outreach, the exceptionally impressive architecture, and the inclusion of staff housing make this project a model for future development in El Dorado County. Again, we urge your support for this project and thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Haley Kumar, and I'm a neighbor and also own 2 properties on Marble Valley. I actually grew up in El Dorado Hills, right across the street from this project, and I really do think it's so beneficial to our community that this project is being made. I remember growing up, I would hear all of my peers complaining about the lack of activities and social life in El Dorado County for the youth, and how everyone would always look to Folsom or Sacramento instead of our own gorgeous town. I plan on living here my whole life and raising a family in this county, so knowing that this project is expanding the community truly means so much, as it gives locals the chance to enjoy and appreciate our beautiful community in a way that's never been done before. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vijay Kumar. I live on the south side of the project on Marble Valley area in the Marble Mountain Road. My family, we own like 4 properties there, almost 76 acres there. So this project will really bring the Bass Lake to be a gateway of the Placerville. And we are looking forward in the future too, to developing ourselves too on the other side of the freeway. And hopefully, you will approve this project. It's really good. And Folsom is bringing a lot of traffic. Regardless, we do that or not, that traffic is going to hit on this side too. And I will appreciate that, you approve that project, and we really strongly say yes to this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Pam Norvand. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my family. I'm an 11-year resident at El Dorado Hills. I strongly support this project. I've actually took time to study and read most of the documents, and I believe there are several wins. Number one, I think this project brings a broad base of revenue, whether it's sales tax, occupancy tax, property tax, developer impact fees, and those are stable, ongoing, reliable revenue at a time where we are in budget crisis, both county and state. And I believe Commissioner Board Member Lane, because of your banking and fiscal background, you would take priority for this element of the project. I believe also this project brings enhanced infrastructure and safety and fire protection for our county, and board supervisors like Mr. Vierkamp with your public fire safety experience, and Board Supervisor Ferrero with your CHP background, you would take value and appreciate the enhanced safety we will have for our community. I also believe, number 3, that this project will give us a lot of signature and stable that will put us on the map and a model. It brings a lot of economic, social, cultural engine, diversifying the ecosystem of our community. And I think diversity is key. I also would like to mention to you that I heard a lot of questions, good concerns, some question about the traffic. I would highlight that this developer paid for a super cumulative traffic, which was above and beyond the call of duty, and something that's far exceeding expectations and norms, and rather than piecemealing things. In terms of the septic, I took madly notes. I'm not an expert, but I would urge the board to look at a creative solution, keep an open mind. There might be different technologies that we can work towards, whether technical or political. And there might be some misconception that we need to have a creative mind for. For conclusion, I would urge you to consider adopting. This is an all-star team made of all-star players, and it's one team, one dream.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. The general plan's intended to be the foundational planning reference within the county for short and long-term planning. When the general plan is significantly modified as an exception, it creates a trickle-down effect that has impacts everywhere, but particularly on the residents of the county. The citizens voted for the general plan that allows for construction in different areas based on zoning and other factors. The general plan approved in 2004 factored in the Bass Lake Hills specific plan by designating this as a rural region to maintain a beneficial break between El Dorado Hills and Cameron Park. Most people I know believe that if something is voted on by the people, it becomes a law, not a simple guideline to reference. Rather than go through a ballot voting cycle, requests like this project come to you to assess impacts versus benefits. The larger weighted consideration should be the people that elected you and what they have voted for, as you have for other items of potential contention in the past. Some isolated points of reference from the county's strategic plan. One, it states our vision is exceptional quality of life with a strong sense of community, historical heritage, rural character, managed growth, and opportunity for all. Two, stewardship. Through collaboration and advocacy, we honor and protect our natural and historical resources, agriculture, and rural character for future generations. For decades, residents of the county in this area have been concerned about unplanned growth, traffic, water, wildlife, as well as open space and the related rural character as a major consideration of benefit to living in our area, which is why it's a foremost theme in the general plan. This character cannot be mitigated or conditioned within the project because it will disappear. The holes in this project are significant, and if approved, we will be at the mercy of a developer yet again. We will never get back the whole tangible character of this area. I recognize that the focus around this project is the perceived benefit for jobs and sales tax revenue. However, there's no solid timeline in place, nor is there any way to commit to consistent revenue. Many times, we've also heard that staff do not have sufficient resources to validate the conditions of approval are met, so we only have soft guardrails. Developers are aware of the risks for their speculation on projects like this and are willing to accept them in pursuit of their objectives. They put great effort into marketing to obtain their goal, which in this case was mostly isolated to the estimated revenue and not the scope of the entire project. A lot of citizens have been engaged over the years to focus on facts delivered in massive project documents, including significant concerns related to timelines, funding, and impacts on resources, as well as the surrounding agencies. If this project is approved, all the risk will shift to the residents of the area and the county, who will be impacted by future failures to deliver on conditions or by expansion changes being introduced to the project. I urge you to deny the project, protecting the citizens and character of our county for future generations. Yes.
Got it all in.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Eric Aston, Cameron Park resident, former board member for the Cameron Park CSD. I've been a resident here for 20 years. I want to start by recognizing, saying thank you for your time and in this today. Having been on the board on a smaller scale, I understand some of the considerations that go in here. Thank you for your listening to all of this and considering it. There's so many pieces that I could speak into that I won't because it's already been addressed. I'm not against the project. I am against the scope and the way it's currently structured. I agree with the jobs bringing in and how it will help the area grow. I agree that it's a wonderful piece in the area, but I think it needs to be divided first because of the impact of the additional houses yet to be framed, yet to be scoped out. But the piece of that I want to speak to today is the impact on my community. And I want to address one thing in particular. Our community services district spoke with the developers, spoke with the project folks, sent in a letter detailing some of the impact. And the response we got in simple summary was, thanks for your input. We don't consider it valid or viable. We don't see that there's going to be much impact on you. And unfortunately, from my time on the board and living in the community, I've recognized that that's been a message to my community for a long time. And the way that our boundaries have been drawn and the way that services have been supported or not, our community is hedged in among other areas. And so we're limited in scope, we're limited in growth. And so all the decisions made around us impact us, but we don't always tend to have a voice. So I'm asking you, particularly Mr. Trumbu, Ms. Parlin, as our direct representatives and Mr. Ferrero as our neighbor next door, to please consider the impact on Cameron Park. A facility like this will draw in people that will come to Cameron Park, to our facilities. We have a wonderful community center that has swim meets. People are going to come and stay at this hotel.
It's going to impact us, and while that will generate some revenue, it's not going to do enough to supplement the services that we provide now. We are already, as you understand on a county level, dealing with limited resources. So I do not support this project without some consideration for our community. I fully expect that the decision will be made without that consideration for us. But recognize that I'll come to you on this. I'll come to you on Marble Valley. I'll come to you on Lamrock, and anything that impacts us. It impacts our community service district, our parks, our services, our fire service, which is a vital partner to El Dorado Hills. So the Bass Lake Station and our Station 89 right there in Country Club. We are the first responders and will be the first responders to any event that happens at this place. So I please ask you to consider that as vital partners in all these pieces, bring some support to us to allow us to continue to provide these services for anything that comes in, not just this development, but anything around our area. Thank you for your time. Appreciate your support and taking care of our county. Thanks. Thank you.
Chair Turnbull, supervisors. Good afternoon, Terry Lamanchek, Arts and Culture, El Dorado. You've asked a lot of really important questions and raised some key points. And we've heard a lot about impact. There are always going to be impacts with a project like this, good and bad, positive and negative. But I implore you not to let the perfect be the enemy of the good, or in this case, the great. This is a great project that we support culturally, economically, in terms of the vitality that it will bring. It is extremely important for our region. And I would just say, in closing, you will never find a developer who is as committed to the history, the beauty, and the well-being of this region than Mr. Mohana. And that, as they say, is priceless. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for being here today. My name is Robert Wall, and I'm speaking today on behalf of over 1,100 residents who have signed a petition opposing the Town and Country Village project in El Dorado Hills. This is not just a disagreement over development. This is about upholding the integrity of our community's vision as laid out in the El Dorado County General Plan and the Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan. These documents are not suggestions, they are commitments. Commitments to responsible growth, to infrastructure first planning, and to preserving the rural character that defines El Dorado Hills. The Town and Country Village proposal violates these commitments on multiple fronts. First, the general plan emphasizes the importance of maintaining rural character, protecting scenic corridors, and ensuring the infrastructure keeps pace with development. Yet this project proposes high-density commercial and residential uses in an area already strained by with traffic, and no meaningful plan to address cumulative impacts on roads, schools, or emergency services. Second, the Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan was designated to coordinate infrastructure improvements with development. This project attempts to leapfrog that process, offering piecemeal mitigation while ignoring the broader obligation of the plan. It undermines the very purpose of the specific plan to ensure orderly balance and community-supported growth. And let me be clear, this community does not support this project. The Save Bass Lake Hills group and the Stop Town and Country Village petition were a grassroots coalition of neighbors, with over 80% of them coming from El Dorado Hills, Cameron Park, Shingle Springs, and Placerville. In addition to other local areas, we have no budget, no paid staff, no property to loan out for favors. What we do have is a deep love for this place and a shared belief that our voices matter. In just a few weeks, over 1,100 residents, your constituents, have signed on to oppose this project. That's not apathy, that's a groundswell. This is a true David versus Goliath story. We are not anti-growth, we are pro-planning, we are pro-transparency, and we are pro-community. Approving this project would not just be a betrayal of the general plan and the Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan, it would be a betrayal of public trust. We urge you, honor the plans you adopted, Respect the voices of your constituents and vote no on Town and Country, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. I was hoping to say good morning, but in any case, my name's Steve Ferry. I'm from El Dorado Hills. I'm a 25-year resident there. I am presently the president of the Board of Directors of El Dorado Hills Community Services District. I do not represent them while I'm here today. There will be somebody on the phone with us here pretty soon, I'm sure, that's going to speak to this also. But I want to mention a couple of things that I think are important that we need to consider. One is that my son was here earlier. He is a mountain biker. He's a very serious mountain biker. He coaches with his nonprofit roughly 250 kids from 8 high schools and some other groups that aren't in school. He's well known in the neighborhood, and I just wanted you to know he was here for this. And he actually took a ride with Mr. Panay to take a look at the trails. And one of the problems we have at the CSD is connectivity of trails. And I know that this project is looking forward to helping with the connectivity of trails. I want to talk also about the fact we have 55,000 people now live in El Dorado Hills. I was told one day, well, it's not quite 55,000, it's 54,329, but probably it's 55,000 by today. We get elected, as you do, by our districts. And so our district at 55,000 elects 5 members to the CSD board. We come out, we take the heat if we make the wrong decision. But I want to make sure I get one thing out there. I'm going to ask, and it's going to repeat what a lady said here a few moments ago. But she said, don't let the really good, the great, fall at the hands of the perfect. This is not a perfect project, but it's an amazing project. And I'm hoping you will approve it, move forward with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Doesn't fit. Thank you for having me, Board. My name is Stan Wetland, and I need my glasses. I'm a flatlander, starting out from the Delta, exploring El Dorado County ever since I could drive, with fond memories of Samstown, the wagon train, other stops along Highway 50 to South Lake and beyond. It has been a long time dream to live in this county, and I was able to finally do that at the turn of the century. Now I hear our county faces some financial challenges, laying off valued experienced employees, cutting senior services, at-risk youth programs, park improvements, and even the budget for tourism. It's hard to watch, but it reminds us that thriving communities don't happen by accident. They happen when people come together. Now, we all know or have seen the Oddfellows buildings throughout the foothills and the valley. Their motto, friendship, love, and truth, is more than a slogan. Back in the day, people built lasting structures, visited and cared for the elderly, educated the orphans, improved parks, and even buried the dead with dignity. They got things done, helping to pay it forward for the good of the community. Let me ask, what if there was a developer who wanted to help El Dorado County continue the spirit that made the Oddfellows so vital? Well, Mr. Mohana has been the owner and steward of the Oddfellows building in Sacramento for over 40 years, a building that was built in 1853 and is on the historic Lincoln Highway. The Town and Country Village project will include a museum to honor the past, a great public hall to host events, weddings, and conferences. What's the next closest? The fairground and a luxury hotel for weary travelers. This project will bring real tangible benefits. The employee and long-term cabins will be a perfect place to start a life and a place for our elders to spend their twilight years. Generations can come together to share lessons from the past, that share the rich heritage, to preserve it, to be a guide to ensure future generations are not lost. Phase 1 of the project preserves the oak trees, uses locally sourced timber and rock, also provides an net benefits to the county and businesses. Imagine history preserved for everyone to experience, not hidden behind guard shacks and iron bars and gates. We want more pale pastel stucco boxes, warehousing people and products, or a heritage-worthy landmark that celebrates all of the best of our county to share and put some of the much needed coin in the coffers. Quoting from the El Dorado County website, Planning Commission. We are dedicated to serving our citizens with integrity, efficiency, and transparency. Our professional staff work to simplify the planning and building experience for our citizens to encourage a thriving economy for all. Please don't pass up this opportunity to be part of a revenue generating project that will benefit all of El Dorado County economically, socially, and culturally. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So I'm passing around some information. It's broken out into 4 elements. The first element is a history lesson for Supervisor Ferraro. You'll see a timeline that starts in 1959 for El Dorado Hills. It also has some investment money that's involved with the creation of El Dorado Hills as we know it today. There's also a table with people standing around it that had to do with the planning of El Dorado Hills and then what it looked like before it was planned out. And then finally, I have the J6 policy. So the first part related to the timeline, what I'm trying to project by that is what has happened over this time period. A lot has happened. El Dorado Hills, if we look back at the timeline, 1959, all the way forward, many things changed. Many projects were approved. Many aspects of what we know today and consider it to be our community was provided to the people who came later. The second part is the table, and the people that are around the table were a group of individuals. L. Lindsay was the orchestrator. Victor Gruen was the planning entity, and they created El Dorado Hills. Why is that important? Because change occurs, and people cannot prevent change if there's the money to be able to do it and the effort necessary in order to make it happen. 53 minutes to close on J6. On October the 19th, over a month or over 4 years ago, right in this room, there was a J6 meeting with this project. This project has been around that long. J6 is critical because it is a policy from the board that says general plan amendment initiation hearing and voluntary conceptual review process, J6. It happened, the project was presented then, comments were made, no action was taken. That's what J6 does. 4 years ago. It's taken 7 years for this developer to make it here. I support this project.
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. My name is Sandra Ralph, and I'm a 20-year resident of El Dorado County. I come to you today with urgency and hope as a member of this community who cares deeply about the future of El Dorado County. Our county is facing serious financial challenges, growing budget deficits, and even the looming threat of Chapter 9 bankruptcy. Every decision matters. And now more than ever, we need projects that guarantee real sustainable revenue for our community. The Town and Country project is exactly that kind of opportunity. This project is not just a development, it is a vision for a vibrant, sustainable future. Imagine a place where history, culture, and commerce come together, a destination that honors our past while supporting our financial future. The Town and Country Village project includes a magnificent hotel and event center, bringing conferences, weddings, and gatherings from across the region, generating reliable tourism revenue. The building itself tells a story, timber repurposed from the Caldor fire, rising like the phoenix, and stone from local quarries, creating a beautiful, durable spaces. Every beam and stone provides opportunities for skilled tradesmen, keeping jobs local and supporting our workforce. At the heart of the project is the museum, the gateway to the foothills, and the rich gold rush history of El Dorado County. Visitors will explore the stories of earlier settlers, the pioneering spirit of our communities, and the legacy of the Oddfellows.
This is more than just a pit stop between the Bay Area and South Lake Tahoe. It is a destination. People will come to learn, to explore, to stay, and leave with lasting memories, and they will return again and again. The project also thoughtfully includes small shops, restaurants, and cottages, creating jobs, supporting local businesses, and reinvesting in our community. Every element has been designed to reinforce and strengthen the economic fabric of our county while celebrating our very rich history. I know major projects face scrutiny, and I respect discussion and debate, but misinformation has been spreading about Town and Country Village, unfairly threatening a project that could be a lifeline for our county. I urge the board to look at the facts, the careful planning, the economic benefits, and the lasting community value. This is a pivotal moment. Approving Town and Country Village means jobs, tourism, small business growth, preservation of our history, and a brighter future for El Dorado County. Just before I came up to the podium, I checked the online petitions, and supporters were 2,020 and the opposers were 1,138. Supporters substantially lead. I respectfully ask for your support so we can move forward with this transformative project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Give me a minute to set up. This is the general plan, just so you know. Okay. The general plan, a plan for managed growth and open roads, a plan for quality neighborhoods and traffic relief. The entire design of the general plan was to retain a rural character of El Dorado County, including El Dorado Hills. Unfortunately, due to the lack of historical knowledge of our planning director, department, commission, and majority of the board of supervisors, the focus has become allowing developers of large parcels to develop according to the property's best and highest use, rather than require them to adhere to the general plan and zoning ordinance. At this point, we would like to state that a lot of effort over a period of decades was put into deciding where affordable housing, technical jobs, agriculture, rural centers, timber, community regions, the urban limit line depicting where the urban and suburban land uses would be developed and open space would be placed. Bass Lake was not included in either community regions or rural centers. That is because it was determined that Bass Lake would remain a buffer between El Dorado Hills and Cameron Park in order to maintain the identity of these two regions, curtail urban suburban sprawl, and retain the open space critical to the purpose of the general plan. The rural regions were to maintain the open character of the county, preserve its natural resources, recognizes the constraints of the land and limited availability of infrastructure and public services, and preserves the agricultural area to ensure its long-term viability for agriculture operations. It also is why these properties were not included in the El Dorado County Irrigation District. There is no overriding considerations that can compensate for the undoing of our heavily contested voter-approved general plan. By extending the community region line in this area, the county is opening up an entire new town site, not programmed for this type of development. The area of Bass Lake was not programmed for the water, sewer, capital improvements, or urbanization. This will greatly impact the El Dorado Irrigation District, water resources, and the ratepayers that fund it. These resources were mainly intended to this date to expand agriculture, not urbanization. How can anything mitigate or override the elimination of this open space that was intended to protect the rural character of the county, which is the most important asset? This is a picture of I gave you a copy of all this emailed. This is outside of the EID district, the white. This project's right in the middle of that. I'm also curious where the facility letter was from EID. I didn't see it. EID commonly, oh my goodness. I'm just gonna have to say the report is it's lacking, it's incorrect. They said that they're in the EID district, they're not. I ask that you deny this project and give the applicant the opportunity to downsize this. You don't have the water, you don't have the sewer. I mean, I've never seen a project with so many things lacking, even being considered at this point. This should be going through the planning commission. They were going to do 2 days. They only did one. We missed out on a lot of opportunity to discuss these issues.
Sue.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. I want to start by saying thank you for your time and dedication. You've been sitting here all day, so good job. If I was a school principal, I'd give you all A+. So my name is Lionel Domain. I am a resident of Eldorado Hills. I first came up here with my wife in 2019. One of the things that really struck us when we came up was Eldorado Hills Town Center and how beautiful that is. A couple of weeks ago, I went down to a place called Old Sugar Refinery. And you're asking why am I talking about that? It's in Clarksburg. Well, they've taken this old sugar refinery and they've restored it and it's beautiful and somebody had vision. This project has vision. When I first saw it, it's like, wow, you're modeling something on one of the most beautiful buildings in a whole national park system, probably in the whole world's national park system. You guys own the vision as well. And Mr. Mahan and his team have come up with a great vision. So for me, a lot of it is just the vision of what the county will be. You can drive around in the wilderness areas. It's beautiful. Wouldn't this be a wonderful gateway to those areas? The other thing which really struck me when I saw the early presentations was innovation. So back in the day when I was in a different county, I was in training with the County Board of Supervisors and the community leaders. And we had a wonderful architect there. And he said, look, your traffic problem is because people don't live where they work. So this project has taken housing for people who work on site and said, let's put it there, which makes it affordable for the people who work there, and it also mitigates traffic. So those kind of innovations were really, really important to me, as this is what we want to be known about in the county as innovative. You know, I drive past Folsom. You see hills carpeted with houses. Does it look nice to look at? No. Does any of us really want our county to look like that? No. Do we want it to look like this beautiful lodge? Yes. So in case you haven't figured it out yet, I'm going to encourage each of you to vote yes for this project. Thank you.
Hello, I am John Albano. I'm a resident of Serrano, so I live about 2 miles north of this project site. I've only lived in this county about 5 years, but I'm just really excited about this project for a whole lot of reasons. All the positives we've heard, the economic is a pretty obvious one. I'm really big on the gathering place. Like people have mentioned, look at Town Center and what a great feel it is to just go down there on any evening and see friends and families gathering, kids playing. A gathering place like this, I think desperately needed on our side of Highway 50. I understand opposition to irresponsible growth, and I just am not seeing it. We certainly don't want to look like Folsom south of 50. That's an absolute nightmare. This looks nothing like it. I mean, I've been to the Ahwahnee, and I'm also a big fan of beautiful architecture. I think it has such an impact. I think that alone is a huge plus for the county. I think I'm not a traffic engineer, but it seems to me not a huge challenge where this project is right off the freeway. They're widening the Bass Lake Road right there. You come off the freeway, you enter the property. Hotel traffic is what people check in at 3 in the middle of the day, check out kind of in the middle of the morning. I just don't, maybe I'm naive, but I'm not seeing the big challenges. I know it's like someone else said, it's not a perfect project, but it's an outstanding project. I really hope you guys vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Jonathan Gainsborough. I want to call our attention to a certain date. Today's the 28th. But I want to call attention to January 14th. Maybe you want to write that date down. I wonder if anybody on the dais or in our group here knows what January 14th I'm talking about. January 14th. How about the initials JM? How about the year 1848? January 14th, 1848, James Marshall discovered gold at Sutter's Mill on the American River. Write that date down, January 14th, 1848. Now, if we proceed a century to 1948,
The GIs had just come home, the baby boom had started, and 3 million babies were born. The population of new births doubled in those 2 years. But let's go from January 14th, 1848 to the year 2048. If we don't secure the future will pass us by. This is a tremendous opportunity for the county. There was opposition when the Ahwahnee Hotel was built in 1898. There was opposition to, I'm sure, for every major building event in the county. But this project is just a catalyst for the future. What will have to happen between now and 2048? In 1909, Orville and Wilbur Wright at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. Do you know how far they flew? In the first 4 flights, they only flew 89 feet. Rather 800 feet, but the first flight was only 89 feet. The wingspan of 15,000 737 jets is less than that. Rather, the wingspan is more than what Wilbur and Orville flew. I encourage you to embrace the future and approve of this project.
Thanks, Jonathan. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on.
You bet I do. I want to say one.
Oh, you already, have you spoke already?
2 seconds.
He's already spoke, sorry.
How many
You
people
bet
are
I
online?
Hi there. I'm just going to wave this around so we get a little glitz going here because we have seen a dog and pony show today. And where have we seen dog and pony shows before? You know where. Also want to point out to the crowd, this area here, and to the board, this area here. My notes indicate that I smell an elephant in the room. And one of the, Ken Greenwood, District 5, et cetera, Triple Junction, out in the middle of nowhere. An earlier panel on the, or whatever they're called, exhibit on the, was shown this kind of the same map, but it was gray over here. And that made me think there is an elephant in the room. You guys have pointed out, and we're going to be all hopey that we have water for this, and that Caltrans is going to have funding for this, and that we're going to these guys are going to find $7 million to build a 2 miles of sewer line. I don't think so. I'll bet it comes in cost overruns and all that as usual. Probably about twice that. So and let me introduce myself. Author and senior planner in charge of the Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan back in 1990 through 1994. Took it through, I don't know how many hearings. The idea, and Sue pointed it out, the idea was to keep this area bare, if you will, 10-acre minimum, so that we had a separation between what's going on. We saw this in the future, between El Dorado Hills and Cameron Park. Because now we have Folsom, El Dorado Hills, and then we're going to infill here. And then we have Cameron Park. And what have we got for 15 miles, 10 miles, whatever it is rooftop to rooftop to rooftop. Is that what we want to have, people coming into our county? I think this is potentially a great idea, and they're doing lots of great looking stuff. But this is not the location for it. And it's just, there's too many hopes here. I don't know how many times I underlined that. And if we're going to get 2.6 million back a year, that's really not a reason to approve this. Because that's not, I bet we spend more looking at it. Also, finally, I think the ER is flawed. The young lady from the law firm is spot on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just leave that there. And remember, all that glitters.
Is that your?
It's actually ours.
One of the kids. I stole it.
Are you ready to go to online?
Yeah. Does anybody else want to speak on this? Come on up. If not, okay.
Hello, esteemed board. Lily Mohana with the project applicant team. I didn't get a chance to speak earlier. I'll keep it short. On behalf of the project applicant team, I just want to thank all of you for this tremendous opportunity in over 7 years to perfect this project over the years and to bring it to you today. I personally, my sister and I, we grew up here. These hills mean a great deal to us. And so when all of our project applicant team members and several of the community members here told you today that each and every aspect of this project has been keeping the community and their needs and wants in mind, it's true. All of our consultants are here to speak with you guys today. If you have any questions, I just wanted to let you guys know that they have made themselves all available. I thank you again, all of you. I thank the staff, our consultants, and thank you so much.
All right, let's go to online participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Kevin McCarty.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, Chair Turnbull, members of the board. It's Kevin McCarty. I'm speaking today in full support of the Town and Country Village El Dorado project. Before turning to the merits of the project, I think it's worthwhile to address a serious ethical concern. Planning Commission Chair Bob Williams, who presided over the hearing, has since submitted, in essence, a minority report to this board, an act that violates Section A9 of the county's Board and Commission Handbook, which instructs members to refrain from speaking independently before the board on issues within their commission's scope unless authorized. There's no indication that Mr. Williams was authorized. By presenting himself as both judge and later advocate, he blurred the line between impartial decision maker and partisan opponent. This undermines the appearance of fairness and risks ethical liability for the county. County Counsel Livingston, I respectfully suggest you advise the board regarding this clear violation of ethical guidelines and the resulting legal liability it may present to the county. Now, turning to the project itself, this proposal is visionary. It's the most beautiful development project that I've personally seen compared to a lot of the development that we've seen throughout El Dorado Hills. It's a living tribute to our county's natural beauty and heritage, from agriculture to art, from the Gold Rush to the Lincoln Highway. Much has been said about the jobs, the annual fiscal surplus of $2.5 million, and give our residents and visitors a place to celebrate life's milestones again. I believe this is smart, sustainable growth that strengthens, not strains our community. And finally, on a personal note, I think it's just important to realize we hear a lot of people who got married 50 years ago say, we don't need an events venue. And people who bought their homes 30 years ago say, we don't need more housing. People who are retired and living on a pension say, we don't need more jobs. These aren't good enough jobs. But there are new families here now. Young workers, entrepreneurs, and couples just starting their lives. They need opportunities, places to gather, and a future worth building. This project helps provide that. So please don't let fear or nostalgia dictate our destiny. I suggest that you approve the Town and Country Village El Dorado project and let this county move forward with pride and purpose. Thank you for your consideration and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Don Wolfson.
Good afternoon, Dawn Wolfson, Cameron Park CSD. I'm speaking as president of the CSD board, and I echo everything that Director Israel previously said, as well as what former Director Aston said. We have a final EIR which clearly states that Cameron Park is impacted. We asked to be at the table. This wasn't a miss on the part of our board. We were denied and we are impacted. Our parks and our community center are impacted by this project. We need some consideration. We open our facility to the county every time there's a major disaster. We're part of this community. We should be taken into consideration. I personally think we need more workforce housing, but this needs to go back to the Planning Commission. And Cameron Park needs to be taken into consideration, and there need to be mitigations before you approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Now taking public comment from Arvin Chardnar.
This is Arvin Chowdhury, and I own 3 parcels on Bass Lake Road, just across from this project on the west side. And I'm in favor of the project. I'm a civil engineer, land surveyor, so I've done a lot of land development all around the state, both public works and private projects. And I always try to make sure the projects that we work on are something that I would support and I would visit. It gives me a better sense of how to go forward with a project. And this project is one that we definitely will visit when we get around to building our house and our parcels up there. And also with our boys, they're all interested in building and living in the area. One of them is a former professional BMX bicycle motocross rider. And as soon as he gets out of the Army, he's going to be looking forward to living in the area. And it'd be nice to have a center and a facility that we can go to, get together, and meet the local community, and not have to go farther down the freeway to meet our neighbors and talk with people. So I'm very much in favor of the project and look forward to seeing it built.
Now taking public comment from Allison Giannotti. Allison, can you unmute yourself?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Yes. Hi, my name is Allison Janai. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Allison Janai. I'm a lifelong resident of El Dorado County. My elderly parents own a home in the J Bar Ranch area that's right near the Country Club Drive, very much near this proposed project. And I guess I just wanted to weigh in. First, I'll mention the multiple comments to the Ahwahnee Hotel and the emotion that's surrounding that. And I do appreciate the developer's desire to make this a beautiful hotel, but let's face it, the Ahwahnee is a National Historic Landmark that was meticulously crafted in 1927, sir. It wasn't 1898, by the way. But anyways, we all know that the quality of construction and the attention to detail that happened in that project in 1927 doesn't even compare to the slap job construction that is the norm of the developments popping up along the Highway 50 corridor going eastbound. They used 5,000 tons of real granite. And I know that this hotel will have the rock facade that might seem like it looks like the Ahwahnee, but I would caution us to get caught up in the emotion of that. I don't know when a hotel has brought quote unquote vitality to a region. And if the developer is so committed to the beauty of the land, then why does it need to be 14 feet taller now? I don't know what that's about. But the main thing here is there's just too much talk of amendments, rezoning, revision to the existing general plan that really just doesn't seem prudent. It doesn't even seem like with the El Dorado Planning Commission having it even had its qualms, hence in the multiple 3-2 votes. And those 3 people that voted possibly in favor of moving this forward, they didn't necessarily vote on the ability of this developer to have the septic system going in as their plan B. Right now, I feel that the board needs more definite answers on the water feasibility of this project. We all need more answers on the feasibility of the sewer compliance. before this is approved, because once this is approved, there will be no going back. Yet if you approve it as is today, the developer has pretty much a green light to go to the septic system plan B if they quote unquote can't do the sewer infrastructure. And I don't even know if it's articulated how much they have to try to get that sewer secured before they can go to plan B. So there's just a lot of gray area there. Not to mention the traffic is very concerning if there was after an event piling into that main spillway on the freeway, especially the eastbound off ramp there going up on the Bass Lake Road. So I just thank you for your time today. You've been great, everybody, truly. And please just think more about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Emily.
Hi there, my name is Emily Eidelman, and I am a native resident of El Dorado County and a business owner. And I would like to respectfully express my support for the Town and Country Village El Dorado project. I believe that this project offers a thoughtful balance of preserving our local history and natural spaces while creating meaningful benefits for our community. The inclusion of a public museum celebrating El Dorado County's heritage, the preservation of the Oak Grove and public trails, and opportunities for locally owned shops, dining, and community gatherings make this more than just a development. It's actually an investment in our identity and our future. Additionally, the project will generate local jobs and provide long-term revenue to support essential county services, which is especially important as the county manages current budget pressures. For years, we have said no to developers because they don't fit El Dorado County and they are trying to erase some part of our community. The Mohana family has been local to our county for decades. Mr. Mohana has a deep appreciation and knowledge of our county's rich history and is doing what many of us have been asking developers to do for years: preserve it, embrace it. The amount of detail in his project proposal is evident of that. Additionally, the dining restaurants included in this project will use local resources, farms, wineries, to support its business. How can we say no to locals supporting locals? Furthermore, El Dorado County severely lacks hotel space for travelers, and tourism is incredibly important for our local economy and businesses. The county should be willing to further support them with this development. I understand the expansion of Bass Lake Road is another issue holding up full support. To be fair to Mr. Mohana and his project, the expansion was supposed to be part of projects that went on in the 1980s and 1990s. But was never followed through by the developers or Board of Supervisors at those times. I do not think it's fair to expect Mr. Mohana to pay for the lack of follow-through by previous developers and administration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Kim Beal.
Good afternoon, Kimberly Beal, property owner and resident of Cameron Park, and I moved to Cameron Park with my parents in 1966. I've seen a lot of growth and I like most of it. The project before you today will provide our county, our community, with hotels, businesses, jobs, housing, and an event center, all of which are in short supply. The location of the project to me is ideal, being at a Highway 50 major interchange at the west end of the county. Additionally, the hotels will provide TOT revenues to the county. The commercial, restaurants, and retail businesses will provide sales tax revenues to the county. This is a very important component that maybe not everybody understands. Property taxes that are collected by homeowners do not cover the services provided to those homeowners, the residents, nor the cost to maintain the infrastructure such as road maintenance. Thus, our county must find other sources of revenues such as TOT and sales tax in order to pay for the shortfall of those of us that live here in just using our property taxes to support ourselves. So for these reasons, I am in favor of the project. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you so much. Good afternoon, dear board members, Board of Supervisors. For the record, my name is Enrique Rodriguez. I am here as an interested party and affected stakeholder. I mention stakeholder because we own 10 acres below the existing park and ride, which is across the street from the proposed town and country village development. We have lived there on our property for over 20 years. We are an affected stakeholder because this project may directly affect our parcel because one of the off sewer line infrastructure installation options shown today by Josh Pane would be to install a sewer line that would run through the edge of our property and the Anderson property. In short, we, my family of 8, are in full support of the Town and Country Village project that Momohana, Josh Pane, and Tyler Langdale have placed in front of you this afternoon. Mohana and group have done a fantastic job in keeping us and our neighbors involved in the development process throughout the years. Additionally, I've recently communicated with my immediate neighbor, Tammy Anderson, who has a 10-acre property directly across the street from the proposed project, and she is in full support of the proposed project as well. I am fully confident that Mo and his team have the knowledge and the resources to make this project a reality, which will be a significant asset to this entire community. I'd also like to say that my property also is adjacent and touches Chaudhry's acreage as well. Thank you for your time and your consideration for approval. Sincerely, Enrique.
Now taking public comment from Dean Getz.
Hi, supervisors and folks. I just wanted to highlight whether you're for or against this particular project, that there's a problem with each and every one of these land use processes, whether it's the El Dorado Hills Community Services District having a disproportionate funding mechanism, their CFD 2019 that only charges homeowners for maintenance of public property that would cover this Bass Lake specific plan, or it's the Cameron Park CSD, who by the sitting president sounds like was shut out of the process by which they would be impacted related to this development. So again, whether you're for or against it, the process seems to be flawed. And I don't think any of us benefit from that. We need to get better at addressing all of the issues. And of course, development is going to occur as we move forward in the county forevermore. That's a given. But bad development need not be allowed to be pursued. And I don't think there's any suggestion that this landowner who's been around, and this is one of the things that's been touted, they have been a generational owner of this property. Why can we not get it right with them having been a generational owner of the property? How does that happen where a president of a CSD board chimes in and says they were cut out of the process, or another CSD doesn't have appropriate funding mechanism to take on the infrastructure, or worse, EID, who doesn't have its act together and can't identify how the ratepayers today, my property across the way, doesn't pay any portion of this development's impact because they're out with millions and millions of dollars in bonds and all kinds of accounting scandals, and you can't tell who's paying for what, but yet we're moving ahead with a flawed process. I urge you to get this right. I'm not suggesting this project can't move forward, but there shouldn't be any kinds of concerns about all of the impacts not being addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, Leo Bennett, Coshon, Pollock Pines. I own property in Shingle Springs. The prior speaker gave you good advice in terms of the flawed process. Spend more time on it. Everything else has been said, so I'm just sharing that my first experience of El Dorado County was in 1980 when I was working in Sacramento, driving folks up to Folsom. Then you fast forward to 2020 when my wife expresses the desire to move to El Dorado County. The shock of seeing all the development that had been rural for me. And it brought back memories of my grandmother coming here from Germany and commenting on development, because in Germany, development was all done, but she could get on public transit and in 30 minutes be in a rural area because they had rural buffers around all the development. And then my mother, where I learned that developers usually, there's exceptions, but usually use a whole set of techniques to get to the goal because they're long-range thinkers. And the development of the property next to my mother that she didn't want, it was the last open space, let's keep it. She won, so the developer sent people at night to cut down the trees that had given her the leverage. Now it's all developed. Now I'm looking at this conversation, and the only thing I can share is when I go back to my home county, which changed so much over all my years, the only rural buffer left is Camp Pendleton. And I heard every comment that has been said at this meeting on both sides, but in the end, you're not really careful. Development keeps moving along. Thank you for taking my comment.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board. Our chair had to step out for just a moment. Do you want to take a quick 5-minute break and we'll
Yes,
reconvene
please.
at 5 o'clock? Let's try to be prompt on that because we've got the community here before us. Yeah, thank you.
We're unmuted.
All right. We're back. So we're done with, I guess, with public comment. So before we close the hearing, any other, I guess, anything you guys want to bring up?
Yes, Chair Turnbull. If we may, staff would like to provide some limited CEQA-focused responses to the comments heard today to help clarify.
All right. Okay, so I'll go ahead and close the.
I
was gonna,
I think they're gonna comment.
Oh, they're gonna come.
yeah, Chair, if that's okay, we'll offer some kind of
Got too
technical
many guys
responses.
up there. All right, go ahead.
All right, thank you again, Nick Papani, and offer some responses to a select number of the comments that focus more on the environmental issues, want to correct some statements, so forth. So first, that was a comment made that the final EIR did not adequately address special status species. There was a specific mention about the Cooper's hawk. Cooper's hawk is a migratory bird protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. The EIR has mitigation measures requiring pre-construction surveys prior to construction to detect any nesting birds, and if those are found, implementation of nest buffers to make sure that the young are not harmed. So that species is adequately protected by the mitigations in the document. There was a comment that the revisions to the mitigation measures presented in the final EIR focused on biological resources, requires recirculation. There were several revisions to the mitigation measures in the draft EIR in response to comments, including the state agency, CDFW. However, recirculation is required if there's significant new information presented, which is defined as identification of a new significant impact or a substantial increase in severity of an impact already identified. The revisions to the mitigation measures do not trigger those criteria. They're for clarification and providing additional detail to those measures that were already inherent in the draft. There was a statement that the final EIR inadequately addresses construction emissions from diesel particulate matter. The information provided by the commenter that you do have analyze the construction emissions using a screening model called AirScreen. And it's our understanding in reviewing that the assumption was made that construction would occur 24/7, which is not going to happen. And so it's a overly conservative and unreasonable assessment. And so we're confident with our analysis in the environmental document. It was stated that the EIR identifies impacts to Cameron Park CSD facilities. That is not correct. The draft EIR acknowledges that there are facilities nearby this site and that there will be use of those facilities by some of the guests or of the project. So I wanted to just correct that. The CEQA identifies impacts to public facilities if there is a need to construct new facilities. If CEQA is focused on construction, right? So just a mere increase in use or the need for funding. Funding is not a CEQA issue. The courts have made that clear. The CEQA focus is, do you need to construct new facilities, which could result in physical environmental impacts? The El Dorado Hills CSD acknowledged in their testimony during the Planning Commission that just as some Cameron Park residents or some Bass Lake Hills area residents or El Dorado Hills residents use Cameron Park CSD facilities, so do also some Cameron Park residents use El Dorado Hills CSD facilities. And there's currently no legal cost sharing mechanism for CSD impact fees. There was a statement that the Cameron Park CSD fire may be the first in to the project. I wanted to point out that El Dorado Hills Fire Station 86 is located essentially adjacent to the project site. So it's reasonable to conclude that they would be the first in. That's, as I stated, Station 86. There's also a requirement for the project in the conditions of approval provided by the El Dorado Hills Fire Department for the project to install an emergency vehicle hybrid beacon device at Bass Lake Road and El Dorado Hills Fire Department Station 86 to facilitate the responding vehicles to get out safely and quickly. Just a couple more. There was
some comments about schools and school impacts not being adequately addressed. School impacts were addressed in the draft environmental impact report. There was an estimate of new school kids associated with the project development area, which would be an estimated 8 new high school students and 29 K through 8 students. With the project build out entirety that was to occur, there was an estimated 90 high school students and approximately 350 K through 8 students. Based on the available information when we prepared our analysis, the district and the schools, Ponderosa High School and Colorado Springs Middle School, Blue Oak Elementary School, they had adequate capacity to accommodate the projected students. In addition, as you're aware, the project is required to pay school impact fees, which are determined by law to be sufficient mitigation for school impacts. Lastly, I just wanted to note there's been some comments, some concerns about the event center. The project description includes some information about the event center that might be helpful, just to kind of reiterate that. And that is the estimation that it would operate between 1 and 2 days per week from 8 a.m. to up to midnight, with a variable capacity estimation of events from 50 to 300 people. So I think staff feels that this is an event center that's, not what people might often think of in terms of a very highly used center that's going to be operating continuously during peak times. Certainly there may be some overlap with peak times, but if there are related events, folks exiting that would not, interact with peak hour traffic, obviously. So those are some of the responses I wanted to offer. And with that, available for any other questions you may have. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
So
Anything? All right, I'll go ahead and close the hearing and bring it back to the board for any other future discussions or comments.
Where do we start? There was so much here. A lot, the board itself had questions, the community raised questions. I did want to ask more about what Planning Commissioner Spar said about separating the projects and sending it back to the PC if we wanted to separate the parts or something. Is that an accurate thing we would need to do? I'm looking at Jefferson, but that he could be the wrong person. But if we wanted to separate the project versus the study area, do we need to send that back to the Planning Commission to do that, or can we just do that?
So Supervisor Parlin, yes, that would be a change to what was proposed, that under the government code would have to go back, would be referred back to the Planning Commission.
Oh, okay. So I'm just gonna lay it out there because I don't know where everybody else is, but I personally cannot support the project. I agree with the community group that made the statement with their petition that they're not anti-growth. We're pro-planning. I've always been very supportive of our plans. If we're going to make changes to the plans, I've consistently said if we're going to change the general plan, we should do it comprehensively, because there's usually going to be, unintended consequences. And you read the Bass Lake Hills specific plan itself, and it talks about, the purpose of it was for this orderly systemic development. So why wouldn't we want to stick with that? The general plan says the same kind of thing. The purpose is balanced, environmentally balanced manner of growth. Yeah, it's like these plans were really thought out when they were created. And if we're going to do one-offs, I think there's unintended consequences. And all the infrastructure we've seen over and over again, if we don't have that infrastructure in up front, it tends to not happen. I just can't support the project. I think it's too much where it's located. That's not where it was intended to be. That was supposed to be open space, more like to delineate between the communities. We don't want to have development from county line to county line It's not what our general plan's about. So, but I do think if the board decides to approve it, that you really hunker down and make sure that all of our questions are answered, infrastructure is there. I don't know how to go about the questions though, to make sure that they get into what might be proposed.
Any other questions? Great. Well, my district, so here we go.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, well, I want to really appreciate the amount of work that staff has done, the applicant, the public comment, people wrote, letters and emails. It took time on everybody's behalf, and just want to acknowledge that. I'm getting a call. I've always liked the concept of this hotel. If it looks like that, it would be a beautiful addition to the area. I think the location, granted, it would be an amendment to the general plan and specific plan, but I think the Bass Lake interchange would be a suitable spot for it. It will, it's close to the freeway. I don't think that the hotel itself will impact traffic very negatively. It's going to promote economic growth for the county and our community, a lot like Town Center does. I mean, Town Center attracts a lot of people, and it's a great place to go. We want to increase tourism. This is a step in the right direction to promote tourism, and because there is a lack of hotel space, especially on the west slope. Workforce housing, it's a benefit. In my opinion, it's a small benefit. But I think that the design of the hotel is thoughtful. But I do have some concerns with the project area in the hotel. I'm concerned with the eminent domain and the septic issues. I will agree with what the planning commission recommended and not support a septic system. I think that this has to be on a sewer from the get-go. And I would like to see, I don't know if we can do this, but the sewer rights and annexation into the EID before any building permits are issued. I don't know if we can do that or not. The height of the building, 64 feet. I'd like to actually see what that looks like in relation to the grove of oak trees that it's going to be built around. And then I'd also like to see, and I meant to ask Raphael, and I forgot, but what the intersection at Country Club where the driveway crosses from the hotel over to the townhouses, or this where it crosses Country Club, see what that's going to look like. So that's the program area in the hotel. Unfortunately, in my opinion, there's another side of this entire project, and that's the program area. And I've got big concerns with that. The specific plan amendment, they're asking for a specific plan amendment, but there's nothing specific about that in the proposal. It opens us up to really anything: commercial, high density housing, townhouses, senior housing. In my opinion, El Dorado Hills is pretty saturated with senior housing, and I'm not a big advocate of adding more, but we don't know what that's going to be. But it could be 800 units, and I'm envisioning Costco Hill, and I don't think anyone wants that to take place. I think most of the public support for this project is for the project area, the hotel, and not the other half of the proposal. If we do approve this today and create we approve the rezone for the program area to high density or commercial, we're opening ourselves up to possible SB 35 projects going in there. Maybe possibly SB 79. It just got passed a couple of weeks ago. So that's very concerning to me. There's no vehicular access plan for the program area, because we don't know, again, we don't know what it's going to be. The fiscal impact, if I read it right, is actually going to be a detriment to the county for the program area. The project is 2.69 million. The program area, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it's at negative 221,000 for the general fund. So if we do both, the projected revenue for the general plan is not going to be 2.6, it'll be 2.47, I believe. I'm just gonna, I appreciate the Eldorado Hills APAC, and I want to quote them on this. The program and the project area should be analyzed and reviewed separately on their own merit. And regarding the program area, there's no defined project. We're trying to appease everybody, but we really need, before we agree to rezone the second half of this, we need to know what it's going to be. Obviously, the general plan and the specific plan, it's important to our county. But there are instances where we can make exceptions. And my feelings on this, and I said this when I campaigned, if I'm going to support an exemption to the general plan, there has to be a significant benefit to the community that lives here. Not people who want to move here, the people who already live here. My opinion, I think the hotel would provide a benefit for restaurants, meeting space. I've been told, numerous times by different groups, we would like to host, including our department heads, we'd like to host statewide conferences and things like that, but there's nowhere to do it in our county. We have to go down to Folsom. The Holiday Inn's full almost all the time. So I think the hotel is beneficial to the community, but I can't, if we have to approve this all or nothing today, I can't support it because I don't support the program area.
So would you want to send it back then to the planning commission?
Yeah, I think that has to, well, I guess it was going to depend on what the applicant wants to do. If they want to move forward with just the hotel.
Yeah, I got a couple comments. And the design of the hotel is absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's a great concept. It really is. My problem is the general plan, because it says in the general plan, a plan for managed growth, open roads, a plan for quality neighbors and traffic relief. So there's a lot of issues, especially when it comes to the septic issues. I have a problem with that. I think the infrastructure needs to be put in prior to any of this development even going through, because I'm tired of this county playing catch up on everything when it comes to our roads and impacted on a lot of these different projects. And look at what's going on Latrobe Road, same thing. We had White Rock Road, same thing. Bass Lake Road should have been 4 lanes long time ago. Same thing with White Rock Road. I'm just tired of this because we get into a situation and then we have to play catch up. And the county ends up paying for it. So I think a lot of this infrastructure with the sewage and everything should be put in prior to it. There should be no, especially when it comes to, these septic issues and the leach fields and everything else going to impact. And somebody made a comment to me. Once it's gone, especially when it comes to our, open space. So anyway, I have a lot of concerns with it. I think it's a great concept, what they propose, but there's a lot of issues with this.
I have a couple questions. I spoke with the gentleman that represents District 5 on the Planning Commission about this project quite a bit, and I thought I understood that CEQA required that the proponents not only analyze the project area, but that they had to do something with the plan development. They had to say, if it was going to be something, this is what it might be. It doesn't mean it's what it has to be. But now I think I heard, Jefferson, I think I heard you say in answer to Supervisor Parlin's question that you felt that those could be separated. And that is where Supervisor Ferrero is having a problem. So I need to be clear on it. Can those be separated? or not?
So Supervisor, I think there were two questions in there. Generally, CEQA and project approval are not the same thing. I think you saw that with the planning commission, where you had a planning commissioner who voted to approve the EIR and not approve the project. So those are separate and distinct things. I think the overall question of why CEQA studies both areas, I think the applicant's attorney and staff have dealt with this. If they had not studied the other area, you would be getting numerous comments that this is piecemealing. How can you bring this forward without telling us? So essentially what is done is they've taken what the proposed zoning would be for the study area, and then they've studied impacts up to that maximum amount. And then future projects would come for a design review permit, and then they would be examined against that CEQA document to see if these things had been examined or not. That is fairly common. Otherwise, you would say you're chunking things out and then you can't look at them both together. So I think this is the proper approach, but of course, there's a whole lot of policy considerations here that are way beyond CEQA, because this is, to your comment, Supervisor Pine, there's, I believe, 11 distinct actions on this project. So there's a lot of discretionary approvals here.
Moving parts.
But CEQA and the project approval are not the same thing. I think the applicant mentioned that, and maybe they'll mention it again. That's probably something they would like to discuss.
So then I want to ask you a follow-up question regarding zoning. So number 3 on our list of actions says authorize the chair to sign ordinance 5246 or 5247. And when I look at 5246 and 5247, the difference is 5246 has all of the plan development, zone changes already part of it. And 5247 only has the project area. So how does that fit in with Supervisor Ferrero's concerns about the plan development?
Well, that was an alternative worked up by the applicant. I don't know that that addresses Supervisor Ferrero's concerns.
Because it still requires a rezone. We'd still be approving a rezone.
If you did 47, all these projects would come to your board because they would have to get the PD. They would have to get a zone change. If they just came for a plan development permit, as Nick spoke about, they would be planning commission items, or if appealed, would go to your board. But the zoning is essentially the same. It's just the PD overlay. But it seems like some of the discussions are, is that the appropriate zoning or not? That's a separate consideration.
Okay, so maybe this is probably where I just don't understand enough that I get myself into trouble, but my thinking is 5247, that ordinance, if we don't do the whole zone, if we don't do the entire overlay, that causes the applicant to have to come back for that step. So does it provide us with a little bit of cushion is where I'm thinking.
Well, under either ordinance, there would still be another discretionary process for the study area. With the caveat, I mentioned of SB 35, this is not in that area right now.
Yeah.
SB 79,
Yeah.
that's not our county, but of course,
Yeah.
these things change all the time. They review that, I believe, every 10 years. But yes, the PD permit would go to the planning commission, or if they need the zone change, then it would come to your board. But the zoning would essentially be in place. It would be the PD.
And the SB 35, that's not my only concern. I mean, it's zoned for 10-acre lots right now, and you want to go to 800 units. I mean, it's a significant.
quite a change.
It's a significant increase. Like I said, the hotel, I'm willing to make the exception on, but the other stuff, I'm not willing to rezone that. Sorry.
And I think that's what our general plan was put in place as 5 to 10 acre parcels. Ranchettes is what they were in that particular area.
Supervisor Lane, if I could just add in, because I do think there was an aspect of your question I don't want to go unanswered. And I think you had asked, you seem to be pointing out perhaps a tension between the CEQA portion and then a recent statement about being able to split the approval. And so I do just want to note that the reason why we don't believe that the board has the ability today to essentially make an approval that would clearly split that project in that way. It's not a CEQA function. It's not a function of CEQA, but rather a function of the planning and zoning law, wherein there's a provision that indicates that if an item, a zoning ordinance amendment comes to you after review by the planning commission, that if you are proposing a modification to that wasn't previously considered by the planning commission, it must be referred to the planning commission for review before it could then be considered by this body. So it's more a function of that than it is the CEQA
Process.
question.
Okay, got it. I understand that part. Well, I want to commend the Planning Commission for the exceptional, I thought, hearing that they had on this. They dug in deep on everything. The affordable housing, what was affordable housing, so many issues, the septic certainly and the sewer. And I learned a lot just by watching that meeting. Obviously, I'm showing I didn't learn enough, but trying here to catch up. I think this is a phenomenal project. I also would like to just remind people that point out the general plan that was done in 2002. Four. I was 12 back then. No, just kidding. And so we're 20 years playing it forward. Right now in Tahoe, we're trying to put together a Tahoe area plan for the unincorporated part of the county up there. And we're trying to make decisions today about what we think is going to go where. It's an incredibly difficult thing to do.
Sure.
And so, although I think the general plan is a document that this community envisioned, it's just a plan, it's putting your best foot forward, but things can change. And here we are with an opportunity to put in what I think is a really great project. And we talk about open space between Folsom and El Dorado County, and I understand that because I see the development and it makes me want to cringe. This project itself has a lot of open space still around it. So I don't think that we're necessarily building a monstrosity. So I would definitely support some form of this going forward if we can get there.
And then I do want to follow up on what Supervisor Ferraro said about the hotel itself and the height. Only because, you look at it here in this setting, and it's really tall when you look at the sloping hills there along the freeway versus when you look at it in Yosemite, against, I don't know, Half Dome or whatever it is, it doesn't look so large. And so I'm a little bit concerned about the scalability of it also. And if there's a way we could see something, I don't know, it just looks huge. And 5 stories, we don't really, do we have any 5-story buildings in the county? I don't think we do.
I think there's 3
So
story.
it's going to be out of scale with the rest of the county as a whole. And I am concerned it's not up against, big mountain cliffs like in Yosemite. So it could look extremely out of place. I think the architecture is beautiful, don't get me wrong, but scalability, it could be a little odd there. So I don't know.
And the height's not a deal breaker for me. I just
Yeah.
would like to get it. I would like to get a better idea of what it's going to look like.
Yeah, because again, it's taken a variance. It's outside of our standards. So another thing to consider. So again, Jefferson, I'm still not clear if the board sounds like they want to split it up and get that out of there. Do we need to send it back to the planning commission? We cannot do that here. Is that correct?
No, I think you would have to refer it back to the planning commission, and then I would offer 2 suggestions.
Okay.
I think since we're all here taking part in this, it's really worthwhile talking to the applicant about what you think should happen, because I don't know if just one part is feasible or not. So it's worth getting their input. And I think if it is going back, and it seems like a lot of the concern is not so much with the hotel, but with the study area, I think if your board could give some direction on what you think is more appropriate there, if you want it to stay how it is, or if something less dense would be more appropriate, that's really helpful for the applicant, staff, and for the planning commission to consider that. Because right now it's 10-acre lots and then perhaps a large hotel. I don't know if that's how you'd want it to stay, or something in between what's proposed and what's there now. I think all those things would be helpful, but primarily, I think you should ask the applicant if this is an option there that's even feasible for them or that they're interested in.
Josh.
Mr. Chairman, Josh Pane, the applicant. I think at this point, it sounds like we'd like to go back to the Planning Commission and do a little more study on this after we've heard the comments from board members and see what is possible. You know, we thought we had done a lot of work by putting together models and scales and putting balloons up in the air to show that the tops of the roof wouldn't come even near the tops of the trees. In our program.
Did you do balloons?
Yeah.
I asked you to do that and I didn't get informed.
Yeah.
I asked you like a year ago.
Yeah. A few residents and I went out and did balloons. And we had them up for quite a while. No one could see them because you weren't going to see it at that level. But we can do balloons again. Yeah, and what you have to know about the site is it's 16, 18, 20 feet lower than the base of the Oak Grove. So that bottom floor and a half gets absorbed. So it really, our planner, Charles Torrance, who planned the whole of the Bass Lake Hills plan, actually calculated, and it actually comes down to 50 some feet, but we wanted the full variance just in case, depending where that floor level lands. But it's 16, a solid 16 feet below. So it really doesn't come up even 20 some feet below the tops of the trees. But I think this has all been very instructive. And so we would like to go back to the Planning Commission with your guidance now that you have given that guidance. I mean, I could go on and talk about some of the misrepresentations and outright lies that were said here today. I think the staff has addressed those completely. I will just say on the Community Service District of Cameron Park, where my daughter and my 3 grandchildren and her husband live, we made several attempts to the general manager after urged by the auditor controller, the Honorable Joe Harn. We met with the former general manager and we met with this general manager, the interim general manager, and had some very good meetings. But the outrageous nature of that, I want to put on the record, was the previous general manager suggested that the project should pay up to $500,000 a year to the community service district. The fact was that all of our impact on the district that we are in was minimal. In fact, the fiscal impact study suggests that they're going to have a surplus in the district we're in of $89,000 a year. And the total we're paying is $150,000. So the idea that the previous general manager said that, and then I could go on, but I won't. I'll just simply say on the CEQA basis, Community Service District of Cameron Park had ample opportunity in the NOP, ample opportunity in the CEQA document, in the draft CEQA document, and we heard nothing. The 2 meetings, the 5 hours we spent with the district, I asked them for something very simple. And I'm getting very direct on this because 2 members of the board of directors cast a complete aspersion, if not a complete unknowing lie. And so what I want to say is, all we simply asked them was quantify and qualify. And they didn't quantify or qualify ever in any of their correspondence. So now on to the positive. I would like to suggest that the board send this back to the Planning Commission with the complete direction that you all have given, and that we can work with the Planning Commission again and see if we can work something that would satisfy what it seems to be the board's will on this project. And I really appreciate all the time and effort on this. It's been a good process, a completely transparent process. And I do have, again, a copy of the improvement letter, facilities improvement letter from EID for Sue Taylor, if she would like that, and a complete copy of the water study. So that would be our preference, Mr. Chairman, if you and the board would be so kind.
Yeah, one of the things I also want to just relate to staff, the planning commission only had a few days, 6 days, I guess, to overlook. That's 2,000 pages. And I mean, I read a lot of this stuff last night. And let me tell you, my brain was fried going through all this. So I encourage them to give the planning commission more time before to review all these different issues that are coming up today.
And Jefferson, I have another odd question. So what if, and because economics, the world changes, what if the land gets rezoned or something and a hotel doesn't get built? We've seen that happen before. I mean, can we make the rezoning or whatever general plan amendments like conditional on a hotel or go back to whatever it was before? Because I think that was a concern I heard raised too, is that oh yeah, we did hear it, this could end up being a car wash or whatever.
There's
If-
an empty hotel sitting at Smith Flat.
Right,
Been
there we
sitting there
go.
for
I mean,
years.
we've seen this happen. I'm not suggesting it will, but it just could, because we can't guarantee anything in the world. Is there a way to conditionally put it back if?
So Supervisor Pry, I don't know that you could have sort of a conditional or contingent approval, but this is a planned development area in a specific plan. So I think you could be very specific in what is allowed to go there.
Okay,
Or you could maybe require that they show fiscal feasibility analysis for the project, but I don't think it could be something that would revert. I'll look to the county council. I don't think
You
that's
can't.
possible.
okay.
Yeah, you cannot engage in that form of conditional zoning, because zoning rezones obviously require a process before it can take effect. So this has been addressed by the courts that you can't have that, automatic reversion of the zoning.
But you could be very specific as to we're rezoning it for hotel only, blah, 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 blah.
No,
And
the
then-
conditional, the specificity would be in the plan development that you would be imposing on the project, because
Right.
Yeah,
that is
that-
something
that-
separate and
that
apart
covers
from
it.
the zone.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So that would be on top of the
Like that's a
rezone.
planned
the
development
plan
Remember,
overlay?
it's
Okay.
the PD overlay,
Yeah.
the significance of that is that it requires the applicant to get a plan development permit as prior to construction. And
Okay.
so I think perhaps pursuant to your ability to control the plan development, you might have some greater ability to control what could be done. But no, you couldn't have it automatically revert to some, less dense zoning.
So, okay, so then if that PD had it to be only a hotel,
Well,
whatever,
even-
something like
even- I mean,
this.
even more specific than that, with architecture like that.
Right,
'Cause
yeah.
we don't want
Like super
I won't mention the name, but
specific.
some concrete
Yeah,
box going there.
and then if for some reason the applicant or property owner couldn't do that, then they could change it and we would have to approve it, kind of thing, right? I mean, so it's not
Yeah,
reverting so much, but it's so specific that if they aren't able to or don't want to for some reason, then it has to come back for approval of what would go there. I think that's some of the concern too.
Yeah, and
we
I think it's
heard.
fair, to
Okay.
the extent that you're providing direction as to what you are hoping to see, should this matter successfully get through the planning commission and come back to you.
Right.
I think it'd be fair to say that you are hoping to see, whatever available controls we can impose to ensure that as much as possible, it develops as what's been presented.
Okay, that would help too, I think.
So what about infrastructure, David? I mean, especially when you're talking about sewage and water. Can we put any stipulation on that?
Well, I think that you can certainly have that as something that you want explored by the planning commission. I heard some concerns about developing at all with the septic versus the sewer. I think that referring it to planning commission, we can certainly look more closely at it, but I want to note that the condition that I think was maybe causing some consternation of this board was drafted in the way it was in order to anticipate what ultimately can be a bit of a trap under the Subdivision Map Act that might require waiver of certain conditions if you cannot acquire offsite right of way. It was intended to anticipate that, because this board unfortunately has been caught on the wrong side of that from time to time. But there are, does obviously, I think create another set of concerns. But that is certainly something that could be worked through directly with the applicant through the planning commission process.
Okay.
David, is that specificity on what we want it to be? Would that preclude 35 and 79 from stepping in once it's rezoned?
Well, I guess
Because
I think that this 35 concern, I think related more to the program study area.
Okay.
And I think,
Fair.
and what I'm hearing from you today is the direction is to explore leaving that
Okay.
as
All right.
is and moving forward only with the project development area.
Yeah.
So I think it kind of sidesteps that concern.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're gonna need a motion, to send it back to the planning commission, and then I'd like to add just a couple things that I think we all all talked about, and that's public water and sewer. As well as if you look at item 12 in the conditions of approval and item 22, 23, and 24, they're conflictual. Item 12 is from the fire department requesting that the emergency access roads be built before the foundation, which makes sense because they're going to have to get in there to put the foundation out if it's on fire or access. And so I would like to see that cleared up. Our condition of 22, 23, and 24 was from DOT, and it was at the time of before occupancy. So again, if sooner is better, that addresses some of your concern as well, Supervisor Turnbull. And obviously, as we get into the possible rezone of the other project, the program area, then we can talk more about the financing of other infrastructure or so forth.
Yeah.
At that time. So that's certainly a concern of mine as well. Make sure I got those, and we got sewer. So that's how I'd like to see it, and with those changes, and refer it back to the planning commission.
And then also Old Country Club Drive, especially if that's gonna be 4 lanes all the way up, especially if
No,
somebody's
no,
gonna
it's
be.
not all the
No, it's
way.
not.
It's not?
Old Country Club's not getting.
Not
I
country
know, but I'm
club.
talking about from here
Fast
up.
Lake.
That's gonna be 4 lanes.
Yeah, from here, just.
Fast
past
Lake,
Country
yeah.
Club.
Yeah, but that's what I'm addressing. I'm addressing down here, especially if these people have to turn left. So that's my concerns, especially going over 4 lanes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got some
There should be
issues
an
with
intersection.
that. Yeah.
Red light.
Should be something or light or
So
something addressed.
we'll have them relook at that.
Yeah.
I think, I've been a big supporter of this project for a long time, but seeing 35 and 79 and its effects now on jurisdictions, Placer County's pushing back on a mandate. So this will give us a little bit of time also to see how maybe some of that settles down. We rezone anything, then it's open game for the state to step in and do whatever they want. So, and I apologize for that, but that's something as just now reared its ugly head in this county big time. And it's really changing the dynamics of our ability to put things in places where they should be or shouldn't be. So, sorry, Jefferson.
I think it'd be very helpful if the board has a view on this with the study area to share with the applicant and staff. Are you interested in just leaving that zoning as is, or are you open to other zoning? Because I know that'll be a big item for consideration. And if there could be some direction now, I think it'd be very helpful.
I'll start. I mean, I told Josh and Mr. Mohana this the last time we met. I mean, in Greg's perfect world, get the hotel built, leave the other land as is, zoned as it is. Build the trust in the community that you built a great thing that's benefiting everybody, and then try to rezone afterwards for future projects. I don't think you're going to get the support for the village concept at this point. I really don't. So I would ask that you leave it 10.
Pins, yeah.
10 acres parcels. Because that's what it was designed for in the general plan anyway.
Or would open space be palatable if there's some benefit to that? Is that an
You
alternative?
can't build on open space though, can you?
Well, that's my point, is like.
Well, they own it though. How are they? They're not going to.
Well, no, but I'm saying if you're talking about a project, well, okay, so like the slide in the presentation made it look like it's open space.
Yeah, it
It's
says it's open space.
It's undeveloped, so
Undeveloped.
I'm just saying leave that as an option if the applicant wants to explore 10 acres or open space. I think either of those would not bother people.
Yeah, I think, I don't think you need the specific direction. It's to help engage in the discussion.
Yeah.
Perhaps, at least I'm hearing from a couple of you, the concept is something that is no denser than what is
Yeah,
currently out
there you
there.
go. That's, yeah.
Yeah.
That works.
I can live with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can live with that?
I can. Oh, yeah.
Okay, you want to make the motion then? That's your district.
And did we capture everything we
yeah.
were talking about, Jefferson, pretty well?
You
do
want
think?
to bring?
So I think it'll mainly be your motion. I think the applicant has been listening to all the comments.
Okay.
I don't know that those need to be encapsulated in the
Okay, good.
motion.
Is there anything that needs to be encapsulated, like the
Send it back to-
the infrastructure, the sewer line, water line, anything like that? Or are we just making a motion to send this
Well, that can
back
be
to
brought up in the
the
planning commission,
planning
right?
commission?
I mean, the
Yeah,
purpose of referral is for the planning commission to sort of look at whatever this revised project is and then bring a recommendation back. But if you, the more guidance you can provide here at this opportunity, the more efficient that might be.
I would like to see that infrastructure put in prior to this development.
Well, prior to permits being
Yeah,
issued to build.
exactly.
All right, well, I'll make a motion to send this item back to the planning commission and have them specifically look at requirements for sewer and water infrastructure being installed before building permits go in or are approved. Is there anything else I'm missing?
Brian's list.
Yeah.
Oh, Brian's, go ahead, Brian.
Make item 22, 23, and 24 consistent with item 12.
To make item 23, 24, and 25,
22,
22, 23, 24 consistent with item 12.
Yep, of the conditions of
The
approval.
fire department's conditions and the counties.
Yep.
Have another look at the heights just to make sure for scalability,
Yeah,
just so we're looking at it.
And look at the heights again. So moved.
I'll second that.
All right. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
No,
Motion passes 4-1.
All right.
let's do our update. I'm kidding.
Let's go home.
Thank you, guys.
I didn't have much anyway.
Puppies are like,
Staff meeting.
Staff, yeah.
So-
Because it's gonna come back to us
How
anyway.
you doing,
Yep.
Kim? You all right?
it is.
You doing updates or not? I actually.
Come and run.
Run, yeah, we'll just.
Puppy, drive, drive.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Drive safely.
Yes. They're
So
probably
we're,
like.
so we're adjourned, I don't know, 5:57? Is that right? 5:47? 5:47, yeah, 48.
I'm doing that in full.
Well, I got 5:54, so.